blocking Nick Bosa. Like, that guy has zero impact in the game, and that's the frustrating part, is him getting into an interaction with someone who's actually on the field wearing a jersey.
Do you think that Dre Greenlaw is overstepping the lines in Draymond Green kind of ways?
Well, see, that's getting back to the heart of the issue, because I do think the body slam at the end of the play was a little
excessive. Do you think that was 15?
I do. I think but that should have been left at that. That's the penalty. Then you move on. The 49ers defense is already paying for the body slam. I don't think you need to take it to the next step where you kick off an actual player in the game.
Yeah. You think the body slam was 15, huh?
I do. I thought it was a little bit out of bounds.
Coming from an old Raider fan.
Oh, that's true.
That was 2nd and 8.
Yeah, but Murph, it's a whole different day and age. You can't do that stuff anymore.
By the way, did you see the hit on Mahomes at the end of the game last night? They called were they called unnecessary roughness? There was a play.
That was weak. He's trying to get an extra yard to get a first down.
That ball was in. That was crazy.
See, that was soft. I did not like that.
I think that's why the gods got the Chiefs at the end. Because that was PI and they didn't call it.
And they also head onto a flag, which the refs never do for the Chiefs.
I know, right? There's a big conspiracy theory that the Chiefs get all these flags. That conspiracy theory was blown up last night.
That is.
Yes, we see it on the line. 707 is saying Draymond Greenlaw.
There it is.
Draymond Greenlaw. And there's the Spider-Man meme. Somebody put the face of Draymond and Dre Greenlaw pointing at each other. So
Murph, all we're missing is Harold from Mendocino saying, Dre Greenlaw's a dirty player.
Oh, man, very good. All right, well, anyway, we wanted to talk about Dom DeSandro. We'll see what thank you very much. We'll see what the NFL has to say if there's any follow-up on that. All I know is it's glorious. 49ers 42, Eagles 19. Brock Purdy 4 touchdowns, 6 straight touchdown drives led by Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. Deebo Samuel might have backed it up more than any Niner has ever backed it up with 3 touchdowns. And we'll talk about it all with our buddy Tim Ryan, T-Rock, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
faithful.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan. Sponsored by
Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers.
And by Pacific Catch, the West Coast fish house straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we know it's a long flight from Philly back to San Francisco, so we sure do appreciate him getting up bright and early, but I got to imagine there's a little hop in your step after a 42-19 destruction of the Philadelphia Eagles. A lot going on here at KNBR with Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mack, and we will address the whole Murph and Mack show turning into the Murph and Marcus show later in the show. I'll have some words to say about my guy Paulie, who loved Tim Ryan, that's for sure. And he's still around. Paulie's still around. But anyway, T-Rock, so we had some changes, and Marcus is a great kid, and he knows his football, and we're happy to have you. So good morning, Tim. How are you, man?
Tim.
I'm doing well, fellas, and I got a lot of respect for Marcus as well, Marcus Boucher. All right, I'm good with him. Yeah, bro, I don't know what the hell happened, but my wife called me this morning. She likes to wake me up early, make sure I'm up for the show. She's a big show. She loves to listen. She listens to you guys all the time. She said, "Okay, baby, you guys, I'm already up." She goes, "Well, you got to say all tens. They were all tens last night." And I go, "What the hell does that mean?" And she says, "It's all over the internet. It's what they're saying. Even Debo said it. They're all tens." I'm not really up on the internet jargon and lingo as much as the rest of the world. And I said, "Okay, all tens." So yeah, she goes, "Yeah, like all tens, 10 toes on the ground, firmly planted, whatever." She said. I said, "Well, if that's the case, I'm not saying anything because I'm about all threes right now." I don't have many toes on the ground. I had to warm that hop up in my step this morning. Man, it was a long haul
That's
home.
a long flight.
But
yeah.
what a rewarding feeling to be with that team after what they did. Just a command performance on both sides of the ball. And the way that it started, even to me, made it, more exciting with the offense in terms of going 2 3 and outs. Philly was on it. There were certainly some opportunities that were missed on those first 2 drives, but then after that, are you kidding me? It was a juggernaut. The play calling, the 6 consecutive drives with touchdowns. I don't know when the last time that was done. It's been a long, maybe for this team, 1992 or maybe 92. So I don't know. It's been a long, long time. The offensive line was freaking outstanding throughout that game. As I said, first 6 plays were a little shaky. Brocky was incredibly good in terms of what he was able to do. The ball distribution. Deebo Samuel had more juice and more gas than I've seen. He's always got it, but it seemed like it had a little extra punch last night. And then the play calling was some of the timely calls. And I'll tell you where I think the whole game flipped was that 3rd and 3 to Kittle on the 3rd drive. And when he was, Brock was able to just extend the play a little bit and see George out there on the 49ers sideline and converted that 3rd and 3, first 3rd down conversion. Then it was Debo on a crosser. Then it was another big block by Kittle and a relief. I don't know if you guys. I'm sure you remember the play. It was the first long one by the offense and a great play call. Kittle comes backside in motion, and just enough of a stock block on Hassan Reddick. I think because he was so wide and so up the field, it gives the guard, and I think it was Banks on that play, if I remember, an opportunity to get out there and also block because they're blocking everybody else down. And then he released out to the flat. And they absolutely busted on defense. Nobody picked him up. Kittle was wide open, drives it deep into the red zone, and then the first touchdown happened with BA. And I'm so glad they reviewed it and kept it the same way, being a touchdown. His hand was under the freaking ball. The ball can still move as long as you've got hands under it and there's control, which there was. So I'm glad they stayed with that. And then the avalanche began on offense. And defensively, at the end of the day, in that game, both of these teams, you guys know this, want to run the football. Philadelphia runs it 31 times a game. They ran it, I think, 14 times in that game last night, and the 49ers they weren't going to let them do it. I just thought all around, I mean, the rush plan on Hurts to get him to retreat and spill outside the pocket horizontally, not rush, run vertically on some of those escape lanes and really use his legs to crease you past the line of scrimmage. I thought the plastering on the back end, which means when the quarterback's out of the pocket, go find any one of those 5 weapons and try to hip up to them and cover them. Man, it was just impressive. Ambry, Thomas, Charvarius, where we can just go down the line. Diamado and Lenore, and they're at nickel, and what that switch has meant to this football team over the last 4 games. Just a lot of fun. So now we've seen Brocky 1. That wasn't too good. He went out early last year. Now we've seen Brocky 2, and I can imagine Brocky 3 will be at a stadium near you at some point.
Oh, that great line. Great breakdown overall, Tim, as we talk to Tim Ryan here on the UMA guest line. 49ers 42, Eagles 19. Unbelievable performance all around. I want to go back to the defense, Tim, and you mentioned in your description there about their rush plan. And help me out.
Right.
As an old D lineman, tell me what, because there were times Jalen had the ball.
You never really want to commit to an edge against a guy like that, because as soon as you get – and what's the whole thing as a great pass rush? You got to get to an edge. Got to get to a half man. Got to give yourself the opportunity to get by him so you can then, get to the quarterback and have an open lane to the quarterback. With a guy like Jalen Hurts, who you want to keep in the pocket and read out his progressions from the pocket, anytime you're rushing, and it's a 4-man rush, so there's going to be some open lanes in the middle of that 5-man offensive line. As soon as you're a traditional get to an edge rusher, you've just created an edge for him to escape. You just created and opened a running lane for him to take off, whether it's, a defensive end too far up the field, and now he's out the side door, whether it's the defensive tackles splitting and not being tight in their gaps in terms of clogging it up the middle, then you're going to, as soon as a guy gets an edge, now there's an edge for him on the other side of the blocker. So to me, it looked like, and there was times the 49ers were letting it go, but Bosa had so much of an impact in that game, just basically forklift, and Lane Johnson is one hell of a tackle. But if you watch, there's so many times that Jalen Hurts flushed because he got to his back foot, first read's not there, and now he can feel the bull rush in the pocket squeezing around him. And if you can get him to retreat and go backwards towards his own goal line and then out to the side, there's not as much vision for him on the field. He's on the run. There was times the 49ers had a secondary container, but to be able to get 9 hits with a mush rush or a squeeze rush, or I call it the Python push, because you're just constricting, you're squeezing, you're trying to at times most of the time stay down the middle of the offensive blocker so you don't give up that edge. Was pretty impressive.
So cool to see them execute that game plan. 2 things. 1, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. And it is the Murph and Marcus show. Marcus Boucher sitting to my left with a question.
Yeah, Tim, there's a million different things we could talk about from this 49er defense and their win over the Eagles yesterday. I want to go back to that first quarter where there weren't a lot of good things going on for the 49ers, but you look at that defense and their ability to hold the Eagles to 2 field goals. Going back to that first drive, that Charvarius Ward play, breaking up that 3rd and goal pass in the corner of the end zone. How big was that for the 49er defense to bend but not break, only allowing the Eagles to come out with 6 points after that first quarter?
It was absolutely huge. You were right on it. With the offense struggling on the first 2 drives, they had -6 yards on their first 2 drives, and Philly was already well over 100 on their first 2 and marching it down the field with some big plays to A.J. Brown on the slant. I thought the first one could have been an OPI. It looked like he had a pretty overt push-off to me on Charvarius Ward. But great play by them. Not a great angle by Jair Brown to miss that tackle on that first one. But to be able to get down and have your backs pinned against the wall and make those kind of plays and hold them to field goals. So now it's 6-0, not 14-0. That is a whole different feeling from the neck up. and a whole different feeling in terms of, fueling confidence or fueling lack of confidence. So to be able to do that, really, really good. Ambry Thomas, be able to do what he did in those moments, that really was probably the biggest story of the game until that onslaught started happening. No question about it.
Incredible, just the key plays made to hold those guys to field goals. Now we got to ask you about the thing everybody's talking about. Big Dom. My gosh. Dre Greenlaw. So multiple angles here, Tim, starting with
Who? Hold on. Big who?
I know, right? I got to ask you, A, the Greenlaw tackle, is that legal or illegal, the suplex? B?
Illegal.
Okay, so that's 15. B?
Look, Dre's been called for that, Murph, more than once. He wrestled somewhere in his past life. That was the old game. Let's play King of the Mountain with Dre Greenlaw. Oh no, you're getting suplexed, flipped off the. He grew up doing that because it comes too natural to him. You cannot pick up a guy and pulverize him like that anymore. Used to be, but you can't do that anymore.
No King of the Hill. So then your breakdown of the whole Dom DeSandro, who by the way, somebody from Philly told me he's the kid. His old man was Buddy Ryan's security guy. I don't know if you knew that. It's like a nepotism thing, whatever. But
well,
anyway.
I could tell by looking at him, he's been around a while in Philly, South Philly, if you know what I mean, Murph.
So your breakdown on the ejection of Dre Greenlaw versus they lost a security guy. I just lost Dre Greenlaw. How unfair or fair was it?
I thought it was unfortunate. I don't think it was unfair or fair. It was unfortunate. That guy has no freaking business being where he was on the field during that play. I get your security. I get it. But when Dre picked him up, Devontae, and threw the soup on him and planted him into the white stripe, and it could have been more physical. I think Dre didn't. I think he knew in his heart it wasn't right. He didn't really jump in with both feet. But that guy's already standing on the white stripe. He's already right there, and then he's immediately going to start pushing on a 49er player and pushing him away. I get it if you're breaking guys up, but his hands went right to the chest to Dre Greenlaw, and I don't know what he was saying. I have no idea what he was saying. I'd be curious to talk to Dre about it. But that guy had no business with his hands on him and pushing him back into the field of play. And then so Dre reacted and did what he did. And the thing that bothered me is obviously, a punch is a punch. You're out automatic on that. I guess a somewhat jab and then put your middle finger, your index finger out at the last second would not be. I think Dre thought of that rule real quick as soon as that thing was flying down the pipe. Like, I better put my finger out. I don't know, but it was not a completely closed hand. We've seen that, called or not called or ejected or allowed to play in both situations, but it's got to be a closed fist. Remember early in the year they didn't eject Big Trent because they couldn't quite see if he had a closed fist or not. That was player on player. This is on the sideline with a head security guy. So I don't know what he said. I don't fault Dre for that action. I fault him for the suplex on the sideline. But what bothered me was after the play, you could almost sense, what's his name again?
Dom DeSandro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Big Dom.
Okay, Big Dom. You could almost sense that Big Dom was kind of proud of himself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that bothered me, and then all of a sudden I think he gets the news like, "Hey, Big Dom, you got to walk too," and he's like, "Well, I think I read his lips saying wow or something like that." The league better come down on him. That is classless. Now he may never buy another beer in Philadelphia again,
right?
But that is freaking classless. He had no business being in there. And again, I don't know what he said. So I don't fault Dre for reacting the way he did.
Great breakdown, man. Hey, a couple more here with Tim Ryan here as the Niners celebrate one unbelievable win. By the way, think about their signature wins this year. 42-10 over Dallas, 34-3 over Jacksonville, 31-13 over Seattle, and 42-19 over Philly. Holy 1989 49ers, Batman. So, McCaffrey, Nick Bosa said he just makes something out of nothing. And he didn't touch it in the first quarter. And then maybe, Timmy, was the play of the game that little wheel route that he ran, and Purdy found him down the left sideline? Not to mention his running.
No, you know how CMC, TNT, Dynamite, and the AC/DC song, he's a power load, man. It's what he is. He's a power load. He is so rugged in the mix as a runner. And again, back to what I started with, the offensive line, straining to make blocks against a big-time defensive line. And they got the job done. I thought the inside trio really played well again. Banks was out of his mind. Brendel. I mean, CMC is so good at timing up those blocks. Trent, Burford played well. Colton played well. Kittle was out of his freaking mind as a blocker, as usual. Those runs, I mean, CMC times it up so good, makes the right cut, has all the ability to burst and get through, and really turns what in, when some guys are small runs into 8, 10, 12, 15-yard runs. But he's got to have the blocks to be able to do it, and those guys provided that for him, and they have all year. The passing game's a whole different animal, and the timely call on that wheel route, or out and up, whatever you want to call it, for the four, and they have a pretty good idea when guys are going to be in man coverage and what they're deploying on the field. But to run it right at that moment, the out and the up, I think the guy guessed Morrow that it was just going to be an out route, because there was like 6-7 yards of instant separation. Right after he made the break to get up the field. And then Brock doesn't miss. He dropped it right in the bucket. Great play call. Great job by CMC. Brock. And then the play call the very next play. I mean, now they're desperate. Now all right, these guys are going to be flying to the football. Maybe some misdirection stuff. Get them to overcommit on defense. Here comes the reverse to Deebo Samuel. Another unbelievably well-timed call by Kyle Shanahan. Hassan Reddick just bites bigger than Dallas to go chase it. And now it's getting flipped to Deebo Samuel coming back the other way. Foot on the gas pedal, led by Kittle, who basically takes out two players at the 5 and pushes them both into the end zone. Deebo was never touched, but there's so many weapons. Marcus, Murph, you guys know it. You see it. The whole league knows it. This 49er team is about execution. As I said, they got the team, they got the scheme, just got to go execute it. And last night, after the first 2 drives offensively, we saw a great illustration of that.
Now, Tim, there was a lot of talk leading into this matchup about the comments that 49er players made last year after losing the NFC Championship game, whether it was Deebo Samuel talking about James Bradbury or the quote that got a lot of attention of Brandon Ayuk saying that the 49ers' plan was to expose this Eagles defense. Well, with a healthy Brock Purdy yesterday, the 49ers put up 42 points on the Eagles. Do you think he was right in that this 49ers team healthy did expose this Eagles defense yesterday?
Oh, it's obvious. 6 consecutive drives with touchdowns. They exposed them, but they're not the first to do it this year. First to do it in terms of what that looked like. But this is and the trash talk is great. It means nothing when you get to game day. I think it gives the fans more fuel than the players. The 49ers are going to play like they play. I don't care who they're playing. They're going to play snap to whistle. They're going to play nasty. They're going to play the game with a physicality, with a physical staple that they play like that every time they take the field on game day. So this defense got new guys on the D-line inside, 2 new linebackers, 2 new safeties, a new nickel player. There's 7 or 8 different guys on that defense. And they ran roughshod all over them. That's to me was pretty obvious. So look, I here's what I'm happy for. Pumped for the players. This is another step on the journey to Las Vegas. This was a big time win. but you could sense it wasn't. This team was business-like when we left that stadium and got on that bus and got on that plane. It was nothing extra. There was no extra party, and there was no extra sticking their chest out. I'm just glad they had a chance. They knew. I remember the NFC Championship game where it was first series. Brock Starr is out. They didn't even have a real chance to be competitive in that game because you don't have a quarterback. And once Josh went, then totally forget it. Josh Johnson. I'm glad number 13 in week 13 had a chance to go in there and do what he did. To start 0 for 4 and finish the game 19 of 23 for 314 and 4 touchdowns. To go in there and start 0-2 on third down and after that 8 of 9 on third down. They were unstoppable last night. Play calling, player execution, and the play of the quarterback being able to distribute the ball to all those weapons in different spots. Juwan Jennings, and everyone around the league is on notice, and they have been. They know what this 49er team can do. That's why I'm not into all the power rankings. I just go to practice. I just watch the team and know the guys, but 49ers are going to be probably the number one team in pro football because in the power rankings, because they just took down the 10-1 Philadelphia Eagles, who have been the cardiac kids outlasting everybody. We'll see if they can hold the position, the 49ers. But I said it in the losing streak. I'll say it all the way till this season ends, and hopefully it's a party with Lombardi. It's about this team. It's about the 49ers. I don't care who you put on the field. If the 49ers play like they're capable of playing and execute like we've seen them do most of this season, and Murphy referenced all those, big wins, it's going to be a fun way to end this season. 1 week at a time. Here we go.
Brocky 3. It doesn't.
Brocky 3.
There's a lot of chapters to be written before then.
Coming soon to an NFC Championship game near you.
Eagles going to Dallas Sunday night. Niners, Seahawks. I'll listen to you Thursday with Papa and Lund to break down the bounce back factor. But this is a morning to recap that game. So, dude, on a long flight, you know what you just did, Timmy? You just stood on all 10.
That's
dude.
it. 10 toes down, Tim. We're going to start calling you 10 toes Tim.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys.
The history of that is that Debo posted on Instagram a bunch of pictures from the game, and his caption was "Stand on all 10." And I was like, "What?" And then Marcus and the kids had to tell me it meant you stand on all 10 toe. I was like, "Okay, I get it. I guess."
Marcus and the kids.
Timmy,
let me just circle all the way back to my wife.
So tell her
she is a wonderful lady, but she knows this. She knows this internet stuff like the kids.
Oh, that's hilarious, man. All right, well, welcome back. Long flight. You dug deep for this set hit, so thanks a ton. Get some rest, and then come back strong. I know you'll be back at the practice field in a couple days, and have a good one, Timmy.
All right, you guys. Tell Mac to call me. I miss him.
Yeah, I will.
And I really do. And Marcus, welcome to the zoo, bro. Welcome. Glad to have you.
Appreciate it, Tim. Thanks a lot, man. Means a lot from you.
Well, it's official now, buddy.
Yeah.
You've been welcomed by Tim Ryan. Brent Jones joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this evening. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Did we stand on all 10?
10 toes down, Murph.
10 toes down?
Every day, me and you.
So you've heard that before.
I have heard it before.
Interestingly, my 16-year-old didn't know.
Wow.
He's usually up on everything.
It's a line that's used a lot in rap songs these days.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you have to. Did you get into that Instagram post by him and figure it out?
I saw a couple of the pictures. I don't get the SpongeBob meme, but hey, if SpongeBob is ready to go in his black Air Forces, so am I, Murph.
SpongeBob is universal. All right, so here's the deal. Yes, huge changes at KNBR. Yes, a lot of emotions for all of us, and a lot of, onward, the show goes on energy with Marcus in the Murph and Marcus show. I'll just try to put my feelings about Paulie into words at the end of the show. I just figured that's the way to tag out today. I don't know. That's my call. You guys can say I'm wrong. But anyway, point is that, so I'll set aside, I don't know, about 10 minutes at the end of the show to talk about Paulie. But most of y'all, even though y'all love Paulie and you love Marcus, most of y'all want to talk 49ers Eagles, 42-19. So the big hit, and we have young California Kyle, coming in for the headline today. 49ers destroy the Birds at their place. All right.
Ooh, or in their nest,
In
young
their
Tony
nest.
tells me.
We'll get into it next. The big hit, Niners-Eagles on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Seen Brocky 1. I wasn't too good. He went out early last year. Now we've seen Brocky 2, and I can imagine Brocky 3 will be at a stadium near you at some point.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The Warriors had another double-digit blown lead this past weekend against the LA Clippers, and guess who was here on Saturday to recap it all? John Dickinson. That's right, JD had his first Saturday show this weekend of Dubs OT, so to listen to the entire podcast of JD breaking down the latest Dubs double-digit loss, check out that podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
El Cerrito. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, El Cerrito's sports leader.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Purdy going to pump throw for the end zone. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! Under center. Handoff coming left. Touchdown! CMC! It's an end around to Deebo Samuel coming right. Turns the corner and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! Looks left now. Middle throws caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Purdy looks left, Purdy throws left, caught. You know who? Jawan Jennings breaks a tackle, touchdown! Deebo Samuel is loose, touchdown!
There it is. Greg Papa howling like Tarzan all over Philadelphia as the Niners score 6 straight touchdowns. Marcus, it has not happened since October of 1992 when they did it to the Atlanta Falcons, okay? And it hasn't been done in the NFL since then, except for the 2019 Baltimore Ravens, oddly enough, did that. You don't think of them, who are coming in at Christmas, by the way.
That's right. Get ready for Lamar and the Ravens.
That's another one. And we'll start talking Seattle later this week. But anyway, good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. That's it. Boom. Get it in your heads. Get it in your programs going forward. We all know what happened with Paulie Mack on Wednesday. I'll talk about it at the end of the show. And 808 KNBR is the phone number, by the way. You guys want to call in on the big hit on the Niners and the Eagles. We're here for you because it was unbelievable. I got to tell you, Waterboy, a tale of 2 days. At the end of the first quarter, your boy was hot.
Yeah,
I was not
I'm
a happy
sure you
character.
were, yeah.
I don't know. I was wound up. I guess maybe I had my own things going on. Yeah. And minus 6 yards. And when Brock Purdy was jogging off after the second 3 and out, I was like, what am I seeing in his face? Am I seeing a guy who's overwhelmed or am I seeing a guy who's calm? Well, it turns out it was the latter because the guy came back on the field, 15-yard line, false start. They're on the 10-yard line. And calmly, as Tim Ryan told us, the third down conversion to George Kittle to keep that drive alive, and then a third down conversion to Debo right after that we threw that little short crossing route that turned into like a 13-yarder. And the next thing you know, kaboom. Then it started looking like the Kyle Shanahan gashing. And one of the things we haven't talked about, buddy, is that Kyle's always known as a first quarter guy. Mm-hmm. And this was a case where he actually got better as the game went on.
And that's the thing. You can throw that script out of the window because we talk about it so often, how the 49ers almost automatically score on that first drive of the game. Well, Murph, they had negative 6 yards on 6 plays after the first quarter. But even sitting there watching Brock Purdy on the sideline, who I'm sure had tons of emotion running through his head because he's back at the scene of the crime. It was less than a year ago. He tore his UCL in his first ever loss out in Philadelphia, and now he's back there this weekend, handing the Eagles their first home loss. But you're right. As soon as he got that connection to George Kittle down the sideline, as soon as we saw Trent Williams, Kyle Juszczyk, Christian McCaffrey out in front and blocking for Debo, getting into the end zone, that's when you knew that the tide was turning and that the Purdy for 30 offense was back on track.
So let's go back to the moment in time. The Dre Greenlaw ejection. Okay, it's 21-6. It's mid-third quarter. Philadelphia is kind of dead. The link is kind of dead.
Mm-hmm.
Niners had kind of gutted them, 21-6. They hadn't been down 15. They'd been down 10. 15's bigger. And then we have the suplex. Then we have the ejection. And the ball goes from that play, the ball started on the 37 and ended up on the 12. Okay? And then they go down to the darn... They got the pass to you know what they had? They had a 3rd and 12, and they completed a pass to... Did you know the Niners blitzed on that play? I didn't talk about that. It was 3rd and 12 on the 12, and they were going to hold him to a field goal, and Steve Wilks called like maybe his only all-out blitz of the day, and it burned him. They hit A.J. Brown, and he ran down to the 1-yard line. And I was like, oh, my God, Silk Wilks has been laying back with the 4-man rush all game. And then when he went with the blitz, he got burned.
Yeah, hurts will make you pay.
And then on the 1, dude, you know what they're going to do.
They're going brotherly shove. Back-to-back plays. 49ers, would you say successul in the first time stopping it?
Yes.
I know the Eagles still got
they
a
were
yard,
doing it
but
from 2 yards out.
They didn't get into the end zone.
By the way, can they always... Do they generally get 2 out of that or 1? Because I'm thinking, why wouldn't they go for 2 every play?
I mean, Murph, it's almost to a point where it feels like they get 3 to 4 yards every time they run it. Like we were talking about last week, whether or not they should just line up and run it every single play. Remember when Herm Edwards came on and he was losing his mind? He goes, it's 1st and 8 every time for them.
Right,
they have an automatic 2 yards. It's unstoppable.
So anyway, here's my point, is it gets to 21-13, and now here comes... Big Dom walks off a hero. Did you see that one jabroni coach give him a big soul shake and a hug on the way off?
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, right?
Did you see the video, too, after the game? He was waiting in the tunnel saying, we'll get him next time, guys. We'll get him next time.
I didn't see that.
Get the hell out of here,
Get
Dom.
the hell with your... Yeah.
Go take a hike, Dom.
Big Dom. So anyway, first play, 21-13, Purdy got sacked by Fletcher Cox. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
But it was only a 2-yard sack.
And that's when he stepped up in the pocket and got taken down.
And I was saying we had multiple teenagers watching the game. And I said to him, I was like, that's okay. Because they were like, no, the sack. I was like, no. He didn't make a bad decision, didn't throw it into traffic, didn't chuck it. By the way, 0 turnovers.
0 turnovers, 0 intentional groundings. Like, he wasn't making any mistakes.
So 2nd and 12, Kyle calls the run to McCaffrey over the left side for 5. Now it's 3rd and 7. It's 21-13, and he hits Ayuk for 10 yards. These are the kind of... Marcus, the very next play, McCaffrey runs for 16. They're on the 48-yard line, and then the next play is the pass to Deebo Samuel. He catches it on the what was the Philly 48 or Philly 50? And, dude, the way he ran down that field, it was I was like, everything is in his legs right now. Like, the way he was, I was like, everything he said, everything we felt for an entire year, he was like, I'm not going down. You know what I mean? And then the blocks.
Yeah, and then you got George Kittle leading the way. And just getting back to what you were saying about Debo, we talked about those next-gen stats, him hitting 22 miles per hour. I know it's one of those old sayings, but he ran like he stole something. And he showed up to the link, and he was stealing Cuban links. He was Debo riding up on his bicycle, taking chains and getting into the end zone.
It was very Debo Friday performance. So anyway, here's Shanahan on the Greenlaw-Eagles fight and how it caused that situation, and that's how the Niners responded.
Oh, yeah, that's why I tried my hardest not to lose my mind. Hopefully I didn't embarrass myself too bad. But yeah, once I didn't get to see it all from where I'm at, but when I started hearing people explain it to me and stuff, and I just can't believe someone not involved in a football game can taunt our players like that and put their hands in our guys' face. And from what I was told, Dre did it back to him, and I was told that he kind of mashed him in the face a little bit, so he got ejected. But it was a very frustrating play. I got to watch it to have a true opinion on it, but I loved how we rallied after it.
That's it. I loved how we rallied after. That was really the drive of the season.
Yeah, because that could have gone 2 different directions in that moment.
2nd and 12 after the sack. Did they go 3 and out there?
And you heard that Philly fan base. That rejuvenated everybody, Murph, to the point where I thought maybe we'd get guys breaking out of prison and swarming the field.
Seriously, because they do have a jail there. By the way, can I get a riff? And I may need, I used to say to Paulie, can I get some help here?
What do you need, Murph?
But when Debo ran in the last touchdown to make it 42, and they showed the extra point going through the goalpost and the shot of the seats in the end zone, I said to my crew, I said, man, Debo just turned the link into a I don't know, a Gabe Farhan Giants attendance night.
Man, it was empty.
I've seen that crowd before, buddy.
Dude, it was sparse.
I've seen that crowd before.
It was a sparse Tuesday night crowd, Murph.
That was a Gabe Farhan September 2023 special there, buddy.
Oh, man.
I had to get the stray
Driving off the road for that one, Murph.
By the way, well, you'll hear from Gabe in the cooler of content.
Stay tuned.
Right. Meanwhile, Shanahan on Purdy. I mean, this kid. Where are you? Where are you at with the dude? By the way, me growing a beard. How about Purdy just going? I'm going as clean shaven as any human. I'm as clean shaven as young Tony. Actually, young Tony's got a little scruff, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a little bit. Yeah.
But have you ever seen a boy who's got a more boyish look than this?
And like that's the thing we need to remind ourselves. Like we talked about, like how cool and collective he is in the pocket, in the huddle, at the podium. He's 23 years old.
23.
And the fact that he's doing this less than a year from tearing his UCL, Murph, we've talked about it a bunch. I've had Tommy John surgery. I've gone through the process. I was away from the game for over a year. But for Brock Purdy to come back 6 months after the internal brace surgery, and now he's better than ever, like he really is the $6 million man, even though he's making less than $1 million per year.
The synthetic slingshot.
He's got the synthetic slingshot,
so
bro.
Shanahan on his quarterback's emotions going back to Philly.
Yeah, I don't think the emotions were there like you would think. I think if we would have opened up in week 1 here, I think that would have been a real big deal. But just I think going through this season, and he's played a lot of football. His arms felt great. So I think coming back here, the emotions are more about going against such a good team and playing in such a hard place to play. But I don't think there was, you can ask him when he gets in here, but I don't think it was real consumed with the injury that he got.
Well, okay. Well, we did ask him. They asked him. The writer said to Brock, okay, you're back in the belly of the beast. What were your emotions?
It was sort of in my mind. Yeah, man, I got hurt here. That was this year, late in January. But was it going to be the revenge game or anything like that? No. For me, it was week 13. We're going into it's a new year, a hostile environment. We needed this game. We need this game. And obviously we have some really important games coming up too. So that's where I was at with that. I didn't want to get distracted by I got to go back and show everybody what could have happened or what could have been. Got a new team. This is 2023, and that's where my mind was at.
So 3 things I want to say. 1, dude, you want to talk about the Niners backing up what they would have done to the Eagles defense?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What they would have done. 2, talking about his emotions. After the first quarter, bro, the emotions, I went up feeling too good. But 3, how about they wind up, we talked about Vegas. How are the Niners favored? Dude.
They don't miss, Murph.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
You took the Eagles minus 20. You win that, too.
Still wouldn't have covered.
No. Debo. It's all about Debo, right?
And that's the thing I want to jump in first before we get into this Debo sound, because we talked about it with Tim Ryan. There was so much made about the comments made from 49er players last year after the NFC Championship loss. So much to the point where Nick Sirianni put together a highlight package for the Eagles to watch before the game started. And we've heard from Brock. We heard from Debo during the week. Everybody said, oh, it's 2023. It's a new team. Well, here was Debo Samuel. Here was Fred Warner, Trent Williams, and even Christian McCaffrey showing up in all black on Sunday. So, Murph, even though they talked a lot about moving forward to this weekend's matchup, you can tell it was still personal from the previous meeting.
Okay, let's play the Debo sound. Then I have a question for you. This is Debo. This is Purdy on Debo. Pardon me. Purdy talking about Debo emotion.
Going into the week, obviously, Debo had a little something to him. That's just who he is, and he can do that. He's good enough to do that. And but was it a distraction or anything like that? No. Debo's practiced hard all week, every single week. He's done that, and he's been very consistent this year. And so, but going into this game, he had a little history with obviously the way things went down last year in the playoff game, and he's definitely looked forward to this game, coming back into this place. So he was pumped about it and stoked and ready to go. And all I had to do was give him the ball and some space, and he made the rest happen. So really happy for him.
By the time he was running that third touchdown in, I was telling you guys, he was embarrassing the back 7 of the Eagles. Those linebackers and DBs couldn't even compete with him.
And this is what him and Brandon Ayuk were talking about last year when everybody was losing their mind. Ayuk saying, look, we were going to expose this defense. Yeah. And even on that podcast where Debo went on and called James Bradbury trash, he goes, look at the play that Brock got hurt on. Look how wide open Brandon Ayuk was.
So here's the question. I'm watching Sal Pal, my guy Sal Palantonio on ESPN, and he's doing his Philly thing, and he's all bummed out because he's a Philly guy.
Yeah.
And he's like speaking in hushed tones. He's like, the Eagles are putting it together after. And he said, Brandon Graham, the longest tenured Eagle, said, we're getting everybody's best shot. We're everybody's Super Bowl. This was the Niners' Super Bowl. Strong statement. Do you agree with that? I don't know if the Niners would say.
No.
Are they right that the Niners maybe put too much into a regular season game?
No, because I don't think this was the 49ers Super Bowl. This was their chance to get vengeance or revenge from the NFC Championship game where they felt like they didn't have the opportunity to compete because of the injury to Brock Purdy. So maybe to them it's their NFC Championship game, but hey, who knows? I'm expecting the 49ers to be back there in the NFC Championship game. The question is it going to be the Eagles, and will it be at Levi Stadium?
Here's my question now. We haven't even talked about it because we're so obsessed with the game and the details and all the Debo-ness of that game. But the NFC race, how you see this thing playing out? Because now the Niners are 9-3.
Correct.
Eagles are 10-2. Lions are 9-3 too. If the Niners finish on tie with the Lions, they have the tiebreaker, assuming they beat the Rams and the Cardinals, because they have better division record, and the Lions have already lost a division game.
Okay.
So they're out.
I like that.
I know, right. But we're assuming the Niners have to win out, guys, right?
I mean, that's the thing, because we all knew going into this game that the 49ers were 2 games back from that number 1 seed. So they not only needed to win yesterday, which they did, they need the Eagles to lose again, whether it's the Cowboys or somebody else, and they need to win out.
You've seen their schedule.
Yes.
So it's the Cowboys Sunday night. Then it's at Seattle. I don't know. Seattle seems to be fading, but it's at Seattle where things can happen.
I mean, you never know. I mean, we look at the one other game that the Eagles have lost this year. It's against Zach Wilson and the New York Jets.
And then they go Giants, Commanders, Giants. Could the New York Giants, could Paulie Mack's Big Blue do it for the
I mean, the Commanders and Riverboat Ron took them to overtime earlier this year.
So anyway, wanted to get to that. Hey, we asked for calls. Sacramento's coming strong. A lot of sack, 916. So Leland lighting the beam up in sack for the Niners. Leland, you're on KNBR. Good morning.
Oh, yeah, that beam was shining bright all the way from Philadelphia.
Nice, Leland. Nice. What's up, man?
Hey, well, I want to say a couple things. First of all, Waterboy, welcome to the lineup. Been enjoying listening to you at 5 a.m.
Thank you, Leland.
Hey, you're welcome. A few weeks ago, when we had those 3 losses in weeks 6, 7, and 8, I know that a lot of listeners were really lit up about Steve Wilks, me being one of them. And I'm laughing too. A couple things that I saw during that time. I just, I played D-line, and I felt like the 49ers D-line during those 3 games was super boring, and I didn't see any scheming going on. And I called up, and I complained really loudly about Steve Wilks. And I think, Murph, you even listened to me. And I want to say I was I'm so glad the 49ers are really running on all 8 cylinders on the defense right now. And I think I was really premature in my judgment about Steve Wilks. What do you guys think? I questioned whether he was right for the culture of San Francisco.
Yeah.
And I want to say I think I was completely wrong. I love this guy. He's a Niner all the way through. I know he's out from outside the organization. He wasn't raised in it, but Steve Wilks, he's a dude, and I love him.
There you go, Leland. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. So first of all, is it the sideline? I mean, he's undefeated since the sideline move, right?
I mean, it's easy to point to that, say, oh, that's the thing that fixed everything, but also trading for Chase Young, bringing him in, yes.
Also, winning is the ultimate deodorant. Yes. This guy's like, I love Steve Wilks, man, because you just beat the Eagles 42-19.
And you just held the Eagles to 46 rushing yards, yeah.
Aaron in Sacramento. Aaron, is this Coffee Pot, Aaron? Aaron, good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
It is Coffee Pot, Aaron, yes.
It is. So I'm raising a fresh pot to all you guys, including Paulie Mack. So
raising it right now, buddy. Yes.
Hey, just want to let you guys know. So watching that game, first 2 drives was terrible, and all I could hear were all the Brock haters, right? Because he looked as bad as they said he was going to look. And then it was like a boxing match where they just had to survive that barrage of the guy who comes out crazy. And then right after that, they just laid haymaker after haymaker, and it was beautiful. And it was beautiful to watch Nick Sirianni's dumb face just get sadder and sadder and sadder. And it was funny because my wife kept coming in the room, and she's like, "Wow, they keep scoring." I'm like, "Yeah, we need more points. I want to run this up on these guys," and it was awesome.
Aaron, great call, man. Great to hear you, and thanks for the coffee pad as always, and always the love too, Aaron. He's right, and I can't get over. Had I been mic'd up. Mm-hmm. I stayed off Twitter yesterday just for a number of reasons. I was just wasn't feeling, I was just I had kids over and I was like, I don't know. Anyway, I stayed off it. I'm glad I did. Because I was reading some tweets at the end of the first quarter.
Oh.
There'd be some smoking guns out there. I was hot.
Oh, Murph, I checked in just to look to see what was going on social media, and people were losing their minds. But Aaron's right. It's the old Mike Tyson quote. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah.
And let's be honest with you. The 49ers were punched in the mouth in the first quarter, but Steve Wilkes and Kyle Shanahan had a plan and outplayed them the second, third, and fourth
By the
quarters.
way, is that on the short list of the greatest sports quotes of all time?
100%. It's one of my favorites.
Because, I mean, everything's a cliche. That one's like lockdown 100% true. Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. I don't want to get punched in the mouth. And if it does, it's going to change my plan.
Murph,
Right.
it's kind of like this morning show. We had a plan, and then we got punched in the mouth.
Very good. See, heating up, buddy. Heating up. Armando, to finish our Sacramento trifecta here, Armando in Sacramento. Armando, good morning.
Good morning. First, I like the new team, and I'm sorry I'm going to miss the old team. But I'd like to talk about Brock Purdy and that jacket he wore after the game. I'm saying to myself, what is he doing wearing that jacket? You know what he's doing? He puts that jacket on like in the morning to take out the trash. That's what
Nice call, Armando. You thought it was a little run down. It said, did you see the jacket, Motorboy?
So it's the one that almost looked like an Adidas
But it
tracksuit
said-
or something.
see what it said?
No, I didn't see what it said.
And Armando, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. It said Gucci.
Oh, that's Gucci, bro. As you know, it still lives on the soundboard, Murph.
That's Gucci, bro. And you know what the Eagles were? That's not Gucci, bro. There you go, buddy. There you go, buddy. All right. Michael in Santa Rosa continues our calls on the big hit. Good old Santa Rosa. Beautiful Santa Rosa. Michael, good morning. How are you?
I'm fabulous, man. Better now. I was devastated on Thursday, I think, when I figured out it was like Black Thursday for me. So keep going. And Paulie Mack and FP, man, we love you guys. So.
Yeah, it's well said, Michael. And I'm going to talk about Paulie at the end of the show. It's emotional for all of us, man. But like I said at the very start of the show, the most important thing we can do is Marcus's family. And they kept it in the family. And Marcus knows our show. He's been one with us for 4 years. And Marcus knows. So anyway, Michael, what's up, man?
And that's what we want to hear, man. Promote within. If it's still family, then you got it. There you go. The Niners are putting it together, all right? They finally, like Shanahan's play calling, and get the defensive guy downstairs. Get your ass downstairs right now. We're losing games. Like, we got to change it up. They're learning. Call the plays. Brock had to get the chip on his shoulder after the first two drives and go take it to him. That's how he does it. It's like, I'm taking this over. They play their game. Just do that. Don't even worry about the other team. Every good play they've ever run, rerun them, because the other team still couldn't figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Just keep playing that game. Don't even worry. The tush push. Give me 5 seconds on that. I got more important things to worry about winning the game. You know, that's how they're going to get it done. So I hope this was a learning moment for everybody. Let's go, baby. It's Super Bowl.
Michael, great hearing from you, buddy. I mean, you know, it's true. We're talking about coming together. That little 3-game losing skid, sometimes you got to have those. You know what I mean? And we talked about it. It could just be as simple as this. No Debo, no Trent.
That's it. The 49ers are undefeated this year when Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel are in the lineup, and we saw the impact that they had. Of course, everybody's going to look at the Deebo Samuel 3 touchdowns, but do not miss out on just watching number 71, Trent Williams, on each and every play. Dude, I get so excited when I see him and George Kittle on the same side of the line.
They ran.
I'm like George sitting there on my couch.
Run it again!
Yeah, they ran.
Run it again!
They ran into that McCaffrey touchdown was a left side run.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob in Santa Rosa. Let's go Santa Rosa coming strong today. Jacob in Santa Rosa, good morning.
Good morning show. Hey, I was devastated on Thursday as well, so I'm really happy that we're moving forward as a group. Thank you guys for keeping my morning meditation happy and go lucky.
We'll try to carry on the tradition, man. Yeah. Well, you know, nothing will ever be the same, but this is what happens in life, and Marcus's family, so we're good.
That's right, baby.
Okay.
Thanks, Waterboy. And I wanted to talk about, so I usually listen to the game because I'm too stressed out to watch it. Like, I freak out at the TV. And so when I'm listening to Greg and Tim on the radio, who, shout out Greg and Tim, best football broadcasters in the nation, in my opinion, that Deebo Samuel break the tackle and run, I actually had to go downstairs and watch that. I was like, this game is changing right now. So I've probably watched that highlight like 12 times since yesterday. It was probably the most cathartic win that the Niners have had in a long time. Like, that's going to keep me high the rest of the season. Honestly.
Jacob, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I'm going through my Rolodex, my mental Rolodex of that is one of the most significant regular season wins in Niner history. It really is, Jacob. And thanks for the call, man. I love that you go from the radio to the TV. That's a good detail.
I got to go check in, Murph.
Thanks for the call. Have a good Monday, Jacob. Be good, man. Dude, we got to get to the cooler content, I know, but I mean, I go through it in my head, and it's like, Paulie, the old head Niner guy. So in 89, what about you were a little guy watching Art Shell's L.A. Raiders?
In 89, I wasn't alive, Murph. Sorry, Murph.
You were a zygote.
I was just a sparkle in my dad's eyes.
You were Ken and Denise. Ken and Denise hadn't gone to the floodwater yet, if you know what I mean.
Hey now.
Where are you guys going next? Anyway, in 89, the Niners went to Philadelphia, and Buddy Ryan had an incredible defense. He brought it from Chicago, that 46 defense, and it was Reggie White and Jerome Brown and legends. And the Niners got destroyed in the first half of that game. I want to say Montana got sacked 7 times in the first half. Now, I'm going to go back and check. If it wasn't 7, it was 6, all right? Bob McKittrick, one of my all-time favorite human beings, the Niners' legendary O-line coach, went up to Montana, we found out later, and he personally apologized to him at halftime. Wow. Said, I have let you down, and I will do everything I can to change that for you. This is on me. So, dude, Montana threw 4 touchdowns in the second half. I want to say 3 in the fourth quarter for one of the greatest comeback wins of Joe's career at Philly, in Philly's face. Okay, flash forward now 34 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't Montana 4 touchdowns in the second half, but it was 6 straight touchdown drives.
It was 4 touchdowns in 3 quarters.
Yeah. It was Debo running like who's ever run like that in the NFL? I mean, I don't know, Adrian Peters. I don't know.
But it's so different, too, because he's coming from the outside.
Randy
he's coming as a wide receiver.
Like Justin. I mean, think about receivers who run like that.
The only other guys in the league, we saw A.J. Brown on the field last night.
Yeah, but he's not doing that.
He's not. Andre Johnson was a big physical wide receiver. But no, not the way that Debo's doing it.
Who was that? It was the line. Was it 41? Was it Morrow who just went off him like a rag doll at midfield? Was that
Nicholas Morrow was in a spin cycle last night trying to cover Debo and Christian McCaffrey on that wheel route.
That's the exposing they were talking about, right?
And that's what I kind of broke down last week, because you looked at those injuries without Cunningham out there, with Nakobe Dean being on the IR. The middle of that defense is what the 49ers want to attack. And what do we know about Kyle Shanahan? He loves to attack that middle.
But he wasn't in the first quarter.
That's the thing. I was like, where the hell is Christian McCaffrey? Give him the ball.
Anyway, so I'm going through Niners, Rams, regular season finale 2019 when they had to win. And I mean, there's like names, the 2011 Harbaugh win at Philly, but it was earlier in the season. It was like early October. There's just certain games. I mean, obviously playoff games, Alex Smith, Saints, whatever. But in regular season games, Paulie would tell you a Monday nighter against the New York Giants in 1990. But this is on the short list of greatest regular season wins in franchise history.
And I think a big reason for that is all the question marks going into yesterday's game. From all the comments and the chatters from 49er players, from Eagles players, from Hassan Reddick saying last week, now's the opportunity this Sunday to line that S up again and see what's really going to happen. Guess what? They lined up at the link. Final score, 49ers 42, the Birds 19.
Yeah, somebody's telling me it was 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. So my mind, I got to tell you, it was, and just to give me my old head moment here, the cover of SI was everything back then. And the cover of SI comes out that Thursday, and it was Joe, arm cocked. I got to show it to you, buddy. I might weep if I show it to you. His arm is cocked, and they were wearing their red on the road, oddly enough. And it's like there's a lot of shadow because it's the afternoon, but he's bathed in a golden light, and he's just cocking his arm. I think it says Joe Cool, and it says Montana leads the comeback at Philly. But anyway, yesterday's game had those vibes. Although that weird something about the link with that mist they get. It's always gloomy. Like I said earlier, it looks like Transylvania there, doesn't it? It's always depressing. It's like kind of gloomy and misty and weird.
And everybody wonders why Philly fans are always in a bad mood and so depressed and so angry all the time. It's that weather, Murph.
By the way, I got sent by P1 Chuck, who's still here, even though, he's an old school Paulie guy. He says a high-level executive, this is according to New York Post, told Pro Football Talk there will be significant punishment imposed on Dom DeSandro and the Eagles.
Wow.
How about that? Maybe is this where the Eagles season turns for the worse?
Is this it? Down goes Dom, down goes the Eagles?
Big Dom brings down the Eagles. All right, we went long. We got to do cooler content. I'm going to talk about Paulie about 9:45. But all these calls, we have a lot of great calls. You guys are going to hang on. We can get to you after the cooler, okay? So if you need to hang up and call back, Anyway, we're here for you. It is the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hold on. Big who?
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Christian McCaffrey, a.k.a. Run CMC, ran all over the Eagles defense and then stopped by the postgame show with Tim Ryan and Greg Papa to talk all about it. So to hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, cooler of content. You go and play that beat, young Tony, underneath the cooler of content. Yeah, we always had. Well, okay, don't. We'll figure it out, dude. We'll figure it out. I did find the SI cover of Joe in 1989, and it said Joltin' Joe, is what it said. It said Joltin' Joe, and I'll show it to Waterboy just because I'm too excited. Cooler, I cannot believe. So, listen, obviously, if you're just tuning in, most of you know by now. There was a big shakeup last Wednesday, and Paulie Mack left the station, not of his own volition. He was relieved and so of his duties. And we are all processing it. And there's a lot of things going on here. And then, I had to take a couple days to kind of figure things out. And you guys saw my social post on him and everything. I'm going to speak again at 9:45 just because I want to talk about him because I love him so much. And Marcus does too. Marcus had his own relationship with Paulie.
100%.
Separate from me. Yeah, you guys had your own thing. Mm-hmm. But anyway, the point is that change happens. And as Paulie Mack's soundboard itself said, the show must go on. Or the show goes on, pardon me.
The show goes on, Murph,
Leo DiCaprio. So it's great to have Marcus here, and I'm really glad, as I said at the very top of the show, it's family. Marcus knows us. He's been with us for 4 years. Marcus knows the deal. So Marcus knows cooler content. So how perfect is it that right when the Niner game was kicking off, this guy's, his timing's incredible.
Dude.
I just go on social just to kind of see some Niners vibe, and there he is, dude. Yeah, I thought I'd post, get something out there for you guys. Dude, Gabe Kapler. And he got the news that he got hired as assistant GM of the Miami Marlins. Does that surprise you at all or anything? Or
a little bit. I know Kapler's got a past history working with player personnel. Obviously, that's what he was doing with the Dodgers before he started coaching the Giants. But I don't know. It's just kind of weird to see how it all ended with Gabe Kapler, whether or not he'd be a manager again. I wasn't expecting him to step in right away as an assistant GM after being fired for what we saw with the Giants last year.
Okay, so we've been riffing, and I know people are like, hey, we're done with the Gabe. We're kind of done. We kind of like figured, okay, we're done with Gabe. We're not going to do any more of those cool until he did this. Was it a Foot Locker?
Dude, a Foot Locker,
Champs?
a Champs, maybe a Lids he walked into.
Straight up mall sporting goods store.
Yeah.
Like, we've been to them. We've all been to them. Indoor mall. Champs, Foot Locker, dude. Gabe rolls tape. Of course.
Of course he is.
I'm going to roll on this.
He's always
here.
rolling tape.
Dude, this is right around Niner kickoff. I'm like, this is unbelievable. Okay, guys, picture his tattooed hand now pulling open the glass door and walking into Champs and then addressing the guy who works at the store to buy his very first Marlins hat, including Gabe walking to the hats and scanning with his camera the hat rack. We present to you probably the last Gabe Instagram of all time, making the transition from the Giants to the Marlins here.
What's up, man? How you doing today?
I'm good. You know.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
They are right over here on that wall. I'll walk you to it.
Perfect, thank you. I see you. No all black, huh?
We do not have all black anymore. We did. Sold out. Everybody likes black.
Have to go with the classic then. Appreciate you. Perfect.
Unbelievable. It was so good. God bless you, Gabe. God bless your social media game, dude. You never fail to entertain. I got to tell you, his opening line, dude, when he's pulling the door open, walks in, dude, yeah, where are the Marlins hats?
Where are the Marlins hats?
and Murph.
It's incredible.
Now, I'm just wondering, hearing that sound, was Kapler at a Lids or was he walking into the Link all black like the 49ers yesterday? I need an all black hat to match my all black Air Forces.
Young Tony,
Murph.
Can you isolate when he's like, yo, where's the all black?
Yeah,
where's the all black? Again, there's all these
black?
signs that Paulie is watching from above because we had Big Dom yesterday and now this here. Where's
No all black, huh?
No all black, huh, Murph?
Guy's cold, man.
Dude, and how about
By the
now,
way,
Cap?
Undeniably handsome man, looked good in the hat.
Oh, he always
Put
looks
on the
great. He always looks great.
But he had to hand the camera to somebody else to film him putting the hat on because the other one was his view. It was his view of walking into the Lids, his view of talking to the guy, his view of the hat rack.
By the way, what do you think about Gabe Kapler in South Beach, down in Miami?
Well, I mean,
hey,
the
now.
riffs are
Actually,
everywhere.
Murph, I'm on the search for the perfect
riffs are
Cubano
everywhere,
now.
dude. No, dude.
I've moved on from burgers. It's all Cubanos now.
Wearing the black and orange kind of halted my pastel game. Really excited for the aquamarine dolphin shorts.
I love the
dude,
Miami
guys,
Vice look.
Well, there's no
Murph.
question, dude. So, I mean, you play. I mean, listen, Miami Gabe is a whole other thing, dude. It's a whole I always felt Crockett was Tubbs was underrated. Crockett got too much love. I mean, it's incredible. And yeah, we're doing Paulie's Kaplan.
Yeah,
Yes, we are.
sorry.
All right, so here's the deal. Thank you, Gabe, for that, and congrats on your gig in Miami. Jim Harbaugh. So the Michigan Wolverines are number one.
Number one.
So remember when they were going into when he got suspended and J.J. McCarthy wrote bet, B-E-T?
I bet.
And then Tom Brady retweeted it and wrote bet. And we were all like, what's going on here?
And then every single player from Michigan tweeted out, bet.
And we were like, okay, this is what the kids now say. The kids say like, I'm going to go get a sandwich. They go, bet. Or we're going to we're going to win that next game, bet. So that was my interpretation.
That's it, Murph. I'm standing on 10 toes, bet.
But this was Jim Harbaugh's interpretation.
Our players came up with this bet, and I even had to look up what it means. But what it means to me is bringing everyone together, and that's what our team has done. So bet.
Okay, so I mean,
bet.
I mean, so that's like the Harbaugh's like me, man. The corny dad who can't figure out bet. Well, it must be bringing everyone together. No, it's not.
No,
it's just bet, my
Jim,
man.
it's not.
We used to
Bringing everyone together.
We used to have a soundbite of Gary Busey saying "fun, finally understanding nothing." It was so stupid. And Harbaugh. I mean, listen, let Harbaugh be Harbaugh, right?
That's it.
But bet. Do you say bet?
I do.
Yeah.
If someone tells me hey, you want to go catch a burger after this or something? All right, bet. That's it.
There it is. Yeah.
It's a done deal, Murph.
All right.
Didn't you used to have a guy that used to hook you and Paulie up for restaurant reservations who would just say bets?
Well,
right?
You're very close.
That's close, right?
You are so close. You're very well. You see, your institutional knowledge is high. I just got to tweak it a little bit. So the legendary House of Prime Rib on Van Ness is run by the legend Joe Betts, B-E-T-Z, Joe Betts. And the very first time we wanted to do a family Christmas dinner with DJ Robbie and Pecan and that whole crew. And so I called Joe Betts. I saw him at an event. I'm like, hey, Joe, Brian Murphy. He's like, of course. And I was like, I couldn't finish my sentence. And I said, hey, we wanted to bring the staff. He's like, yeah. I couldn't even finish it. He goes, yeah, it's done. And I'm like, well, yeah, I haven't even told you how many people. Because it's done. It's taken care of. I'm like, I haven't told you a date or a time. He's like, no. It's done. It's taken. Paulie and I have been laughing about that for years. So that's bets saying bet. There you go. There's your history.
Simple as that.
This one's pretty good, man. From NFL and Fox, Eagles fans booing Niners fans coming in. This one guy comes off with the line of lines here. This ain't the zesty West Coast. Here it is.
Dang! Get out of here! For 4 hours! 4 hours to hell, baby! This ain't the zesty West Coast!
I got to give that guy that's a great line. This ain't the zesty West Coast.
Zesty West Coast.
You got to know you're paired up now.
The zesty West Coast!
It's a great line. You're paired with a lunatic. You know that.
Oh,
right? I'm a
100%.
lunatic. So
Makes two of us, Murph.
Okay, so third quarter, the emotions are just bursting out of me because I was so pissed at the end of the first quarter. I was so excited when Debo was running down the field. Out of my couch, yelling at the TV, "That's the zesty West Coast! That's the zesty West Coast!" My kid's like, "Oh my God, this is my dad.
Dude.
This is my dad."
And Murph, I'm not even lying. I saw this clip. I sent it to the group yesterday. I was sitting on my couch saying, "We play some ball on the zesty West Coast. We play some ball on the zesty West Coast."
Very good, buddy.
Zesty West Coast!
Okay, we have more to get to. Should we duck out? Or,
Yeah, we should probably break here.
Yeah, okay. We'll give you Kapler, Harbaugh, and the zesty West Coast. We can go back to it if we want. But anyway, calls. We told you guys, 808 KNBR is the phone number to react to everything that's happened since Wednesday. And, of course, the Niners and the Eagles. We got to call it in one more time, too. Wow, 42-19, Debo Samuel. Wow. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, it's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here with you this morning to talk about Prize Picks because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had winning up to 25 times my money this football season. And now I can play during basketball season too. I can even pick combo projections across both sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawal, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what make Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And Prize Picks is the only daily fantasy platform with an insurance policy, with keeping your game even if one of your players goes down. Join the Prize Pick community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up right now. Prize Picks will match your deposit of up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/leader and use the code LEADER. That's code LEADER at prizepicks.com/leader for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks, fantasy sports made easy.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jennings, Debo goes in motion left, return motion behind, and no play action, a roll by Purdy. Purdy get a pump throw to the end zone, caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! Ayuk goes in long motion right. McCaffrey the lone back, Purdy under center. Handoff coming left. Touchdown! Ayuk goes in long motion left. It's Eli Mitchell now in, but it's an end around to Debo Samuel coming right, turns the corner, and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! Looks left now, middle throws caught. Broken tackle by Debo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Down at 5, Purdy looks left, Purdy throws left, caught. You know who? Jawan Jennings breaks a tackle, touchdown! Debo Samuel is loose, touchdown! San Francisco, the Debo Dash. The Niners able to win. Debo Samuel went off today. The bottom line, Tim, is your star players on offense just had a magnificent game.
Well, there it is. Getting a little offspring. Is Brock Purdy fly?
Oh, super fly.
For a guy in a white jersey.
We're talking about fly, eagle, fly. No, fly, Purdy, fly.
We are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call the man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300. Matty Mayoko, who I know had some nice words last week, he joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this evening. So obviously, emotional day on so many levels, starting with the Niners getting their win, 42-19. But if you listen to our show, you know what's gone on. I imagine that there's got to be nobody left who doesn't know. There's always one person. There's always one guy. They say that, like, if you survey the country, there's some people who don't know who the president is. I'm like, really? They're like, yeah, for sure. There's people out there that don't know. Like,
aren't you a little jealous of those people also? Just kind of living their life, like not giving a damn about everything else?
That's a great call.
Just up on a hill on a mountain somewhere?
I wish I was that person.
It sounds pretty nice, to be honest, Murph.
God, man, Marcus, that's so good. Well, I always liken myself to they said that years after World War II was over, they found Japanese soldiers on islands who thought the war was still going. True story. Like that's like the old, and I believe that was a Gilligan's Island episode. There you go, first one.
Hey
Marcus,
now, shout out my Nick at Night crew.
So anyway, but if you know that Paulie was let go from KNBR on Wednesday after our show, sort of suddenly, not sort of, really suddenly, and we've spent the last few days kind of piecing it together. So I'll talk about Paulie at about 9:45. Listen, I'm just going to tell you guys how I feel about him, but we've been in constant contact, and believe me, he loved that Niner game yesterday, and hopefully he's going to do something great real soon. Yeah. But in the meantime, what I want to say is that the only good thing to come out of this is that they kept it in the family. And I got my guy Marcus. So Marcus Boucher, that's him on the screen right there. You know him from the leadoff spot. Who was up at 5:05 listening? Me. Didn't get it this morning. But 5:05.
Sorry about that.
We're talking about demos in radio, demographics. I feel like if you look on the YouTube or the Twitch, young Tony, it's a good-looking kid here.
Stop it, Murph. You're not bad yourself.
I feel like we're going to get the thirst trap demo. Is that right? Is that what they say?
Yeah, slide into my DMs.
So there you go. Yeah, where are the Marlins? Where are the Marlins hats for Marcus? Yeah, so what about Gabe? Is he the gift that keeps on giving, right?
Something else, man.
The gift that keeps on giving.
It doesn't stop.
Where are the Marlins hats?
Hey, man, how's South Beach? I see him in the aquamarine dolphin shorts, high on the thighs. Like almost, you know what I mean?
And how many
flirting with
Yeah, and how many buttons down is Gabe going on his shirt? Does he button any of the shirts?
He's gonna crush it in Miami. He's gonna absolutely crush it. He's gonna be jogging on the beach. He's gonna be dining on the shore.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
There you go. Anyway, I did want to finish off some of these phone calls that we had gotten to, and then we can get back into our takes on the Niners and where they stand in the NFC hierarchy here. But Gary in Placerville. Wow, all the way up to Placerville. God bless. Hangtown, they call it, right? Gary, good morning. How are you?
I'm jazzed now that you guys are picking it up and carrying on. I feel really guilty, you guys. I emailed in at 7:57 on Wednesday morning saying that I'm one of the far-flung listeners. You were talking about listeners all over the place.
I remember your note, Gary. I saw it.
And then the whole thing came down.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you jinxed it. You jinxed it, Gary.
Yeah, I jinxed it. But you guys are doing great. Thank you for being there. God bless Polly Mack. And we were watching the Niner game and just kind of remembering back to the Montana days and how we see things go like heck for the first quarter or two, and then bam, the wheels start rolling, the train's out of the station, and the Niners are flying down the field. So very exciting. You don't know how many Niner fans there are up here, man. Everywhere I walk around.
That's Niner country for sure. Yeah. I mean, I know Raiders have a little bit of a foothold up there, but that's mostly not. Hey, Gary, you're literally like near the gold rush, so like you kind of
we're 3 miles from where the gold was first found at Sutter's Mill.
There it is. So you come by your Niner bona fide. You're a Niner bona fide. There you go. All right, Gary, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for the call, man. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Just real quick. I go back to when they tore apart the big news station down there, okay?
Yeah, KGO,
Yeah. So we can recover.
Okay. Well, Gary, we're just going to do the best we can.
Talented, and thank you very much. Go Niners.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks. There you go. A little pick-me-up. By the way, the great Brad Manchin's been checking in, too. And that cover I'm talking about, I finally showed it to Marcus. Because I'm talking about, the reason why I'm talking about this is like greatest Niner regular season wins ever. This is on the list. It really, I don't think I'm exaggerating. I really don't. Because, there's only a few times that they've had seasons like this. Well, that's not true. They had a lot of them from 81 to 98.
Yes.
But where they had a big rivalry game.
Yeah.
And it so much went into it. And Marcus, I can't remember one where it was a rematch. I guess so. You have to go back to some really iconic games. You have to go back to 94 regular season. They beat Dallas after having lost 2 NFC championships to them. But it was sort of I don't want to say it was a dull game, but it was sort of a routine win. There was more emotion going in this one, I think, because of the Debo trash talk and the Purdy. And
that's it to me, because so much of this year's regular season game was tied into last year's NFC Championship game. And that's something that you can't just say, all right, next pitch, we're moving on. It's something I talked to last Friday with John Lynch about. I said, how do you approach this?
Yeah.
Do you use it as motivation? Do you try to move on to the talk of it being 2023 and how these are two different teams? He goes, no, Marcus. I remember losing in NFC Championship games myself. It sticks with you for life, forever. Mm-hmm. So that's why the 49ers had that emotion going into yesterday's game. So it's more than just one Week 13 matchup. It ties back to last year and everything that this team has gone through.
Devil's advocate right now, then, did the Niners put too much on this game and they won't have it in the NFC Championship?
Well, I'm saying as quick as this week, because
that was a hot take.
The last big win, not the last big win, but we all remember, of course, a couple weeks ago, the 49ers 42 to win over the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I remember you saying that maybe the blank Dallas shirt worn by George Kittle, you thought maybe there was too much invested in that game. Do you think there's a possibility that they were so invested in this game that next week against Seattle could be a trap?
Well, that was what happened. They started the losing streak after the 42-10 Dallas win. Now Debo and Trent were out.
Correct.
Though, right?
Yeah.
And we'll see. Well, we haven't even started thinking about Seattle yet.
No.
and it's going to be a recovery process going to Seattle. But same with the Eagles. They got to go to Dallas.
Correct.
But now they might be a little more motivated now to prove something.
It should. And now, after losing their first game at home at the Link, they've got to go into Arlington, into Jerry's World, and try to end the Dallas Cowboys' 14-game home winning streak.
Yeah. By the way, sorry, I'm distracted by this cover, this Jolt and Joe cover. And the reason I bring it up, 1989, the Niners, Joe Montana threw 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Whew. Imagine doing a show after that.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. And this is when they're defending Super Bowl champs, and the Eagles were really, really good. Now, the only thing was it was a September game, so it was a little early.
Okay.
But it was still a huge game. And it was the Eagles had a 21-10 lead in the fourth quarter. And Montana threw a 70-yarder to John Taylor, an 8-yarder to Tom Rathman, a 25-yarder to Brent Jones,
Nice. Shout out,
and
Brent.
a 33-yarder to Jerry to end it. They won 38-28. So anyway, that cover, as Brad says to me, the incredible cover is by SI legend John Iacono. We have to give the photographer their credit. Yes. Okay, so what we'll do is take a quick break here, and then we'll get to those calls we talked about, and then eventually we'll talk about Paulie around 9:45. But we're still sort of basking in this whole thing, man. The city of brotherly Debos yesterday. So 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you guys want to react, what was your favorite part? Was it Brock bouncing back from the first quarter? Was it Debo beyond delivering on his words? Was it the defense bending and not breaking? Was it beating Big Dom, the security guard? All these topics next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Provident Credit Union helping you make money, save money, and make money. It's all good at Provident Credit Union, okay? Helping you take control of your finances. Are you ready to make an investment on your own terms? I'm talking about the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union. It's the ultimate solution to help your savings grow just the way you want. So with the Pick a Term certificate, you are in the driver's seat. With a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term, you enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me correctly, 4.75%. So whether you're budgeting for short-term goals or long-term plans, this offer puts you firmly in control to grow your investments your way. So do not hesitate. This offer is only for a limited time. Visit providentcu.org today to learn more and start your application. Rate is effective October 1, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, visit providentcu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Do you want to take a few more kneel downs here? They're not going to get enough with the runs. So when they get to 30 runs or more, they win always. That kneel down included the left 28 runs and 146 yards now as you take away a yard. It was tough sledding there for a while, but McCaffrey got going there. And late third quarter, when they ran him 4 straight times into the middle of that defense. Nice embrace in midfield. Cal Shanahan and Nick Sirianni, two great coaches, certainly. And the Niners able to win. Deebo Samuel went off today. The bottom line, Tim, is your star players on offense just had magnificent games.
Nah, man, it's just an outfit. I was like, I'm going to just go all black, and didn't know about other players wearing all black. And so, it all clicked and, fit came together well.
I think, me and Deebo, we just great minds think alike.
Okay, Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel talking about how they dressed. It's so crazy, man. I can't ever, it's now a thing. Like how you the walk-in, and it's so funny because they dress up for really what is essentially about a 5-second shot. You got to put on that whole outfit for what's like basically 5 seconds, and they better hope the cameras are rolling. Oh, you missed me, man. I got to come back in. So,
that's the thing, Murph. Look at the two of us this morning. We didn't plan it out, but we're both wearing all black this morning for maybe more than one different funeral.
It's all true, man. It's hey, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Listen, if you're just tuning in, you're part of the late crowd. Good morning, and it's the Murph and Marcus show, and everybody knows by now that there was a big change with Paulie Mac Wednesday, and I'll talk about just my thoughts on Paulie and memories at 9:45 to close the show. Just want to say something, because that's my guy. But I wrote on social media, if you're on Facebook, Insta, or Twitter, it's all out there, and it's all good. And like I said at 6 a.m. when we started the show, of all the change and tumult and everything, I'm glad it's family sitting here to my left. Marcus has been with us for years. He knows the show. He knows the audience. He knows you. He knows the Bay. He knows the Murph and Mac show. He now knows the Murph and Marcus show.
Yeah, and Murph, I just want to say it's been a privilege to work with you and Paulie Mac for the last 4 years, however long we're on air together. I know it's never going to really match up to what you guys did for 18 years here in the Bay Area. So congrats to you guys for everything you've done, for everything that this fan base has kind of listened to for the last 18 years. I've been a part of it for 4 years. There's people who have been listening that have been a part of it for much, much longer than I have. So I appreciate you guys opening your arms and allowing me onto this show for what we've been calling work for the last 4 years.
Well, thank you for those words. You know what's crazy is that you've been doing so good behind the glass. I can't tell you how many times you would sting out with something creative or funny, and Paulie Mac would just be gushing about you. Yeah. He'd be like, this kid. He's like, this kid's got it. Yeah. So young Tony, you better, you know what I mean? You're starting out with the Gabe Kapler, if you can give me some Gabe today, it's always good. You got it? No? You didn't have it ready to go? See, Marcus would have had it ready to go now. See, you got to say, once you know something's hot, Marcus, you got to stay with Tony. You got to stay with
Tony, we don't close audio drops on this show. It sticks around for the entire
Marlins hats.
There you go, buddy. Okay, so we thought at this point in time, we've played a lot of sound from the Niners today. We've talked a lot about the 6 straight TDs. Now we turn it over to the calls and what you guys have to say. It looks like Ted in San Jose has been waiting a long time. So, Ted, you're on KNBR. Good morning, Ted.
Good morning, guys. That's all right. I'm just driving on 880, sitting in traffic, so I ain't got nothing better to do.
All right, good.
Enjoying the show, Murph. I've listened to you guys since, I've been listening to KNBR since the Frake and Mike days, so I kind of go
You and me
back.
both, buddy. You and me.
Yeah, we're about the same age, but
right.
I enjoy the show. Marcus, welcome. I've been listening to you since you came on the air, so you do a great job. It's great to see you guys are still together.
Thanks.
Sorry to see Paulie Mac go, though. He was my guy.
Yes.
But, I was listening to you guys a little while ago, and it's just the irony of people. I flipped over to 1050 where Greenberg's on the radio, and the excuses, oh, my God, are already flying. Philly, they played 3 games in 13 days. The refs were on their side. I'm thinking refs, ironic, the last 3 games at Philly, the refs have done nothing but been on your side.
Yeah.
So the irony of them just not being able to get the credit that they deserve, for being the best team in the NFC, if not the NFL. And poor Brock. I mean, when are they going to start, giving this guy what he deserves? This guy is Montana-esque. I'm not saying he's Montana, but if you watch him play, the kid's got all the traits. So, that's about all I got. They need to give this guy the credit.
Great call, Ted. Thanks for the call. Don't be a stranger and make it to 880 safe and sound, buddy. Thank you. A couple reactions to what Ted had to say. Number one, I understand, it's like sometimes when you're a Niner fan or a Giant fan or a Warrior fan, whatever, you listen to the national media and you hear what you sometimes you hear slings and arrows and maybe they aren't there. I think the Niners were starting to get, it's my impression the Niners were getting the love from a lot of national voices. We'll see this morning, but my thing to you, Marcus, is this. I'm guessing, and as Tim Ryan said to us, I'm not a power rankings guy, neither am I, but I'm guessing they'll be number 1.
I mean, they have to be. After that performance yesterday, and I know a lot of people talk about the East Coast bias, whether it's ESPN being out in Bristol and all the attention. I mean, hell, look at everything we talk about with college football and nobody paying attention to the Pac-12 after dark. That's a whole nother road to go down. But there's always been such a bigger focus on those players that do play on the East Coast. And that's why I think the only thing missing from this conversation that we're having about Brock Purdy and the 49ers, and if we want to bring up the MVP conversation, Brock Purdy has been a part of it, but not on the national scale. They were still asking the questions. Is he a system quarterback? Is he an elite quarterback? Well, we went head-to-head with him and Jalen Hurts and their passing numbers. Brock Purdy's got him beat in every major statistical category. The only thing that Brock Purdy was missing was his MVP moment. And going into the link yesterday, putting up 42 points, to me, solidifies him as one of the favorites now, according to the books, as the MVP, maybe odds-on winner at this point.
Did you say that people on the East Coast get more attention than people on the West Coast?
That's exactly what I said.
You mean like people on the East Coast say this?
This ain't the zesty West Coast.
Exactly.
This ain't the zesty West. That's a great line, by the way. This ain't the zesty.
This ain't the zesty West Coast.
That's a great line.
We play some ball on the zesty West Coast.
Here's my thing, because everybody just moves on to, everybody's like, we're in a 12-hour news cycle, and this Niner-Eagle game will be forgotten by Tuesday. We'll be on to the next controversy. Something will happen tonight in the Jags-Bengals game. People are losing their mind. But the next one will be for him in terms of like national MVP hurdles to clear. Christmas night, Ravens.
Ooh, that's going to be huge.
That will be all eyes Sunday. Because by then we've opened the presents. We've eaten. Christmas night now is all football, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, we're done. Like Thanksgiving, you're like, hey, when do you eat with the Niners? No, Christmas, we've opened the presents. We're now on to the Niners and the Ravens. And so that's going to be, if he has a brilliant performance there, I would say he locks it up.
And if we're talking about the 49ers maybe being the best team in football after that win yesterday, I think the only team that you can match up with them is the Baltimore Ravens. And I know we're going to talk a lot about that matchup in the next couple of weeks, but you look at the Kansas City Chiefs losing last week. The Buffalo Bills have kind of fallen off a cliff. Look what happened to Joe Burrow and the Bengals. Right now, to me, it's circling towards a Ravens-49ers Super Bowl rematch.
Woo! That's a big statement.
Yep.
You still have Brocky 3, as Tim called him. Aaron in Concord is next up. He's been waiting the longest. Aaron, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, what's up, guys? Great show, as always. Sad to hear about Paulie, but I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, I wanted to talk about a little bit about Joey Bosa on getting held yesterday. Did you see all the holds that they had on him?
About 97, Nick? Yeah, so you're talking about Lane Johnson kind of wrestling him to the ground?
Yeah, a couple times, and the ref, it was right in front of the ref. And then on top of that, you got Greg Olsen in the booth just absolutely not even caring about it. But then he talks about, whatever going on with the Eagles. I was like, what is with this?
Hey, Aaron, when we came back from commercial break and he tried to highlight the Ronnie Bell hold on the Debo run, what I said?
Oh my
God. I said, Greg Olsen, you're stepping over the line here, buddy. You're stepping over the line. You know what I mean? It was like, I was like, bro, we're going to start isolating holes on every NFL play. We're going over the line here. So I'm with you, Aaron. We've had that feeling that Nick has been held forever.
I mean, Lane Johnson straight up had the underhooks on him like he was like in an MMA fight. He was trying to get the position advantage on the clinch on the cage.
NFL holding calls are so sort of sporadic and dicey and circumstantial and all that. So thanks for the call, Aaron. Oh, do you want to say something else, Aaron?
One more thing.
Yeah.
I wanted to tie in Debo and Paulie Mack because I really love that that song that Paulie Mack put together about Debo. I don't know if you guys still have the rights to it, but I would love to hear that song.
I mean,
that dude went off yesterday.
I do too,
that dude went off yesterday.
Yeah, Debo. That's Paulie Mack's jam. Out of respect to Paulie, he's got to take his songbook with him. Yeah. Out of respect, he was just starting to post them on Paulie's pod, so there's a few out there like Nick Bosa and all that. So go to Paulie's pod, the Twitter handle. He posted the I Want a Brock and the Bosa, so you can get a couple there. And maybe he'll post more. I don't know. Hey, Paulie, if you're listening, go ahead and post. Anyway, Aaron, thanks for the call, man.
Do it, Paulie.
Dude, that was pretty fun. A couple people on the what everybody wrote on social media the last few days has been so touching, so personal. And, we always knew we had a connection with all y'all. But some of the stuff you guys wrote, and so many of you wrote so many personal things about what it's like to have a routine in the morning and have a connection with your morning show, and you guys really, we read them all, and it all resonated very deeply. And so thank you guys for, whether it was Instagram, where you can write a little longer, Twitter, you have to keep it a little tight, How about me trying to post a 3-tweet thread and not knowing how to thread it?
Oh.
That was What? I just thought I'd send out 3 tweets. It's like, oh, you didn't thread it, you idiot. And I'm like, oh, sorry.
Oh,
You know what I mean? So-
cut my guy some slack.
well, we're going to go to a guy calling about Paulie and the Niners. Brian in San Francisco. Hey, I'm Brian in San Francisco.
What's up, Brian?
Good morning, Brian. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to start with an observation I didn't hear anybody really say yet, but thank you to the 49ers for giving us some good news, because I don't know if they'd have gone the other way this morning, would have been real sad on your show for me.
Yeah, Brian, we actually said that at 6 a.m. We were like, can you imagine?
Yeah, thank God.
How tough today would be if they had lost.
Oh, man.
So-
Right?
Yeah, so.
It's amazing. I mean, that was an incredible game, but, it's just been a gut punch for me. I just wanted to let you know, I got a chance to tell Paulie in person a couple of months ago. I went down to the concert he put together at the Giants Stadium on a Friday night.
Oh, yeah.
And,
yeah.
he had said on the air, come by and say hi. So I told my wife, I'm going back there. I found him in the backstage, and it's like, Paulie, hey, I told him, you saved my mental health, man, during the 2020. I used to listen to NPR a lot. I'm a city worker. I drive around in my truck, and I couldn't even take the news anymore,
Mm-hmm.
It was making me too mad, all this stuff going on in the world. I started listening to you guys full time, like every morning. And so losing Paulie is like it's like your favorite uncle or something just gone from the family. So
Yeah, I hear you, Brian. Listen, change comes everywhere, and it's hard for all of us. But like I said it early in the morning, I'll say it again. I'm really glad that the guy sitting to my left is a family member. This is DNA here. Marcus is us. He's one of us, and this is not. We didn't fly in some guy from Atlanta. Yeah, he's been doing middays in Atlanta very well. Let's pair you up with him. No, Marcus is one of us. So it's in the family, Brian, and we'll do the best we can. So thanks, man. Thanks for the love. We appreciate you. Okay, here. We got more calls. People pouring in on the Niners. We'll finish the show by talking to the callers. What'd you love? Are you worried? You worried about the Seattle game? Are they number one in the power rankings? Does it matter? Should Brock be MVP? And we didn't even talk. We teased it, but didn't get Big Dom.
Big Dom, dude.
Big Dom. Where you at with Big Dom? And then I'll have some words about Paulie about 9:45 this morning to close the show. It's the Murph and Marcus show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Debo. Yeah, baby.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers walked into the link this past weekend and scored touchdowns on 6 straight possessions. So if you want to hear all the electric calls from Tim Ryan and Greg Papa, check out those highlights, available now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's sports leader.
All right, first of all, thank you to everybody listening to the morning show today. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher saying hello to our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line that's here to talk to us about what we can do, Steve, when we can't pay our taxes.
Hi, Marcus. There's a lot of things we can do. First, don't fret about it and don't stick your head in the sand. This is one of the major things that we do for a living. We want to come in and take over for you, so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The first thing we'll do is we'll see, do you really owe what the government says? Because a lot of times you don't. And that's especially true if you haven't filed the returns, because the government makes up returns for you. A lot of times they're way more than you really owe. The government makes plenty of mistakes too. So the bottom line is, the first thing we do is, let's figure out how much we really owe. We ask that the penalties be forgiven. But let's assume there is an amount that you owe. Then we want to cut you a sweet deal so it doesn't adversely affect your life. And plain and simple, you can enjoy your life, enjoy this holiday season, and not have some IRS agent ruin your life, your marriage, your business. Just turn it over to us, and we want you to have a happy holiday and a great life.
Yeah, let Steve take care of your tax issues for you. Call Steve Moskowitz at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Bunch right, Ayuk, Jennings, Debo. Debo goes in motion left, return motion behind, handheld play action, and roll by Purdy. Purdy get a pump throw for the end zone, caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! Ayuk goes in long motion right. McCaffrey the lone back. Purdy under center. Handoff coming left. Touchdown! Ayuk goes in long motion left. It's Eli Mitchell now in, but it's an end around to Debo Samuel coming right. Turns the corner and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! Looks left now, middle throws caught. Broken tackle by Debo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Third down and 5. Purdy looks left. Purdy throws left, caught. You know who? Juwan Jennings breaks a tackle. Touchdown! Debo Samuel is loose. Touchdown! San Francisco, the Debo dash. The Niners able to win. Debo Samuel went off today. The bottom line, Tim, is your star players on offense just had magnificent games.
Man, oh man, what a montage. I like that montage. Set to the smooth Euro pop grooves of Phoenix. That's definitely not Polymax Van Halen, but that's funny. Debo Samuel going off. You got anything over there, buddy?
Oh, I was just going to tell you, you know this song from Phoenix. I know it from Wiz Khalifa, who used this as a sample, which I'm sure we're going to get into plenty of digressions about who sampled who, where the music come from. It's good. It's all good.
And then, of course, what did Debo Samuel have to say about it?
Debo Samuel said,
well, you know. It's so good. Was he the Dizzog yesterday?
Well,
Is that...
you know, my Dizzog.
My little Brody. There you go. Hey, we're going to get to the calls. Hey, I just wrote out a few thoughts on Paulie Mack that I'll share with you guys in the final segment from about 9:45 to 9:55, thereabouts, depending on how long I ad lib and blow the clock. I want to get to Greg and John on time. Obviously, huge day for Papa to talk 49er football. Wow, I mean, do I got to go Marty Lurie? It's orgasmic. I mean, it was an orgasmic win. Do you have that?
It's orgasmic.
Well, honestly, it really was. It really was one of the most satisfying wins. I'm a long-time 49er fan, y'all. I remember a lot of 49ers games. All right, this is on the short list of my favorite games. It really is. Is it the greatest regular season win in history? We can have a conversation.
You can put it in the conversation, definitely.
I said regular season.
Yes, regular
Big
season.
Difference.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, playoff games are everything. And are these teams going to meet again in the playoffs?
I think so. The question is,
do you?
In Philly or in Santa Clara?
So here's the scenario. Let's talk about this a little bit. We'll get to the calls. Mm-hmm. So they're still the 2 seed right now. Okay, they're a game behind. All they need to do is finish in a tie, though, because they have the tiebreaker. So how do you finish in a tie? Eagles have to lose another game. Okay, what do the Eagles have left? At Dallas Sunday night. I mean, dude.
That's
a big one.
That's the game that's going to make or break their season.
Because if they win that game, they're probably home free. Now, the NFL, any given Sunday, right? But let's be realistic now, any given Sunday. Because after the Cowboys, they go up to Seattle on a Monday night. Now, will the Seahawks will be fighting for a wild card probably.
True, and that's an East Coast team traveling to the West Coast, cross country.
But it's a Monday night kick, so it's not as much of a body clock thing. It's not one of those 10 a.m.ers.
True. Good call.
And East to West is easier. So Here's the deal. So could the Seahawks fighting for a wild card, could they mess with the Eagles?
They could. Will they do it?
What do you think of the Seahawk Cowboy game Thursday night? I was obviously not in on Friday.
Well, that to me showed me that as well as Dallas has been playing for the last 4 or 5 games, essentially since they came down to Santa Clara and got beaten down 42-10, they've been beating up a lot of cupcake teams. They've been beating up the Giants, the Washington Commanders, teams that don't have the greatest record. Now, it is impressive that they beat the Seattle Seahawks, but watching Geno Smith put up 30 points or whatever it was, and watching DK Metcalf tear that defense up after we just saw Charvarius Ward slow down that entire offense, to me, it showed me that the Dallas defense really isn't that great, and it's not that all that it's cracked up to be.
So, if Deron Bland can't come up with a pick six every game, life changes.
No,
huh?
and it's ironic that he's filling in for Trayvon Diggs, who used to have the same problem. He'd get beat on the big play. Every once in a while, he'd have a spectacular pick six, but I'm still not sold on the Dallas defense, and watching Geno Smith and DK Metcalf to carve him up doesn't give me any more kind of inspiration that they're one of the series contenders. Because to me, it's still Eagles and 49ers. Now 49ers making that jump as the top tier in the NFC.
Okay, so if the Eagles somehow grind it out and beat the Cowboys, because you just said the Cowboy defense stinks.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus said that.
Yep. I'll say it again. Mm-hmm.
Eagles, Seahawks.
I'll say that with 10 toes down, Murph.
Eagles, Seahawks, they would go Monday. Then listen to how the Eagles finish their schedule. New York Giants, Arizona Cardinals, New York Giants. 2 New York Giants games.
Yeah.
How ironic would it be if Paulie Mack's New York Giants somehow beat the Eagles down the stretch?
Dude. If Tommy DeVito, the passing Paisan, takes down Sirianni and Big Dom.
Rank your favorite East Coast Italians. Where does he rank with Big Dom?
Oh, see, I go DeVito over Dom, Murph, myself, personally.
And then here's obviously the 49ers. You probably have this memorized if you're listening to KNBR, but they have the Seahawks Sunday. By the way, the spread's out.
Ooh, what is it?
10.5.
Wow. We were talking about 7 being a lot on Thanksgiving.
Then the Niners host the Arizona. They go to Arizona. That's going to be a weird one. Oh, I hate Arizona games.
Kyler Murray's back. Cardinals just beat the Steelers, who were in playoff contention.
Dude.
Yeah.
Don't tell me the December 17 Cardinal game is going to be this.
Get the hell out of here.
Then the Christmas night against the Ravens.
That's the one.
Then at Washington on New Year's Eve in the morning, a 10 a.m. kick.
Ooh, there's that West Coast to East Coast.
That's a short week, too, because they play that Christmas night game against the Ravens is a Monday nighter.
Oh, come on. Don't put that into the universe, Murph.
This is like, there are many rivers to cross here, and then the finale is the Rams, who are playing better at the Niners, and they might be playing for a playoff spot.
You're talking about the Rams who are making a wild card push right now.
Dude, the Rams,
who beat Joe Flacco and the Browns this past weekend.
The last 2 weeks, the Rams have looked like disturbingly decent. I'm like, dude, Rams, you guys are supposed to suck, you know? And they, I picked against them in that game yesterday. I got burned. I've gotten actually burned 2 weeks in a row.
You went with Joe Flacco over the Rams, huh?
Because and then 2 weeks ago, I went with the Cardinals over the Rams.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. Just, yeah. So I would say that what we learned from all that is it ain't over, man. There's a lot of twists and turns.
There are a lot of things that have to go right for the 49ers, but it started yesterday by going into Philadelphia and beating the Eagles.
Oh, and the other thing I was going to say is that if indeed the Eagles hold them off somehow, some way, and the Niners wind up as the 2 seed, so they would play the 7 seed to start. And right now, that doesn't look like a daunting team. It would be the Rams or the Vikings or somebody like that, right? Mm-hmm. Or the Seahawks or whatever. But if they win that game, they would probably play the Detroit Lions. And then probably, if form holds, the wild card Cowboys would beat the NFC South champ. Probably.
Yeah,
probably.
Whoever it is.
And then it would be the wild card Cowboys at Philly. And they could beat the Eagles.
100%. And that's why I think this weekend is so big for the Eagles season, to see how they match up against the Cowboys. Obviously, they matched up earlier this year in Philadelphia. And if Dak Prescott doesn't step out of bounds, then we're talking about the 49ers and Eagles being tied. Actually, technically, the 49ers having the number 1 seed.
Who was the tight end who caught it on the goal line? And it was like a fraction of an inch that he didn't get it in.
His knee was down right before, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So, I mean,
Marcus,
it's a game of inches, Murph.
Let me tell you something, son. It's a game of inches.
It's a game of inches.
You took it away from me right
That's
there.
why they play the games, Murph.
All right, let's squeeze it. Well, don't tell Mike Norvell that from Florida State.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I mean, he literally said, why do we play the games?
Yeah.
I mean,
undefeated champs.
I know we want to go Niners here, but just a quick digression on that. I mean, listen, I'm sorry, guys, but this system was set up to fail from the jump.
And
from
guess
the
what?
Jump.
It did.
So, yeah, it's going to fail. It's like me asking me to fix something in your house. Like I had Murph fix my the light switch that was broken. It still doesn't work.
Yeah,
like,
you're going to burn down the whole house.
Because I can't fix a light switch. You know what I mean? So this CFP thing from the jump has been terrible. The only answer is an 8-team playoff. I actually think 12 is too many, but it's better than this. And so the only answer is an 8-team playoff, and this is just born to fail, man. So you can pick your team. Like, why isn't Ohio State in there? They only lost one game to the number 1 team by 3 in their building. You know what I mean?
What about Georgia?
Why isn't Georgia in there? You know, they had the, why isn't Florida State in there? Why shouldn't Alabama be in there? Because they truly had a great season and won the SEC championship by beating the number 1 team.
Correct. Texas lost to Oklahoma, but they're the Big 12 champions.
But Texas
now
beat
they're
Alabama.
in, and they beat Bama.
So there's no right answer other than if you want to just go with the absolute, an undefeated power conference team should be a champion. And I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but to be honest, there's no question the thumb on the scale is Bama and Saban and TV ratings.
Yep.
That is the thumb on the scale, brother. Florida State, you ain't drawing like Bama.
No, and especially without Jordan Travis. I know they went undefeated. I know they deserve to be in that conversation, but if we're being honest with you, without their starting quarterback, they're not one of the best 4 teams in the country.
But all the stuff Norvell said is right. He goes, what are we telling our kids? I mean, you can't come up and you can't fall down and get up. You can't overcome the odds. You can't triumph. I mean, Norvell's argument is rock solid. And had they made Florida State the 4th team, I would have said, yeah, that's the right decision. I also would have said, that's a less attractive playoff.
Yeah.
2 things can be equally true. It's the right decision, and it's a less attractive playoff. You saw the footage of the Michigan team room when they saw Bama go up on the screen, dude. I think we have it, actually.
Crickets, Murph.
Quick digression
Crickets.
here. This is the Michigan team watching the college football playoff announcement, and they're expecting Florida State with who they're going to play, and instead they find out they're playing Bama. I would say, listen to what a room with a lukewarm reaction sounds like here.
Who's number 4?
What makes me laugh is that one guy in the middle like, yeah, I'm clapping. I'm clapping. Yeah, this is good. This is good. By the way, Harbaugh Saban. I mean, that's just money TV, isn't it?
And Murph,
money TV.
if I could get into kind of a dark riff this morning because it feels appropriate on a day like today, was that the Michigan team reacting to playing Alabama or the morning show audience reacting to the water boy instead of Paulie Mack?
I mean, I got to tell you, you saved your best riff until 9:31, buddy. You careered right there, dude. You absolutely careered.
I'm sorry, guys.
No, that's what we do. That's what we do, see?
There it is.
Marcus gets it. If you can't riff on yourself,
That's
you
it.
can't riff at all. Dude, that was a freaking home run. I'd say a Shohei Ohtani home run, but that might get people too excited.
Oh, where is he, Murph?
I know, by the way. You guys following that wacky Twitter guy who says he has all the Asian news on lockdown?
He keeps telling me Farhan's cooking.
This guy said, if you follow his tweets, he's getting crazier and crazier, dude. It's like, anyway, let's squeeze in one or two here. Danny in Richmond. Danny in Richmond has a 49ers analogy for us. Danny, good morning. How are you, man?
Oh, I'm doing very well. Before I get to the 49ers, I just want to throw some positive particles out into the world for my guy, Paulie Mack. Loved listening to him. Can't wait to see what his next adventure is because I know he's going to kill it.
That's beautifully said, Danny. Beautifully said. Yes.
So I was not threatened by the first quarter performance of the 49ers. Knowing that CMC didn't get the ball right off the bat, I kind of had to do a double take, and I thought, to go back to the boxing analogy, greatest boxer of all time, in my opinion, Mr. Muhammad Ali, he used to rope-a-dope. He would get them, get them all tired, get them all tuckered out, get them, looking ahead at that W. Well, I think our guy Kyle kind of was like, well, let's get that defense overconfident, and then my guy Brock Purdy in that pocket presence that second quarter just decided to just carve them up and went full Mark Tyson and just punched him square in the mouth.
Yeah, well, the two boxers in there. I like it. Danny, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate you. I mean, rope-a-dope, I appreciate what Danny's saying, but I don't think the Niners intended to start -6 yards, 3 and out.
No, I don't think so. That to me was more of them just getting hit with a shot that they weren't expecting, them going down in the first round, but then rallying and winning the next 10 to 11 rounds.
I know we got to go, and I'm going to have my comments on Paulie on the other side, but the Niners had some staggering number of yards after the catch yesterday, and Nick Sirianni was saying how they couldn't tackle the 49ers. And that, so to Danny's point about fatigue, like, do you think, like, did the Niners wear them down? And was it because they played that overtime game against the Bills last Sunday and the Niners had 3 extra days?
Murph, yesterday, Deebo Samuel and the Yak Bros 213 yak yards. It's the most they've had all season.
Wow. Yeah. And so they came with that. I mean, the Niners are a physical team. Like we said, as I was screaming at the TV, the zesty West Coast. The zesty West Coast. All right. I just wanted to save till the end of the show my thoughts on Paulie Mack, just to give you guys a few memories. And just to say, so long to our guy. So we'll do that on the other side, and there will be no face-off with Papa and Lund today. We'll tag out, and then Marcus, if they'll have us, we'll come back tomorrow.
That's it, man. Hopefully the lights are still on after today, Murph.
Hey, man, like we said at the start of the show, thank God the Niners won that game.
Oh, dude. Thank you, God.
All right, guys. So I'll talk about Paulie next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Next Level Sports is fun to talk about because my kids have done it. Both my kids have done it. It's Next Level Flag Football. We've actually done Next Level Basketball and Flag Football. It's really a great new youth sports league that's well organized, and flag football is super fun. And it starts in January, and it's open, by the way, kindergarten through 8th grade. It's really fun because the kids did it at a young age. And it's like, oh, look at these kids out here trying to make it. And then they get to 8th grade, dude, they're balling. They're balling out in 8th grade. So Next Level Sports is where you go. It's Next Level Flag Football, and the registration's open now. So go to nextlevelsports.com to find a location near you. It's frequently a local high school on Sundays. Great youth sports experience. They have varsity high school football players coaching the kids. It's fun, man. And it's, dude, scoreboard, playoffs, no participation trophy, baby. You got to win it. You got to win it to get that trophy. So it's really fun. So check it out. Next Level Sports Flag Football. The website is nextlevelsports.com.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Okay. Let's let this play for a little bit here. Hey, Paulie. It's from Marcus. I'll get to the chorus. By the way, it's a toe tapper. Here you go. Wow. Nicely done, Marcus. I did not know that was coming, and I know you're getting a salute somewhere in San Rafael.
I had to get one last rejoin in for Paulie Mack, man.
So here's the thing I'm going to do right now, because this is going to lead us up to the end of the show. So I'm going to tell you right now, the face-off with Papa and Lund. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. And I love that predated my ode to Paulie Mack there. So here's the story. It happened Wednesday after our show. Shocked, numb, whatever. And I'm so shocked and so numb that I'm trying to remember when I sat down to do this. It was either Thursday or Friday. But I was sitting around and I just opened the laptop and I just started to write. So that's what I do, right? That's what I do. So these are my thoughts on Paulie Mack. And this is how I want to end today's show. So as I said, I'm sitting here thinking about the first time I met Paulie Mack. Okay. And I don't know if you guys know this origin story, but it goes all the way back to, and how Paulie Mack is this, it goes all the way back to a VHS tape, okay? A VHS tape. Kids, that's what went into VCRs, okay? That's how far back. That's what Paulie rolled like. It's a VHS tape of the 1988 NFC Championship game at Soldier Field, 49ers at Soldier Field, which might be Paulie Mack's favorite 49er game ever. Or, as I wrote on Friday before, maybe the 89 game at Philly, Joe with the 4 touchdowns, or maybe the Monday night win over his hated New York Giants in 1990. Either way, back in 2005, okay, 2005, in the hallways at 55 Hawthorne, down the street here, a 107.7 The Bone DJ named Paulie Mack, who I had seen in the hallways and looked very Irish-Italian to my eyes. I was like, that guy looks very Irish-Italian. Turns out he was. He said to me in very Paulie Mack ways, he goes, I'm going to need a piece of you. I think we speak the same language. And I'm like, this guy seems kind of friendly and funny. I didn't know him at all. And he motions me into the old creative studio where Tony and all those guys worked. And he had the 88 NFC Championship queued up. And I immediately went nuts. And we bonded. And I remember specifically the first plays we saw, there was a tackle made and an ISO shot of old Niner D lineman Larry Roberts. And I was like, look at Larry Roberts. And Paulie Mack's like, Larry Blanken Roberts. And I was like, I like this guy. Okay, I like this guy. Okay, so because Larry Roberts was not a well-known Niner, but Paulie and I knew Larry Roberts, right? So that was part one. Then, probably the most important guy in my professional life, a man named Tony Salvador. Tony, what's up? The man who truly loved the medium of radio more than anyone who ever walked under the KNBR roof. Loved the medium of radio. Now, he was also a businessman, and he would say, the gross is not the net. All right, so he got that. But he also was a romantic, and he had an idea. So I had started in November of 2004 with a very nice and capable pro partner named Tim Liotta. But apparently Tony in the corner office, Salvador, thought something was missing from the show. That was his take. And so when Tim took vacation, Christmas of 2005, Tony told me, you're going to have this kid Paulie Mack sit in with you. And my life changed. My life changed. I would say that I think many lives in the Bay Area changed. Because that day, Paulie Mack walked in with a guitar. I did not anticipate this. He came in with a guitar and just slung it over. And I'll never forget when our weekly hit with Warriors voice Tim Roy was coming up. Mind, the Warriors were terrible, by the way. Those hits were not that easy. Paulie whipped out the guitar and made up a ditty on the spot, his very first Paulie Mack song. I'll never forget it, and I'm going to sing it for you right now because I was flabbergasted. He said, Tim Roy, he ain't no boy. Tim Roy, he ain't no boy. Tim Roy made his fame calling that Warrior game. Tim Roy, he ain't no boy. So like, this guy's different, right? This guy's different. Paulie Mack. Well, later that week in Christmas, there's a long hallway at KNBR, and there's a mailbox at the end and our little lousy office at the end. And I walked out of the office, and down the long hallway was Tony Salvador getting his mail. And he was in his tie. And he turned to me, and he said, hey. And he pointed to me, and I said, what? He goes, big smile. He goes, Murph and Mac. And that was the moment it was born. So thank you, Tony Salvador. We owe you everything. So I can tell you another quick story here. At one point, and I've told this one on the air a lot, at one point in my many sessions in Tony's corner office, which, by the way, had a view of the Bay Bridge, old school radio, he would point to the radio on his desk, and he would say, you see that box? Magic can come out of that box. Okay? And I tell you that story, because I've told it before, because Paulie Mack may have been the guy who understood that idea more than anyone I've ever met in the business. From our official start date of February 2006 to Wednesday, November 29, 2023, Paulie Mack strived every single segment to make magic come out of the box. And he succeeded wildly, okay? He was the most consistent, energetic, comic, relentless pro that I or any of you would ever want in your life. He taught this old newspaper guy that we were doing radio, and radio mattered, and bits mattered, and getting people through the morning mattered. The show, always the show. What's good for the show. Not what's good for him, not what's good for me. What's good for the show. So what a journey we went on. Me and Paulie Mack and here we go. Pebble Beach, all those years. Shout out Steve John and the late, great R.J. Harper. So many Scottsdales. Oh, my God, so many Scottsdales. How many Hotel California sunrises did we announce? The sun coming out of the McCormick Mountains. And when we had the dough, Super Bowls in Miami, New Orleans, Dallas, Phoenix. The Giants trips. Guys, we went on a limo ride with listeners to Dodger Stadium from San Francisco. One of our great trips. Signature trips to Fenway and Wrigley. Trip to Philly when Carlos Beltran got traded to the Giants. A throw-in trip to St. Louis out of nowhere in 2021. And, of course, 2010 in Texas and 2014 in Kansas City. Now, you'll have to talk to Lee Hammer about Detroit in 2012 because Lee Hammer said no. So my kid, who's a pretty thoughtful kid now, asked me to define a moment with Paulie Mack. He said, Dad, can you define a moment with Paulie? And when you get those big moment questions, it's always hard because it's easy to go to the biggest ones. Like I'd love to come up with some super cool, unique moment, but I mean, things that came to mind were our final conversation with a dying Dwight Clark, emotionally mourning the passing of Willie McCovey on the air the next morning. That was heavy. And those were meaningful, but I don't think anything will ever top being with Paulie Mack arm in arm in Texas in 2010 and in Kansas City in 2014. He had no objection to me narrating the final outs of the 2010 World Series, and he never judged me for crying, which I did. And wow, guys, if I close my eyes right now, it's like a dream. He and I standing on a concrete perch in Kansas City because we didn't have a seat. The auxiliary press box was too far. We came outside in the cold, jackets up, standing on a concrete perch, Game 7, and we could still see the bullpen gates swing open. And on the finely manicured grass of that Kansas City outfield, Madison Bumgarner walking out. I can still see it emblazoned. And then after the game, Into the Champagne Clubhouse, we slipped into Boch's office, and Bruce Bochy putting a big paw on each of our shoulders and saying, hey, guys, thanks for coming. And Jake Feevy's family doing champagne-laden Alabama stomps to the sounds of Sturgill Simpson, and then me and Paulie slipping back out to the field to take a picture, probably around midnight, alone on the field. There was 2 other people on the field, a photographer and Madison Bumgarner standing on the mound holding the trophy. So we had to let them take the picture first, and then they went away, and we took our picture. So, yeah, you never forget that. Those are the moments. Paulie Mack was the kind of wingman who you talk to every morning during a pandemic. Down the line, through a headset, and you still felt his rhythms and timing and comedy and emotions and memories, making our lists, our all-time games attended, or our all-time inspirations. Paulie Mack is the kind of guy who you love so much you hire Phil Simms to wish him a happy birthday. Okay, guys, so why did this happen, right? I mean, why does any of this happen? I know higher-ups don't want to talk about it. You know, business is probably a good guess. I don't know. Paulie was part of a dark day at KNBR with FP Tantangelo and the legendary Lee Hammer, and Danny Emmerman and Jacob Hutchinson from Digital, all valuable people, all let go. Business is a cold thing. There's no sentiment in capitalism, and I have to take a drink of water. My hands are shaking. But any abrupt end to our run cannot replace the memories and the laughs. And we say to all of you listeners who reached out on social media, my God, with your childhood memories or your middle school memories or your high school memories, or your memories of your family growing up listening to Murph and Mac in the background. Like, wow. Wow. Our hearts are full knowing that you have been there. Our hearts are full. So I love Marcus Boucher. I do. I really do. And I do look forward to our time together. And like I said earlier this morning, we kept it in the family. We kept it in the family. And we will be here for you every morning. But Marcus knows what Paulie meant to this time slot and to this community. I mean, Paulie Mack is the kind of guy who can root for you as you and your wife battle the struggle to have a baby and infertility issues that are really hard, and him always hugging you and telling you that particles will get you through and that you will have a family. Paulie was sure of it. Ori helps mourning the loss of your mom and your dad along the way with those big Paulie Mack hugs. You know those big Paulie Mack hugs. Or welcoming your baby boy that he assured we would have with a homemade Paulie Mack lasagna. And then be that same guy who turns around and creates a Jim Tomsula tribute to Rush's Tom Sawyer or a Tim Lincecum tribute to Van Halen's Panama, or a Rick Celebini tribute to Falco's Amadeus, or a Warriors team tribute to George Harrison's My Sweet Love, or a Mike Yastrzemski tribute to Right Said's Fred's I'm Too Sexy, or one of his many, many Steph Curry tributes, highlighted by his boys from Kiss singing Beth, right? Well, you know the deal. You guys have your favorites. So I'm winding down now, and I might be getting out a minute early, so Papa and Lund could maybe come on a minute early, but I'll just say this. Paulie Mack was my favorite, and I will end this tribute by speaking to him in the language he knows best. And so while it's never goodbye, as my grandpa told me, never goodbye, only so long, Paulie, let's let Robert Hunter say, fare you well, fare you well. I love you more than words can tell. Listen to the river, sing sweet songs to rock my soul. And this is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Giant Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Handheld play action, a roll by Purdy. Purdy get a pump throw for the end zone. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire! Handoff coming left. Touchdown! CMC!
Huge hole for McCaffrey behind Trent Williams and Aaron Banks.
Ayuk goes in long motion left. It's Eli Mitchell now in, but it's an end around to Deebo Samuel coming right, turns the corner, and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
What a play to catch a defense that's trying like heck to make a play.
Hurts throws, it is caught. Devontae Smith has a huge cushion inside the 30. Flag came in.
Yeah,
a personal foul out of bounds.
And they're going to get Greg Greenlaw on this one.
Oh, pardon me, Greenlaw. Greenlaw came in late. Now the Eagles sideline is coming down. They got to make sure they separate these players.
Well, there's no doubt the head of security had his hand in the chest of Dre Greenlaw.
Does he have to leave the
pushing him
sideline?
backwards.
He's walking. Maybe they're asking.
He should get ejected also.
He is being asked to leave, but he's not a player. Tom DeSandro,
some fat ass on the sidelines,
is their head of security here in Philly.
You know, what's going to stop any team then to get some big burly guy to, you know.
You said it nicer than I did. Thank you.
Looks left now, middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
What an absolute beast, Deebo Samuel.
Brock takes it and hands off to McCaffrey off the left side, and he's got 1,000 yards out across the 30 and up to the 32-yard line. Christian McCaffrey is the first 49er back since the great Frank Gore in 2014 to rush for 1,000 yards.
No, I love it.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Eagles, 49ers, a ton to go over. It is your Brockiversary. We'll get that as well. Could Brock be MVP? We'll get that. We'll talk about Dom. Yes, I called him fat ass. I will amend that. I will call him a hockey goon. Dive bar bouncer is what I'll call him. We'll get into that conversation as well. We got a ton around the Warriors going on.
He was a very good friend of my brother's, John.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
He's virtually a Papa's brother.
I don't care. He was wrong 100%. The NFL needs to change the rule. And, of course, we'll get into the winter meetings. Good morning, my friend.
I mean, it became a moot point. I thought that was going to flip the game at that point in the game. And Dre's got to know in that situation what he did to Devontae Smith with the suplex. But that energized their sideline. Obviously, Dom was wrong in what he did, and he touched Dre first, and it set off a series of events. But there's security people. Mike Anderson does it for the 49ers. They got a whole staff of people. It's common in the NFL, but
change the rule. Change the rule.
Legend.
Players.
What do you want? Them not to be on the sideline?
Yep. Players, coaches, doctors, trainers. Period.
That's not going to happen.
Who else needs to be there? Why?
Well, there's always security for the head coach.
Why? There's 60 guys in armor. Is he in danger? Is he in peril?
It's getting off the tunnel, going up into the locker room. That's been going on in the NFL.
There's security all around. And it's stupid to have
Ralph
him there.
Walker, Steph Curry's guy. They have security there because we overreact.
Where does he sit? Where does Ralph Walker sit? Behind the bench.
Right off the bench.
Yep.
Right there. He comes on the bench when there's a moment.
Yeah. He doesn't need to be there. And for him to step forward into Dre Greenlaw is 100% wrong. He should never be on the sidelines again. There should be no one that close with that access.
They have mounted police escort the coaches on and off the field.
There should be no one that close, and the NFL needs to change the rule because, like you said, the game would have flipped. It was 21-13. And if the 49ers weren't so locked in, they would have beat anybody's ass from any era in football yesterday. They were so locked in.
But had they not been, a 21-13 game on the road against the defending NFC champs would have flipped, and they would have lost the football game because some guy who shouldn't have been there stepped forward and touched a player who is actually playing the game. Unacceptable. And the league can't
clearly overstepped the line.
And the league can't.
The show talking about something
I'm
that really
sorry,
is inane
but the
overall.
league, it's not inane. And the league,
it's inane.
No,
It
it's
really has
not.
nothing to
No,
do with
it's
the game.
not.
The
Yes,
49ers
it did.
played a great football game.
The 49ers hit the gas pedal after that. A lesser team allows that to have them beat. And that's a massive thing because if it happens in another game, then it's a major problem. And the thing is, the fact that you cannot penalize him, you can penalize the sideline, you can penalize the coach like Kyle Shanahan coming on the field, change the rule, you can penalize anybody on the sidelines. They can't penalize a player. It should have been offsetting penalties and the ball should have went back. I'm not saying Dre was right. I'm saying that the
There were
NFL...
two separate instances. The instances on Devontae Smith was a separate play.
It was a totally unacceptable situation, and a lesser team would have fell on their face. But the 49ers were so locked in, they used it as motivation to hit the gas pedal. But the NFL needs to change it.
Yeah, I thought from that point forward they showed great poise. They already hit the gas pedal when they sent Kittle in that motion and the sift block on Hassan Reddick and he got out to the right and they dropped the coverage from that point on, and then the wheel route obviously to McCaffrey. But I hear you. I mean, Paulie Mack and leaving this week, and Murph brought us to tears. I didn't want to open the show this way. It's just that Dom is a guy that my brother knew for a number of years in Philly. And I was talking to John Clark, who we had on last week, about the whole situation. So a little bit of an overreaction, and Dom completely overreacted. He made a mistake. But security at sporting events has been going on for decades. But that's not the story of the game. It became a footnote, and if the Niners do go back there in January, or when they come here in January, on January the 28th, he travels with the Eagles to and from. He will be a story. He'll be a story going into the game in Dallas, and then after that in Seattle. And the Fox crew knew him. They even talked about him in the dinner recommendations before the whole thing went up. But that's not the story of the game. Really, it was the 49ers. And they got off to a bad start. I thought it was curious to come out with so much empty early in the game and see the 2 3-and-outs. But the defense and the low red zone coverage of Charvarius Ward and then later Ambry Thomas against A.J. Brown, just superb. This whole season has flipped because of the play of Ambry Thomas and moving Diamador Lenore inside, but he was good on the outside. And just the confidence they have on Ambry Thomas. There was a play where he was playing deep cover 3 against Quez Watkins on an over-the-top. TV didn't do a great job of showing it, but he came off of his man to pick up the deep sideline route. He's the top guy in that cover 3 and went over and broke it up. And Quez Watkins is their fastest wide receiver. He's faster than A.J. Brown or the Slim Reaper. He made an amazing play on that play. Ambry Thomas had an amazing game. But really, it was the discipline of the defensive line to rush controlled. It wasn't, they changed the way they played with Kasarik. It wasn't a wild 9. At times you wonder, what are they doing? When are they going to go get Hurts? They did not want Hurts to get out of the pocket. They wanted to squeeze him in the pocket. Nick Bosa detailed it after the game, John, how they wanted to mush the rush and control the rush. And later in the game, they got a little crazy. Obviously, Randy Gregory missed him. Chase Young got out of his lane later in the game. But I think they changed up at some point where they just went to get him a little bit. But the play of the D-line, the controlled rush, the low red zone early in the game, and then the play of the offensive line. Jake Brendel had an absolutely amazing game. George Kittle and his blocking, and I thought that the movement, the sift block there on Hassan Reddick, the 49ers do that action all the time, and it's a run block on a kick out. This time it's kind of like a wide delay. He just pauses for a beat on the block. Philadelphia completely dropped him. Nicholas Morrow had no idea where he was. He also lost McCaffrey on the wheel route as the 49ers kind of took that play from Buffalo and Dalvin Cook's little brother, and they just missed it against Nicholas Morrow last week. And just the overall unselfishness, John. The stars had big games. Debo had a big game. McCaffrey had a big game. Brock Purdy had a big game. But it's the way they block for each other. If they don't get the ball on the play, watch the way Christian McCaffrey blocks for Deebo Samuel. George Kittle's blocking on Deebo's first touchdown. He blocked 2 guys on that play. It's just insane. Jawan Jennings always blocking, and then Jawan getting a big part of it.
I had a good feeling going into this game that they would do something like this after the rough start. You thought, wow, Philadelphia's pass rush really is that good. But once they settled in, that's who the Niners are. And I think Philadelphia is a better team than they showed yesterday. They're in the middle of a gauntlet of schedule and a little bit tired, and they're a little bit banged up. But they got some holes in the middle of their defense at the safety level, the linebacker level. And right now, I don't know why they pulled Bradley Roby out of the game, John, and went to Eli Ricks at all yesterday.
Yeah, you hit it right in the head. I mean, I think I can't think of a player who didn't play well. The coaching was superb, as you said, to play that way against Jalen Hurts, to just say, look, you're beating us with a pass, you're not beating us with the legs, and he could not do it. The secondary was absolutely phenomenal. I know on the couple of third downs early, they got A.J. Brown a first on that 38-yarder to set up the first field goal. But the red zone defense to be outgained like they were, 124 to -6 in the first quarter, and then turn it in and go 2 touchdowns and get that 14-6 to do the double up before the half. The defensive backs, the defensive lines working perfectly to take advantage of what you talked about during the week of the middle of that Eagles defense, which they did. And to be honest with you, in the entire time that Kyle Shanahan's been the head coach of the 49ers, I have not seen a team more dialed in or locked in. I don't care who they were playing. 85 Bears, Steelers of the 70s, Cowboys of the 90s. I mean, they were not going to lose. I mean, like you said, after that incident on the sidelines, to make it 21-13, we're all holding our breath to think what's going to happen. There's 6:51 left in the third. And Deebo Samuel makes a great catch over the middle. Morrow had no chance to take him down, and he just wasn't going to be denied. And to have 6 straight possessions against a quality opponent, now they're not the defense they were a year ago, but to just put the gas pedal down, and the way Brock played for the final 3 quarters, I mean, these guys were in complete we're going to crush you mode. They came in black. I mean, they were just there was no denying these guys. The only thing I would say is make sure that, unlike the Dallas game, that that wasn't your Super Bowl. There, Detroit's 9-3, and Philly's still got to lose a game, and you may have to come back there. So that was an awesome win in all ways, in all forms, in all shapes. But make sure that there is no letdown, because you didn't win anything yesterday. You just made it so that you could potentially top the Eagles and make everything come through the NFC.
Yeah, they set it up where it's going to be now. It's fun. I mean, I think it's good for football that the 49ers won the game, and now the Dallas game is huge, and the game after that, they've got Seattle. I mean, right now the NFC East is up for grabs. The NFC is completely up for grabs, but there's a point in the game yesterday, and it happened earlier in the game. They scored a touchdown on 6 consecutive possessions, and they were all long drives down the field, 90, 85, 77 yards. The only one that was short was after they tried the onside kick that McCaffrey recovered. The Niners have not scored an offensive touchdown on 6 straight possessions going back to 1992. That's how long it has been. Once they get going, they are the best team in football. And Philadelphia, I don't think this 2023 Eagles team is as good as the team that went to the Super Bowl last year. They are different. They lost a lot of people in the offseason that they just have not been able to replace. And they do have a weakness where last year it was hard to find their weakness. I don't know what they're going to do to cover it up now. I don't know if some of these guys are going to come back from injury. Nakobe Dean is out, I think, the year, John, with a foot surgery he had recently. And, whether they go out and get Zach Ertz back, they're going to get Dallas Goedert back. They weren't completely whole yesterday. Is Zach Cunningham going to make that much of a difference? He'll help because they picked on Christian Ellis, but they also picked on Nicholas Morrow yesterday. And there was a point in the game where Mike Quick, the analyst of the Eagles, made a sign and showed it to Tim and I, and it said, best team in football. And it's not even close. When the Niners get rolling like that, and we'll see if Kansas City can figure themselves out. And you got Baltimore on Christmas night. But I think even the Eagles know it going into the game. The Niners are better than they were last year. Yesterday was not a rematch of the NFC Championship game. The Niners are just better in so many regards. Brock Purdy's a better player. Figuring out the corner. Last year they were reeling from losing Emmanuel Mosley to the torn ACL. Ambry Thomas's play, he's become almost as strong of a corner as Charvarius Ward. Then they go at him in any kind of route, he is up to it. And he's just playing smart. He's playing physical. Demo, obviously. And they've just solidified that area. They really are. And I don't think they have peaked, John. I think they realized what they got in front of them. They had a lot of fun on the plane flying home last night. They enjoyed that game, but I think they just wake up this morning and it's over. It's a 24-hour rule, and they'll go to work on Seattle, and Seattle will be better than they were on Thanksgiving night. But I think people around football have got to acknowledge now, and I think they know it now, the 49ers right now are the best team in the NFL.
All right, let's talk all about it. The 49ers get a huge win, 42-19 over Philadelphia. Any thing you want to discuss, hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-KNBR. Text line is wide open. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open on YouTube and Twitch as well, so make sure you can start the conversation there. We'll take some of the best ones and discuss. We'll get into that too. Plus, it is Brock-iversary. 1 year ago today, Jimmy Garoppolo broke his foot. We got a ton on the Warriors over the weekend. They blow another 20-point lead, and a ton of Giants off-season talk as they're in Nashville and the winter meetings have begun. So we got all of it for you. Don't move. It's Pop in London, only here on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
MV Purdy, Brock Purdy, was on full display Sunday as the 49ers went into Philadelphia and showed the world what they can do with a healthy quarterback. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com, the new KNBR app.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
49ers break the huddle really late. They're finally on the ball here. Garoppolo with McCaffrey going out right. Just snaps the ball in time on third down. Baker a blitz. They're going to sack Garoppolo back outside. Jimmy able to fight back inside the 30. We'll see where they mark him down. Jerome Baker came in a linebacker blitz. It was Jalen Phillips, the edge rusher from the outside. They may share a sack there. Let's see where they mark Jimmy down. He was able to get off that sack, get it back inside the 30-yard line. It'll be on the 29-yard line.
We'll talk all about the Eagles and the 49ers. Text line is wide open, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Any thoughts, questions, comments? Pop, obviously, expertly called the game. 11:50 for your 49ers Victory Monday recap. But 1 year ago today, Jimmy broke his foot. Brock Purdy comes in. Since then, Brock Purdy has a 114.2 passer rating, 39 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 9.1 yards per attempt. And including the playoffs, the 49ers are 17-4. So we'll get back to the game itself and discuss more and in detail and what it all means. But happy Brockiversary, a year.
Well, it was that was a date that we were conflicted because we were, Jimmy got hurt, and it was the Jalen Phillips play, and Baker, the linebacker, were there, but it was mainly Phillips that got him, and it was classic Jimmy. Just getting into field goal range there for Robbie Gould to make that 47-yard field goal. He was able to fight a little bit closer to the Miami 29. He got hit by Phillips at around the 35 or so, and he just kept battling. And he wound up, I remember, not even knowing that he was gone at all until I saw the card come out, and they're taking Jimmy off on the card. He went over to the sideline, and I think they broke it to Brock at the same point, and Brock came right into the game. Miami had already scored on the Trent Sherfield play on the busted coverage on the first play of the game. So when Jimmy went out, it was 7-0 Miami. Robbie makes the field goal. So the Niners were behind that game. So I do give that win to Brock Purdy. And he came in right away and missed some throws on just throwing the ball into the sideline. I remember a few to Deebo Samuel. He had back-to-back passes. He missed one to Deebo, one to Brandon Ayuk, and then he just settled in. There was a big defensive pass interference call on Miami that kept the drive going. He settled in. He hit the check down to Juszczyk in the right flat on the goal line in the low red zone on the 3-yard line, and they scored. And they just kept scoring and scoring and scoring, and then Miami came at him with the cover zero blitzes over and over and over again. There was a well discussed and analyzed after the game, 3rd and 10, where he notified Kittle, who was in line wide tight end, that they're coming on a cover zero. I'm going to get the ball to you fast, so be alert over the middle. And it hit him, and it just kind of opened things up, and he settled in, and they wound up winning the game. And Tua did not have a great game. He badly outplayed him, and he came into that game with the Niners behind and wound up scoring 33 points, just kind of what they do, 30 for Purdy over and over again. Then the start the next week, and the story has gone on and on. We're going to talk to Kurt Warner, who did become an NFL MVP. He was older. He was not drafted in the NFL. He had to go into many different leagues. But I know you're all over this. Purdy is the most valuable player award winner. And the odds right now, ESPN bet this morning, and going into the game yesterday, Jalen Hurts was ahead of Brock. But now Brock Purdy is number 1 in the NFL as far as ESPN's bets, favorites to win the MVP at 3-1 over Dak, over Jalen Hurts, over Lamar, which is interesting. That Christmas night game will be big, and then Mahomes and Tua. And it's just, if this story in his first full year as a starter, John, translates into Brock Purdy doing what Kurt Warner did, becoming the NFL MVP, and them winning the Super Bowl, I mean, it'll be one of the greatest stories in the history of American sport.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. And I looked at it, where I look at it is I look at a website that's got the top 5 sports books, and they have him tied right now with Dak for the top spot, regardless of what it actually is. Like you said, ESPN bet has him number 1. I think he has a great chance because if you looked at what happened with Mahomes last night against Green Bay, they're just not on the same page. They're just not the same team, and they keep Mahomes up there because he's capable at any point of going for like 3 or 4 games where he throws 4 or 5 touchdowns. And so they're not going to drop his numbers to such a level that they're going to get beat up at the end of the year if he does go on a bender, which he could do. Jalen Hurts is up there, Dak is up there, Brock is up there. But the thing is if you look at this logically, and I don't know if they will, but if you do, he already outplayed and beat Dak Prescott. He already outplayed and beat Jalen Hurts. And if he outplays and beats on national TV, which basically yesterday was a national TV game, and basically the Cowboys game was a national TV game, so you're going to get all this exposure. And if they keep this train rolling and they beat and he beats and they beat the Baltimore Ravens, which is the other guy, so it's Dak, Purdy, Jalen Hurts, and Lamar Jackson right now that are the top guys, he would beat the other 3 guys, and he would do it on a big-time stage. I don't know how you couldn't vote for him, because yesterday, after the first 4, and you said this in the postgame, he went 19 of 23. In the second half of the game, he went 10 for 12 with a perfect quarterback rating and 3 touchdown passes. You and I have discussed this so many times ad nauseum. I don't care what the national media thinks, but they do vote on the MVP award, at least the media people do, not the jackasses and the talking heads on ESPN who don't give him his credit. But I think that there's really nothing you could say if he outplays Lamar Jackson. He will have head-to-head beat all of the competition.
So this is an award in its current form, where it's the Associated Press voting for this. This is an award that started in 1957, and Jim Brown won the award. There have been earlier awards, UPI. It was for years. It was UPI and AP. Joe the Jet Perry of the Niners did win that award in 1954, but no 49er since the AP award, which has been where it's been really kind of recognized as the most valuable player award. No Niners won that award since Steve in 94. He won it in 92. Joe won it in back-to-back years, 89, 90, and John Brody won it in 1970. Joe the Jet Perry did win the award in 1954. It was a different forum, but it was still an MVP. And I was obviously pre-merger and pre-Super Bowl era. But Joe the Jet Perry led the NFL in rushing that year. He led the league in rushing in back-to-back years in 53 and 54. Christian McCaffrey looks like he's going to lead the league in rushing, got over 1,000 yards, and Frank Gore was there to watch the game yesterday, John. If McCaffrey continues what he's doing, and the discussion was brought up on the Fox broadcast with Greg Olson and Kevin Burkhardt, I mean, it's hard to even, if you were to vote for who was the 49er most valuable player this year, I think even if we had a Danny's Big Poll, who's the Niners MVP, I'm not sure what it would be. I think Brock would win, but I think Christian would get a lot of votes, and then you get into the teammate taking votes away. So, and we had Rich Eisen on yet last week, and he kind of dismissed the thought of Purdy being the MVP, even though he's number one on almost every significant quarterback metric. And if they do wind up with the best record in the NFL, and right now they're not there, Philly still got that record, but the Niners are right there with a bunch of teams at 9-3, then I don't know how you argue against him, except you say he's not even the MVP on his own team. Christian McCaffrey is. And to me, it's, like when Steph and KD were playing together, Shaq and Kobe, I mean, you get great duos that are together, they feed off of each other. And the greatness of the 49er offense is all based on the balance between the run and the pass and that crisis point it puts the defense in on the play action in McCaffrey, whether they give it or whether they pull it, and Brock does something off of it with the keep game, the boot game. So, I mean, that's the argument is the story has gotten amazing, but is Christian McCaffrey, in fact, the 49ers' most valuable player this year?
I just think it's become a quarterback award, and they're going to give the Opoi probably to Christian McCaffrey. But, I guess it could happen. It hasn't happened since Adrian Peterson in 2012. It doesn't mean it can't. But it's hard to beat a quarterback when he has the ball in his hands every single time and every single offensive play. And it's just difficult, and that's just not how they vote. But
no, I'm not saying Christian's going to win the award, John. What I'm saying is we got to know more how they vote.
Yeah.
And this is not, it's not open for an election. There's 50 Associated Press voters that vote for this. And I think it's 32, one in each NFL city, and then 18 nationally. That's it. It's a little like the Hall of Fame. But the votes are more public, I think, than the clandestine, caucus behind the curtain for the Hall of Fame. But do we even know how they vote? Do they vote first place, second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place? I think they do.
They do, yep.
So then the point would be, does McCaffrey get a few votes a little higher up on the pecking order, and then because of that, you drop Purdy down, and Purdy does not get as many first-place votes. Like if you're the Baltimore Ravens and they got a nice core around Lamar Jackson, if you're voting for a Baltimore Raven to be the MVP, your number one choice is going to be Lamar Jackson, right? If you're voting for the 49er player to be the MVP, you could vote both Purdy and McCaffrey in the top 5. It may be you vote Purdy 4th or 5th, and you put McCaffrey 2nd or 3rd.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see it. We'll get more into it. Your thoughts, text line is wide open. We just got word. Kurt Warner can join us coming up next. Love talking Brock Purdy with Kurt Warner, of course. He's in Arizona. He's got a similar story. By the way, if Brock Purdy did win the MVP, only Kurt Warner, who was undrafted, would be a guy who was lower taken because he wasn't taken at all. But do you know that the lowest drafted player to win the MVP is none other than Mark Mosley, who was taken 346
1982 kicker.
Yep, he was 1982 kicker in the strike-shortened year. Can you imagine a kicker winning the MVP now? But he did. He was taken in the 14th round in 1970, pick 346. So of drafted players, Brock would be second lowest. Brady, of course, won a bunch of them, but he was picked 199. All right, let's get into it. We'll talk to Kurt Warner about Brock's performance and just the performance in general. Of course, he's down in Jacksonville. He's got Monday Night Football for the Bengals and the Jaguars. We'll talk to Kurt next, only here on the Sports Leader.
December has arrived, and there's nothing like December football, but we're still fall season, still a fall building season at Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Greg Papa here, and there's still time to start a project before winter weather arrives. So if you didn't get that deck you were planning on building this summer done, get it done now. At Golden State, you'll find Trex, the first company to combine the durability of recycled plastic with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood in a high-performance decking product. Whether you prefer a ground-level deck, a second-floor deck, pool decking, or attractive railings, Trex has a style for you. For helpful installation videos, click GSTV on GoldenStateLumber.com. For other natural wood texture products, Golden State also offers TimberTech. Aside from outdoor decking, TimberTech is a great option for high-quality, low-maintenance deck benches, stairs, even piers for homes on the water. See the image and video gallery for TimberTech at GoldenStateLumber.com, and then talk with your builder or designer for the best options. Golden State, helping you build better for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The match, fourth down with them. Bunch right, Ayuk, Jennings, Debo. Debo goes in motion left, return motion behind, handheld play action, and roll by Purdy. Purdy get a pump throw for the end zone, caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco!
As your call, we'll have a total recap on a victory Monday. The 49ers dominate the Eagles 42-19, and we'll recap that for you audio-wise with Pop and Tim at 11:50. But this is awesome. We love being joined by the Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, of course, NFL Network Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion. And tonight, he's with our good friend Kevin Harlan. They've got Cincinnati and Jacksonville. So for him to take a few minutes from his prep time, we really appreciate it. Kurt joins us courtesy of the guest line. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. First of all, thank you so much for the time. Second of all, maybe the biggest game of the year. The 49ers dominate the whole thing. What was your viewpoint on this thing yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was domination across the board. Obviously a slow start by San Francisco. Just kind of looked like maybe Brock was a little bit nervous in that game, missed a few things early. But then once he settled in and they got into a groove, I mean, obviously they scored just about every drive down the stretch. Philly just looked outmanned defensively, first and foremost. There was guys open all over the place. Obviously they couldn't tackle, what Debo did after the catch. I mean, just phenomenal. I mean, it was just, I think a lot of people saw, that this may be coming, a healthy 49er team with all their weapons, what they could do to that secondary of the Eagles. And then on the other side, Jalen Hurts really struggled. He didn't see the field. He missed a lot of opportunities that were in front of him. I don't know what that was. I don't know. San Francisco didn't seem to do a whole lot different than what they normally do. But they didn't play very well on offense and obviously got away from the run game. So it was just really a weird game, I thought, for the Eagles across the board. They just didn't look the part that they've looked for the last couple of years, and the 49ers looked every bit, a championship team.
Yeah, the Eagles, Kurt, as you all know, are in the middle of a gauntlet. It actually goes back to the Miami game in late October, and then starting with Dallas 4 weeks ago yesterday, the Kansas City game you and Kevin called on Westwood One on the Monday night game, the Buffalo game that went to overtime, and then this game, and they got more coming. But they looked like, the Niners were fresh, and after the first quarter they took them apart. But your point about Jalen Hurts, and what the Niners were trying to do was control the rush, kind of mush the rush. They didn't go after him as much aggressively in the wide nine. They wanted to keep him in the pocket. They wanted to squeeze the pocket down and make him win from the pocket. They feared him if he got out of the pocket, and in particular to the right, to his right hand, and they kept him in predominantly. And he held the ball a few snaps for well over 3, 4, looked like 5 seconds. His numbers last year in the pocket were good. His completion percentage has gone up throughout his career, as you know, and last year it was 71.7% in the pocket, but the Niners wanted to make a point of keeping him in the pocket. How do you evaluate Jalen Hurts, and he's playing with a bit of a knee injury, Kurt, as a pure pocket quarterback?
Really good when he can throw to the guy that he wants to throw to. And so when the play is designed, and a big part of what they've done the last couple of years, because they run the football so well and they're so good in the RPO game, is that they force a lot of people to kind of give them what they want on the outside. So they're not overcomplicated in what they do from a schematic standpoint. The concepts are fairly simple on the outside, and they'll run the same concepts over and over and over in a game because they're very good at it. And he's got great rapport with his receivers. But that was kind of the biggest thing, is that even in this game, a lot of times his number one, or what I would consider his number one, or an alert for him that was open, he just didn't see it and he didn't throw it. And so once he gets beyond his number one receiver, he's a very different quarterback at that point. He's not a guy that, can decipher necessarily and go 1, 2, 3 and work through his progressions. He's kind of a 1, maybe a 2. And then, like you said, let me get out and create. Let me be the playmaker that I am. And so that combination of A, him not seeing or throwing his first guy, and then the 49ers kind of pinning him in. And as you said it, I was watching the game on TV, and you can't really tell what's going on down the field on TV. Automatically an announcer will go, well, nobody's open. But there were times that he's just back there patting the ball and holding it and bouncing in the pocket. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like, either run or throw it. But you saw that a number of times in the game, and that's what happened is he missed the early throw, and then he's back there and he can't find a spot to escape. And so there was just like nothing to do for him, in the pocket. So, I think he still has a ways to go in terms of if teams are good enough to take away their run game and actually play coverage on the back end where he's got to read through his progressions and work from his number one receiver on, that's where he's got to continue to get better. Against pressure, he's got to continue to get better. There were a couple times that San Francisco did pressure him, and he did get the ball out quick enough. He was almost hit, almost sacked, and he got the ball out quick enough. I'm not sure he saw the pressure because it was coming from the opposite side, but he was fortunate to beat it. That's another thing within this offense that I think they have to improve on. But, he's a very good quarterback and does a lot of things well. But when they can't scheme as well and they're not just the better team that teams have to commit extra guys to the run game, they struggle a little bit more in the passing game.
The great Kurt Warner is joining us, and he's joining us. He's getting us ready in that national radio call for the Bengals and Jags tonight. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader talking the 49ers 42-19 win over the Eagles. On the flip side of it, we're celebrating Brock-iversary today, Kurt, which is the one-year anniversary of Brock coming in against the Dolphins. Jimmy Garoppolo broke his foot. Brock comes in, they win 33-17, and to this point, the rest is history. So we've known of Brock as a starter for a year. I've seen a lot of improvement. A lot of people are saying, well, if he'd have played, that 31-7 NFC Championship game would have went like this. I don't know if it would have, but I do know this. From that point to now, I've seen a ton of improvement in Brock. What have you seen over this time to up to yesterday where he's improved his game?
It's a good question when it comes to improve. I think Brock has been really good, since he came in as a starter. I think he runs this system really, really well. Now, no doubt that he's more comfortable with what they're doing and what they're asking him to do, and he's more confident in throwing the football now than when he first started playing. But I really feel like he's executed this offense extremely well, and it just fits what he does. Sometimes to me, I wonder exactly what they're trying to accomplish on certain pass concepts, like drop back pass concepts, because they've got guys kind of run into different zones. And I'm sure Kyle has some, sort of reasoning why he does that. But, there's times where, like when I played, I'd like to have, a guy underneath and a guy over the top so I could read that defender and I could throw it off of that defender. There'll be times where they just have a guy over the top. You've seen Brock do it a million times where he throws that nice in or skinny post up over a linebacker, just kind of layers it in there to the second level. And there's nothing really to pull that linebacker down. It's really just, hey, Brock, negotiate that guy and make the throw. Those are things that he does really, really well, is he understands that timing. He's got the ability to throw different kinds of balls depending on what is needed on a particular play. I just think he's a good football player. And he knows what they're asking him to do, and he plays with good timing. I think along with Jalen, and although I think Brock is better at it, I think Brock can sometimes get into some problems when he's got to get beyond his 1 and 2 receiver. And I think that's the one area that you just think, okay, as he plays more, he'll get better at that and more comfortable with maybe eliminating his first guy based on certain coverages or certain things that defenses are doing and get through his progressions a little bit faster. But I've been a big fan of Brock since he took over. He played a lot of football. I followed him a little bit at Iowa State because he's an Arizona guy, and played against his brother when I was coaching high school, and so a lot of stuff like that. So I followed him for a while and knew that he was a good quarterback, and that he played the game with his mind. And that's exactly what I see, is that he's gone in. It hasn't overwhelmed him. He knows what he's doing. He's a very accurate quarterback, and and you put those playmakers around him, and this is what you're going to get, I believe, week in and week out. And it's been really, really fun to watch him, and I'm excited to just see where this team goes and where he goes from here.
You've been great ever since a year ago at this time. You know, Brock went from Mr. Irrelevant to elevating the 49er offense, and Jimmy played well, but it's taken on a new level, expanding the playbook and what they call, and the point production is just higher. And now you look at him, he's number one in so many significant quarterback metrics. And now the Niners are 9-3. I think going into the game yesterday, Jalen was the favorite for MVP. He loses. We'll see where it all goes. If the Niners are the number one seed or how much record comes into play. But your story was amazing, obviously being the MVP in 99 and 01. They're very similar to Brock's in so many regards. But the talking point, I think, is if Brock does not win the MVP, Kurt, it's because he's got Christian McCaffrey, he's got Deebo Samuel, he's got Brandon Ayuk, he's got George Kittle. Well, you had Marshall Faulk, you had Torrey Holt, you had Isaac Bruce, you had great players. Was that ever a talking point about to you that, you know, he's just getting the ball out to all these great, and you had a big-time arm, and those deep digs were insane, but just go back in time to when you won the award in 99, and if you had a vote right now, would you vote Brock Purdy the MVP of the NFL?
I think the first thing, that comes into play is you look at where a player is comparatively to other guys. And so I believe a reason why, I won, the MVPs that I did and it wasn't as much of a debate was because at that point in time, people weren't doing what we were doing offensively. Quarterbacks weren't doing what I was doing offensively. And so I kind of stood, head and shoulders above the rest in terms of statistics and what we did. And that's why I think, I don't want to say it was overlooked. I mean, everybody knew, I was surrounded by great talent, but, our team separated ourselves offensively from so many other teams. And that's why I don't think it was talked about as much. Like, yeah, Kurt was good, but, it's just because he had players around him. Well, nobody else was doing that at the time. I think that's what's different in this day and age is because of the rules and the nature of how the game is played now, different than when it was played, the way it was played when I was going through it, is that lots of guys have good numbers. Like you can look at a bunch of quarterbacks and they're all kind of in that same mix, high completion percentage, lots of touchdowns, quarterback rating, at that time, if you had a quarterback rating of 100 in that era, it was like unbelievable. Now we got a whole bunch of guys that are up in, 110, 108, in those areas. So I think that's the first thing is you start comparing him to these other guys that have similar type numbers. And that's where you go, well, but Dak's doing it without all these great weapons around him. So that's why I think that enters into the conversation now more than maybe it did, when I was playing. In terms of, who I would pick for the MVP right now, I definitely think Brock should be in the conversation without a doubt. I don't know right now. I mean, I would probably give it to Tyreek Hill right now. I think he's the biggest difference maker in our league. He's having an incredible year that we've never seen before, and he's the scariest figure in the NFL right now, and backing it up with numbers that he would probably be my MVP if I had a vote. But beyond that, I think Brock is there. I think Dak is there with the way that he's playing now, and we're going to get a great chance to kind of see how it shakes out, between, to me, those two guys. Jalen, I think, was there because they were winning, although I don't think he was playing at an MVP type level, even though you could point to stats and how many touchdowns he scored and stuff. I don't believe he was playing at that level. So I would put those three guys, and then I would put Christian McCaffrey. And I think that's the other part of it. When I won those the MVPs in 99 and 01, Marshall actually won the MVP in 2000. And he probably could have won the MVP in those other years, but definitely in 99 as well. And so, that was another, part of that mix. And I think Christian is so good and has been so effective. That's another thing that I wonder as we get to the voting, if those guys might cancel each other out a little bit more where, somebody watching the team goes, well, San Francisco's the best team, so one of those guys should win it. And some vote for Brock and some vote for Christian, and maybe that levels it out and maybe neither one of them win it. But Christian, to me, should definitely be in that conversation as well.
Kurt, you're the best. Thank you so much for a few minutes of your time. Again, we appreciate it. Have a great call tonight. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Kurt.
We lost him at the end, but that is a Hall of Famer, Kurt Warner. He's always been a big.
Can't even use a hard line in the hotel.
Come on, bro, help me out. All right, that is the great Kurt Warner. It is always awesome to have his perspective. And again, like he said, he coached against his brother, and then of course he's a big Brock Purdy guy. Watched him all through high school because Kurt resides in Arizona, and he's with our friend Kevin Harlan tonight for the Bengals and the Jags in Jacksonville. All right, we'll come back. We'll talk about a few of the things that Kurt Warner said there, a little MVP discussion. Plus, after this big win, what does it mean for the 49ers in the NFC? We'll have that discussion, too. And by the way, I don't think I've unveiled the rest of the guest list today. So 11:30, Mikey Rulebooks. Has he had the surgery? Do we know that? I don't think he's had the surgery.
I think he had it on Halloween.
He had it. Okay.
He had
That's
on the
right.
day-
You're right.
the day after Halloween.
Yeah.
The day after
So
Halloween.
we'll check in on that, but people were going absolutely bonkers yesterday after the Kansas City-Green Bay game, the Dom situation on the sidelines for the 49ers. So all of those discussions we will have with Mikey Rulebooks at 11:30, and then 12:30 our good friend Dante Whitner. So don't miss any of it. Plus, we have the recap at 11:50, the audio recap on a Victory Monday. It's Papa and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, when you want to know if you are paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement, of course you would. For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give him a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to, and there's no cost and no obligation, so call right now. Ask him about Shohei Ohtani as a Giant. Wow! Call them today at 866-496-2300 or visit online o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 because planning is a process, not a product.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looks left now, middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
What an absolute beast, Deebo Samuel.
Just getting in space and open field and just breaking tackles, and that's what I'm really good at. And Kyle put me in real good positions to make that happen, and did a good job at it today.
I think that's your MVP of this game as we talk about MVPs, and we'll get into Brock as well. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open. Love to get your thoughts on the win over Philadelphia 42-19. It's Brock-iversary, so a year ago, Brock came in, Jimmy broke his leg, and the rest, as they say, is history. He went 19-27, did Brock 314, 4 touchdowns, 10-12, 196, 3 touchdowns, and a perfect rating in the second half. But Deebo set the tone from the beginning, 3 for 22 on the ground in that 12-yard touchdown. The 48-yarder, which I think was the biggest play of the game, 4 for 116 and 2 touchdowns through the air. And he returned kicks as well with Ray McLeod out. And he set the tone walking into the locker room. He looked like an S&M porn star. Like he was
You
leather.
like that, all black leather?
I loved it, man. And he had the big chain. And
Skinny
then,
Deebo can fit into the black leather pants. I'm not sure he
I
could have
like the
worn
black
those
look all the time. Like McCaffrey had leather pants. Trent was very
Johnny Cash?
intimidating. Man, I love that look going into the stadium, man. It was awesome.
Who wore all green? I think Mooney Man wore all green to kind of mock the Eagles.
Yeah.
But,
that was cool.
That was the play, and he broke one tackle on that crossing route, the in cut against Nicholas Morrow, and then I've never seen Deebo run that fast. Maybe I have. He's a 4.44 guy, but he ran right through their entire secondary. It was breathtaking to watch the way he pulled away, and the blocking on that play, Kittle down the field, Ayuk. I mean, just the way they block for their teammates when they're great offensive players. The way they block, there's just an unselfishness. It's like Steph Curry setting a back pick. I mean, it's what they do. It's the culture, and they all feed off of it. But I thought Kyle's play calling, and that was the play that opened it up. It happened right after the big Dom Dre Greenlaw dust up, and they finally got the brotherly shove to work. Did you notice what the Niners did, by the way, on the first Jalen Hurts sneak from the 2-yard line?
I did. The cockeyed thing you talked about.
Well, they did that.
He got it from, where he got him from behind?
Looped in behind and went for the horse collar. Now, the second time they couldn't get there in time, but that is an interesting call. And the Niners did do that in Minnesota to Kirk Cousins when Warner jumped on the pile. They came around the back and they tried to pull him back. But there are no protections for the quarterback to be horse-collared in the pocket. In fact, they got a big call against Josh Allen. Hassan Reddick clearly horse-collared Allen way out of the pocket right before halftime, and it cost Buffalo points. They wound up missing a field goal. I don't know if the Niner coaches watching that were on it, but Nick knows the horse-collar rule because he told Baker Mayfield, when Tampa was in, when he sacked him with a horse collar, you don't have that kind of protection in the pocket. But Chase Young looped around. The Niners do see the Eagles later, or another team runs a quarterback sneak. You can come around the side, grab the quarterback from the back of the jersey and pull him back. But anyway, the next play, they did their thing and they scored. And then to answer back on that play, and it was the speed of Deebo, the skinny Deebo, the black leather pants Deebo, to be able to run right through their defense there was breathtaking. His first touchdown, they hardly touched him on the end around, and that was the play after the play after getting the wheel route against Nicholas Morrow. Kyle, once he got rolling, he had a couple of calls in the game. They couldn't make a first down the first 2 series of the game, John. It was interesting. They didn't even put a back next to Brock. They went empty the first 2 series of the game, and it allowed Philadelphia to tee off. And here comes Hassan Reddick, and now he's faster than fast, and they're all over Brock, and you're barely able to get out of the pocket and throw the ball away. And -3 on the first series, -3 on the second punt. The first 2 downs on the third series did not go well. The little 3rd and 4 outcut to George right at the line to gain. But I thought that sift motion where George comes across the entire formation to usually block a kick-out block on the end, This time he just a slight delay block on Reddick and then runs right by him. Nobody picks him up. That play was genius. And then the one early in the third quarter, the wheel route, the out and up to McCaffrey against Morrow. And they completely stole that or borrowed it from Buffalo. Buffalo ran the exact same play to Delvin Cook's little brother, Buffalo's rookie running back. And Allen it just went off his fingertips. And the one thing they were talking about, and we and Christian on the postgame show, they talked about it setting it up. They wanted Brock to throw it before McCaffrey got into his break against Morrill and got down the sideline. He delivered it perfectly. And then the very next play, they were able to hit the end around to Debo for a touchdown, and then that play down the middle of the defense. But Debo broke the tackle of Morrow on the long run we just played. I don't know if he was touched on the end around. George Kittle had 2 blocks on that play out in space. Just so smart the way he did it. And then the last touchdown to Debo Samuel, John, watch the replay of that one. That's a tunnel screen out to the left, a laser going left to Debo, the Debo dash. Everybody on the offensive line blocked on that play. McKivitz fanned out on the right, so he didn't get there. But even Burford from right guard, Brendel had an amazing game. Aaron Banks had an amazing game. Trent always plays great. They all got there. So Debo had the big numbers, but how many tackles did Debo Samuel have to break on those 3 touchdowns? Maybe just the one on Nicholas Morrow.
Yeah, it was the only one. And like you said, the play design, and Kyle just had a phenomenal game. I thought after the first 2 series, it was just happening quicker. I thought maybe the first 2, because obviously the offensive line wasn't holding up in the first 2 series. And then after that, I don't know if they made an adjustment or if that was just a game plan and what it was going to be. But they started playing 49ers football at that point. But like you said, the design on the touchdown in which Reddick came in, and that allowed, because Kittle doesn't have to block him, they let him go, and he goes inside, and that allows Kittle to get out untouched and get those 2 blocks. Morrow, like you said, he had to dive in the end zone. I think it was Blankenship at the end, but it didn't matter. He was going to dive into the end zone and score. So I don't think he did. But like you said, to know that you're going to beat the out and up, these kind of things. The thing that is not talked about enough with Brock Purdy, and why I think people, if he outplays Lamar Jackson, and because he's already done it with Dak, he already did it with Jalen, why I think he's going to win this thing is, remember early in the season he would miss a couple throws. There was a couple of throws that was like, oh, he missed it. When does he miss big throws? Like McCaffrey does this great double move on Morrow. He's open, he hits him. I mean, those things are underrated. Guys miss throws. He very rarely will miss an open throw that you've got to hit. You've got to hit the layups. You got to hit the dunks. But a lot of times you don't hit him. He hits guys. That play, like you said, on the side where Kittle releases after the block and goes down for 32 yards was huge. I'll tell you a huge play that we haven't talked about. On that drive where Debo gets the 48-yard touchdown, they don't get that unless they get the 3rd and 7, the 10-yarder to Ayuk to set up then the play. That's a 3rd down. And if they have to punt there after the incident on the sideline, it turns to 21-13 with 6:51 left in the third quarter. If they don't get that 3rd down to Ayuk, they're punting it right back to Philly. You were there. The link is going bananas, even though it's a 42-19 game. Absolutely. And so, I mean, I cannot tell you how impressed I am with the 49ers and the way that they responded from that incident. It's just phenomenal. I just think lesser teams would have folded.
Well, they were going to try to make it an alley fight. I mean, the Eagles dominated the first quarter, but they were only up 6-0 because the Niners were so good in the low red zone. It was specifically Charvarius Ward against A.J. Brown in the back of the end zone on 3rd down. Ambry Thomas gloving up. And A.J. Brown just quit on the play. He got hurt, or I think a play before, where Hurts was pointing for him to go to the corner of the end zone. He never did. He was too busy yelling at the back judge. He thought he was being held by Ambry, and he might have been. But go to the corner, and then Hurts just fell down on the pass rush, and Kinlaw had the early easy cover up, and then they checked it down. What happened in the first 2 series was they went an empty. They did not have a back to the side of Purdy. If you're an empty, and this is not Jalen Hurts or Lamar Jackson or Taysom Hill, you're not running the ball. Brock Purdy's not going to run the ball. He did do a nice job of breaking that tackle on Bradley Roby, which surprised us, but they came out looking to throw. They wanted to spread them out and throw the ball, and they had no balance, and Philadelphia came at them, and they overwhelmed them early in the game. The change was to line up McCaffrey next to Brock and actually try to run the ball a little bit and then be a little more balanced on the 3rd series on. And then from that point forward, they just didn't stop. But McCaffrey's route running on that wheel route. It's just the way he set up Morrow, the way he went into that hop. It's a lot like Michael Crabtree would do. Mitch Richmond, as a basketball player, would run that way. You have no idea which direction he's going to go. And if you're Morrow, you're thinking McCaffrey runs that route every play. It's going to be the Texas route. He's going to cut across my face and go back in the middle. And this time he hopped to the outside, ran right by him. And once, as John Madden said, once you're even, you're leaving. Once he got shoulder width with him, he was turning the corner. It was over. It was the out and up, the wheel route, and Brock threw it early. But the genius there is McCaffrey and his ability to run routes. But the other thing Brock does, John, he's not afraid to throw the ball away. There are times he just throws the ball away, and he did it yesterday to Debo on the right side on first down. You're like, what was he doing there? Why did he throw that away? Looked like he had him, and he just move on to the next play. For whatever reason, he doesn't like it. In Jacksonville, he had Juwan Jennings late in the first half. He thought you could have scored a touchdown on third down. He just didn't like it. He just threw it away. He did miss some throws. Go back and watch the very first play of the game. Kyle Juszczyk lined up out wide. Darius Slay completely dropped him. He had a 75, whatever it was, 70 or 75-yard touchdown on the first play of the game. He had Juszczyk right there. And for whatever reason, Brock just didn't see it, and he wound up throwing over the middle, and it went incomplete. He missed a couple of throws. He misses a couple of things here and there, but it's not just the throws that he misses, and they're so infrequent. Once he locks in, he's so accurate, but he's not afraid to lower his completion percentage and sometimes just throw the ball away. You don't have to be a hero on every single play.
It's a good point. All right, Mikey Rulebooks is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll check in on how he's doing since surgery, like you said, Halloween. So a little time has passed. We'll see how he's doing. But a lot of controversy on the Sunday night game between Kansas City and Green Bay. And what the hell was going on the sidelines? Dre Greenlaw versus Dom. We'll get into that with Mikey Rulebooks at the bottom of the hour. Don't miss that. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Papa's good friend, Tim Ryan, he joined Murph and Marcus to discuss the 49ers being locked in on all fronts against the Eagles yesterday. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Here's the snap. Mahomes is back to pass. Mahomes looking, loads up, going deep, down the field. Valdez Scantling, incomplete, no flag. And now the Chiefs can't believe it. They think there should be a flag for pass interference at the 5. Savage and Valentine were in coverage. The Chiefs sideline is beside themselves.
I will say this one does look like a lot of contact. Valentine closing in on Marquez Valdez-Scantling all over his back. This referee crew is not going to get an excellent grade.
They are having a rough last minute or so of this game. That was clearly pass interference. Valentine was on his back.
Oh, come on, that was uncatchable. It was Valdez-Scantling. He was going to drop it anyway. Come on. Mikey Rulebooks. Mike Pereira is going to join us. Normally, he is the he's the originator of being the rules official in the booth, but he is out with back surgery this year. He will be back. And so he is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Lots of discussion and screaming and yelling about that game. Of course, the Dom v. Dre on the sidelines of the Eagles and the 49ers. So we will talk to Mike Pereira at the bottom of the hour. Normally we do this at the beginning of the show, but how was the trip? How was the atmosphere in Philly? Fill us in on all that stuff.
It was Philly's Philly. I mean, it's like my second home because my brother lived there and was a sportscaster there for, from the early 80s all the way till he passed in 2009, and I'd go there often to visit with him, obviously, and it's a great city. There's so much history there. I love that the Niners had the walkthrough like they did the Saturday before the NFC Championship game at Franklin Field in the campus of Penn. What a great, rich history of football where the Eagles played, back in the day, obviously, with Chuck Bednarik and Steve Van Buren and their great teams. And the Penn Relays are there, and it's just a great environment. It's just there's big buildings around the field. You're always wondering that Howie Roseman's up there with a telescope watching you, and it's just it's edgy. I got to say, it was a little edgier going in there yesterday than even last year for the NFC Championship game. It was just a little bit of bad blood, just with the whole vibe with Philadelphia. And I don't know where the game is going to be January 28th. I don't know if they're going to play against each other. I think the Niners will be there. I have a strong feeling. I just don't know if Philadelphia is as good as they were last year. They've lost significant players in their secondary. They don't really have a slot corner. Bradley Roby, I don't know why they pulled him in and out of the lineup and went with Eli Ricks. That's a major downgrade. They've tried other guys, losing Avonte Maddox. They're just vulnerable in a lot of spots. And even Darius Slay's no longer quite that guy, and James Bradbury, and then the safeties they lost. And Kyle was calling him the mouth of the South, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, losing him in the secondary. They're just not the same. And even Marcus Epps, Byard's a good player, and Blankenship was targeted a couple of times in coverage. He's instinctive, but and then the middle of their defense, their front is as good as it gets. And those guys were tired. Jalen Carter was tired off the Buffalo game, as we thought, and Jordan Davis. Fletcher Cox played, which surprised me. I did not think he was going to play, but you saw him in warm-ups. He's playing. It's a big game, and I think they took the game seriously, but a little like the Niners, in that 3-game losing streak, the perfect storm where they were tired and teams off their byes. It was set up for the Niners to outplay them, but I think the Niners are just better than Philadelphia, and I'm not sure that Philadelphia is even the second-best team in the NFC. We'll see. They got a lot of holes, and the quarterback is vulnerable, and I don't know if the Niners exposed him yesterday, but it's a little bit of a one read, as Kurt Warner articulated, and I thought about it just watching them so much on Saturday, where this offense is not that prevalent in the NFL, what they run. And I should have asked Kyle about it earlier last week. I kind of kicked myself. I think it's really what the Washington team did when Kyle was the coordinator for RG3. It's a little that Baylor College stuff and they did it with Alfred Morris behind him and more of a pistol. Did have a sidecar, but it was just that mesh point, whether to give it, pull it, and then throw off of it, the triple option off of it. And I think the Niners Jalen Hurts was just not effective. He could not figure out where to go with the ball after that first pass option was taken away, and the Niners completely suffocated their run game, and DeAndre Swift was no factor in the game. But I always like going back to Philly, John. It's a little, it's hard for me to go back even to this day because my brother's passing, and he died in 2009, the Friday before Father's Day, and there was a prostate cancer run for Gary every Father's Day, and we did do the run with tears flowing down like 48 hours after he died that first year in 2009, but for a long time I didn't go back. I just could not go back to Philadelphia, and they'd invite me back every year, and I just couldn't go. And he sold his house that he had there for years, and I didn't want to go back in the house. It was difficult remembering his last hours and not the full body of his life. But whenever I go to Philly, I think of him, obviously. So when I go back, it's a football game to play, but mainly it's going back to pay tribute to my brother and just all the fun we had there. Gary you think I'm wild. I'm the docile one in the family. He was insane in so many ways, but brilliant equally. And just so much fun and all the nights out and, the cheesesteaks. And Ben Peterson, the 49er trainer, who used to be the trainer for the Philadelphia Flyers, didn't turn me on to a new cheesesteak place, John, called Cleavers that I told you about. And I went there Saturday after the walkthrough. Pat's and Geno's are nowhere. And not a lot of native Philadelphians even knew when I mentioned Cleavers to them yesterday morning. And they didn't, where's that? But it was, Ben did not steer me wrong. They were so huge, though, kind of knocked out my dinner plans because I think it took care of lunch and dinner going to Cleavers for the cheesesteak. So it was fun going back there. It's always a little emotional for me to go back to Philadelphia. And then we'll see if I'm going there on January 28th or they're coming here or we're not going to play them anymore this year.
We'll have a full breakdown at 11:50. We're going to talk to Mike Pereira, of course, head. He normally is the head of the officiating reviews on Fox. So we'll tune him in at 11:30. You'll tune him in at 11:30. We'll get into that whole conversation. But the one thing, the thing I want to get into at 11:50 is I hope they can have this intensity the rest of the season because as excited as we are, and we should celebrate a victory Monday, and we're going to have the recap too at 11:50. But they drew closer to Philadelphia. But Philadelphia's got to lose, I think, one of their next two games because their final three are the Giants, Arizona, and the Giants again. They're not losing one of those three. High percentage against that. So now it's at Dallas, who Dallas played them 28-23 at the Link. Could have won. There was a couple of plays, Jake Ferguson at the goal line and Dak stepping out, in which they could have won that game. It was one of their games they won by a single score. But I think Dallas, the way they play at home, and I give Seattle a ton of credit. They played great Thursday night, played desperate Thursday night, and that's going to be the team that's going to come in here next weekend. I expect it to be a closer game here than it was in Seattle, as that is kind of strange to say. But look, Detroit beat New Orleans. They're 9-3. Dallas beat Seattle. They're 9-3. The Niners are 9-3. The Eagles are 10-2. We can get all excited about it, and we should. It's a great victory, 42-19. But they haven't accomplished anything yet because Philly's got to lose one of those two games, or you're going back to Philadelphia. Or if you don't take care of business, then Dallas could jump you. Detroit could jump you. Those schedules are still the same. Dallas has a really tough schedule down the stretch. But this is great, and they should feel great. But the intensity they showed yesterday, in which I think they could have beat any team on any Sunday with that kind of intensity, they've got to play that way the rest of the year.
It's not just playing that way on Sunday. It's everything they do. You were blown away by Matt Barrow's piece on the sleep that they get, what they eat, nutrition, going into the room for, getting the testosterone levels up. There's so much the modern athlete has. And then on top of it, just everything they download in their brains with their iPads and how they access their playbooks now, and they can get any video they want of anybody. It's not just showing up at 1 o'clock or 1:25 on Sunday or night game. This team is fully committed in every regard. There's not a guy on this team that is not locked in. Now, does that mean they're going to play perfectly every single snap? No. And you saw what happened in the first quarter offensively. Things go sideways. But yesterday was something they wanted to prove, I think, to themselves and a lot of people. And whether or not the championship game or the playoff game in January is in Detroit or it's in Dallas or if it's in Philadelphia or wherever it is, I don't think my main takeaway leaving that stadium yesterday was the Niners are better than the Philadelphia Eagles. They are better. And it's not just because they beat them 42-19. I felt that way going into the game yesterday. I did not feel that way going into the NFC Championship game. I thought Philadelphia is really good. They are difficult coming off that bye, and what they did to the Giants in the divisional game, they routed them in every regard. The Giants could not make a play. Philadelphia's team from last year is far better than the Philadelphia team of this year. And I don't know how they improve. I think they're going to get their bodies right a little bit after they get out of this gauntlet. But they've got major holes. Their front is overpoweringly good, but their back seven is just not as good. And it's not that they play each other, but to me, the difference in the game yesterday, and Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown are great wide receivers, and they create. Devontae Smith is so smooth, but I don't know if you heard us talking to Ambry after the game. They made him a comeback wide receiver. He did not get on top of them. If he keeps catching comeback routes, and he caught his first 8 targets yesterday, he scored a touchdown late in the game. But I think overall they did a good enough job on Devontae Smith, even though he caught 9 for 96, and A.J. had those slants and bad angle by Jair Brown in the first one, 8 for 114. But overall, the plan on how to rush Hurts and how to cover behind and the development of Ambry Thomas, Philadelphia does not have that. They are searching for how they're going to cover the nickel. Obviously, the linebacker level is just not there. So we'll see. Philadelphia could win every game, and we may have to go back to Lincoln Financial Field on the 28th of January. It could be Detroit. Somebody could beat them. Dallas could beat them next week and win the NFC East, and Philly could drop to the 5 seed. You have no idea how it's going to go. My main takeaway is, and I'm not going to say I feared Philadelphia, but like Kansas City in 2019, you always kept an eye on their team and thought, boy, the Niners are really, really good. But that team over there could spoil everything. And that's the way I felt last year with Philadelphia. I no longer feel that way at all this year. Maybe they had a bad day yesterday, but there were a lot of bad plays, and overall the 49ers overwhelmed them. So my main takeaway was, yeah, the 1 seed and all that. It does matter because you'd rather play it at home. You'd rather be off Wild Card Weekend. That all matters. You could suffer a terrible injury on Wild Card Weekend or the divisional that derails everything. You don't want to play extra football, and you don't want to have to travel. But what they accomplished yesterday that was a whooping. The same way they beat Dallas, they are just right now, and things change. Things change from October to November to December to January to February. Teams evolve. But right now, the 49ers, in my opinion, are a far superior team than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Mike Pereira is going to join us coming up next, former VP of officiating in the NFL and current, when he comes back from his surgery, rules analyst at Fox Sports. Lots of stuff yesterday. Dom and Dre, plus the Sunday night game. There were lots of things to talk about on the officiating front. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
A.J. Brown wide right against Mooney. Man, Hurts throws. It is caught. Devontae Smith has a huge cushion inside the 30. Flag came in. A personal foul out of bounds.
And they're going to get Greg Greenlaw on this one.
Oh, pardon me, Greenlaw. Greenlaw came in late. Now the Eagles sideline is coming down. They got to make sure they separate these players. Right now, Dre Greenlaw will take a personal foul again.
Oh, yeah, that's why I tried my hardest not to lose my mind. Hopefully I didn't embarrass myself too bad. But, yeah, once I didn't get to see it all from where I'm at, but when I start hearing people explain it to me and stuff, and I just can't believe someone not involved in a football game can taunt our players like that and put their hands in our guy's face. And from what I was told, Dre did it back to him, and I was told that he kind of mashed him in the face a little bit, so he got ejected. But it was a very frustrating play. I got to watch it to have a true opinion on it, but I loved how we rallied after it.
Absolutely rallied. The Eagles at 9:27 of the third quarter, that happened. The Eagles scored 6:51 to pull it to 21-13, but then the 49ers, they scored on 6 straight possessions. Touchdowns on 6 straight possessions. They scored on 3 straight after that, led by the Deebo Samuel 48-yarder, 42-19. Most teams probably would have folded. The Niners hit the gas, and let's talk all about officiating. We love doing that. With our good friend Mike Pereira, of course, former VP of officiating in the National Football League, rules analyst at Fox, although he's recovering this year, and that's what we want to start with. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. First of all, thanks for joining us. Second of all, happy holidays. Third of all, how's the recovery?
You know, recovery's actually pretty good. I will have to say I'm just a little over a month out of surgery, and I spent 8.5 hours in surgery, and I had 7 levels fused in my back. But I'll tell you, I'm up and around and walking, and even some without my walker now, and in very little pain. I mean, the doctors and the nurses and everybody at UCSF were marvelous, and I'm not so sure. I thought I would have said I would be on the road to recovery this early, even though I know the total recovery is likely to be 6 months to a year. But I still am really kind of marvel at myself for the fact that I'm moving around as well as I am, and can't wait to take my half-a-mile loop where I live here when it gets to be 65 degrees today, and have a nice walk, and then cherish the feelings of watching the 49ers yesterday, knowing that a year ago when I was in the booth in Philadelphia watching what happened, this was a great validation, because last year I told everybody the Niners were going to win in Philadelphia. And so I feel better about that now.
Yeah, complete flip from 31-7 on January 29th last year, Mike, to what the Niners did, winning 42-19. And just the way the game started in the first quarter, then the utter domination, and even Jalen Hurts going out to
to injury. So we certainly want to get your thoughts on what happened with Big Play Dre and Big Dom on the sideline. But just watching the Niners and loving the Niners the way you do, what did you think of their performance yesterday?
Well, I think I'm like everybody else. I watched in the first quarter and said, what's going on here? It's like, okay, you see 2 3 and outs. You basically don't see McCaffrey touch the ball. And then you see the Philadelphia march down the field, and to the credit of the 49er defense, they held them to the 2 field goals. But when it turned. And I think as you listen to some of the pundits today, they are all drooling over the 49ers performance. And, to think any team would go up against a 10-1 team and score 6 touchdowns in a row on 6 consecutive possessions. I mean, it was an incredible performance. And, being the old 49er fan with my dad having tickets since 1948, season tickets, now he's up above watching. And I told Lynch before, he settles up there when the Niners play, and he watches every play. He was an official, so he officiates every damn play too, probably from heaven. But he's a happy man, and it made all of us 49er fans happy yesterday.
The great Mike Pereira is joining us, of course, former VP of officiating in the NFL and rules analyst. He is on the sidelines recovering, but lots of things happen, and we came in with the Dre play. So a couple of things, I want you to explain this thing in full, but a couple of things that I don't understand, and things, and I'm just some dummy on the radio, but why does Nick Sirianni need security front row when there's 60 men in battle armor around him? I don't think he's in peril. And second of all, Walt Anderson saying after the game something I didn't know, which was you can't penalize him, so he can't get penalized as a non-player, but Dre Greenlaw can. But can't you penalize sidelines? Can't you penalize, like if a coach comes off, he's not a player, he can get penalized for being on the field. So first and foremost, explain why a guy can have that kind of access. I think it should be players, coaches, doctors, training staff. Why is a security guy there? And then why can't somebody like that be penalized?
Yeah, look, I don't know that your security guy, sure that everybody has security guys on the field. I don't know that they're up front and that close. And it just happened that it kind of happened right in front of where Dom was when the tackle was made. Walt is referring to Rule 19 that says you can't penalize, but I do have a question about that, because if it says you can't penalize, then how can you eject? So I think there, little bit of question there. You get presented with these things that so very seldom happen. But if you are a credentialed person, which allows you to be in the team area, then you are subject to the rules. And, I kind of looked at the play, and I knew Dre was in trouble, even though he didn't start it. I knew he was in trouble when he took that, I don't know, what do you call it? It wasn't a punch. It was like a reach that grazed Dom. I knew he was going to be in trouble for that, but and I knew that would lead to a disqualification. It wasn't the throwdown that caused the disqualification. It was that. But I ended up being a little perplexed on why it wasn't basically offsetting fouls. Look, doesn't make any difference in the long run, but I think the league will look at that and probably take action against Dom. I call him Dom like he's my best friend. I don't know who the guy is.
You never met him? The Fox crew seemed to know him pretty well, DeSandro.
Well, they used him for like reservations for dinner or something
right before.
Right. So they were all over him, saying how great he was, and then he gets his butt kicked off the field. But it's one of those. If you can eject, then how can you not penalize if in fact he's in the team area? And if he is credentialed, but I'm sure that's going to be a talking point at the league, this week, because I really have always thought of it. If you are credentialed, you are subject to the rules. Coaches are subject to the rules. Medical people are subject to the rules. Everybody that's basically credentialed is subject to the rules. And Dom, if he's credentialed and he's in the box, then he should have been penalized, in my opinion. But we'll see what further clarification Walt might give beyond this.
And he's not the only security personnel on the sideline. The Eagles got dozens of them. So do the Niners. Mike took a shot at Mike Anderson on the Niners side, and Mike wound up blowing out his Achilles last year with Bobby Wagner involved in a play. So what do you think the league office does as far as a fine? I think that was the talking point, that there's going to be a heavy, heavy fine to Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman and the Eagles organization for what Dom DeSandro did. Did you see that coming in the coming days, Mike? Do you know enough about that?
I mean, I don't know if heavy is. I mean, yes, I think it'll be the club that will be fined. I think you got to look to see what Dom said. They got to look at do some investigating here. What is his status? Was he credentialed? Was he allowed to be where he was? I mean, this is not one where I think you're going to lose a draft choice. I mean, is Dom going to be banned from the team area for a couple of games, possibly? I mean, look, this is not a player safety issue thing, at least in my mind. It's a kind of like a verbal altercation, which shouldn't happen, but necessarily.
Dom did touch him first, Mike. Dom did touch Dre, and then Dre slapped his finger at him. Yeah.
Oh, he touched him. Yeah, I know he touched him. It wasn't like he gave him a forearm shiver, which Dom looked like he could have. You know,
no, he's a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big dude. But it's one of those things that, you know, will probably end up with some action. But I don't see it as severe. Somebody asked me, will Greenlaw be, will he be penalized? Will he be fined? Yep, he's going to be fined, if nothing else, for the personal foul, but he's not going to be suspended. I mean, I don't see that action coming at all. It's kind of, the league sometimes does this, Pop. You know, they have something like this happens that hasn't really happened very often, and so the letter will go out to all 32 teams, and they're going to be reminded of who can be in the box and who can't be in the box and what they can or can't do, especially when it comes to, you know, altercations with players like this. But, you know, it's kind of one of those where I just languish in the beauty of the win yesterday, and really could care less about Dom walking off the field to a standing ovation of the Philly fanatics that are in the crowd. It was just,
can you recall this ever happening before with security getting into the white like that? I can't recall it happening.
I mean, I remember a college game. It was a doctor that went out onto the field to tend to an injured player and pushed an official. This was a college game way back early in my career, but you know, there's usually more discipline when it comes to sideline people like this. And, you know, God forbid it wasn't an official. If it was an official, then Dom's in trouble. And I think the Eagles are in real trouble. But, you know, let's find them and move beyond this and talk about the Seahawks and where the 49ers are from here. And maybe look at, you know, as I try to be stupid because I know the rules, but I don't know much other. All I know is I don't like to root for the Cowboys, but I sure as hell am going to root for the Cowboys this coming weekend.
Exactly.
You know, because that could be huge if they beat the Eagles. Huge for the 49ers.
The great Mike Pereira joined us. And the only reason I even was bringing it up because, you know, that happened at 9:27 of the third. They scored 6:51, and it's 21-13, and the Lynx going crazy. And at that time, I just put a mark on my notes to think, is this going to be the turning point for the Eagles? Now, the Niners were so locked in, they score in that 48-yarder to Debo, and they roll. But I think a lot lesser teams would have been intimidated by that situation and would have potentially lost. But my question to you is this. It's ironic because it's Dre Greenlaw and it's Draymond Green, very similar names. Does the NFL have any kind of a system? I mean, the NBA has come out and said, look, the past transgressions, when we decide what Draymond's going to do or going to get fined or how many games he's going to miss for current action, we look back at his prior history like it's a court case. Does the NFL do that with Dre Greenlock? And I'm not saying that he was right. He wasn't. He was wrong on the Devontae Smith slam down. But does the league look at it and say, okay, he continues to get these things, we're going to find where he normally might not miss a game? Would he miss a game because this has happened a few times?
Sure. I mean, they always look at history. There's no question about that, and the fines reflect that because of the escalating fines for repeat offenders, and so there's no question they look at that. Now, again, when you're talking about, I don't want to call it a garden variety personal foul, but kind of a garden variety personal foul. I mean, I've seen worse when it comes to the lifting and throwing players down on their heads. What do they call them? Reverse suplex. I mean,
right.
As a non-wrestler, it's really kind of lift and throw the guy down on his head. It didn't.
The Turkey Jones to Terry Bradshaw. Remember that?
Yeah, exactly. Which is still affecting Terry. But it's
hard to tell.
It's kind of one of those where even when it happened, it didn't strike me as being that egregious. But the thing too that, John, when you look at this, you knew about this going in, that this was going to be a tough game, that there was going to be, the emotions were going to be high, and it starts when the 49ers run out before the game and kind of ran through the defensive backs of Philadelphia and what was said before, and Debo talking the way that he talks. And so the officials knew they had their hands full. And I think what's kind of interesting about this whole thing is that New York has taken on such a different role than when I was there. I mean, and it wasn't that long ago. I guess it was when I was there, like 14 years. But I'm not sure what happens if New York doesn't get involved in this. I mean, on the field, I'm not sure that the officials really would have done anything in that situation other than break it up, and probably would not have ejected Dom from the play. But New York looks at it, and New York recognizes the game and the emotions in this game and the difficulty of this game. I mean, how many times did we have to see the officials breaking up these things? And so you knew it was tough to control, and New York has that ability to say, okay, I'm getting that guy out of there. I don't care who he is. I mean, I'm sure that when Walter Anderson was sitting there, he probably thought that was the strength coach. He didn't know that it was the security guy by looks. But, I'm sure New York now, which has more power than they've ever had in officiating, period, and even when it comes to disqualifying, it's to me, this was probably a New York disqualification of Dom, and that there was really no second penalty thrown. I mean, they actually kicked out Dre because of the fact of that he took that swipe at Dom. Yeah. I think New York probably did that all themselves too. So it's just an interesting thing. I think 14 years ago they'd have broke it up, and there'd have been one simple 15-yard penalty, and we would have been gone, and we'd have played on, and Dom would have recommended a new restaurant to the new broadcast crew coming in the next week. But it's just really changed.
So that play, I mean, it started on the 9:37, and with all the infraction and the yardage that Devontae Smith gained, they went to the 12. And a couple of plays later, they're doing the brotherly shove, the tush push, which leads to, and I don't think we've had you on to discuss the health and safety issue of that play. And there was a lot of talk over the weekend. Some of the owners in the Eagles division in the NFC East are powerful owners, as you know, are really trying to push to have this play eliminated. And now we're hearing that the commissioner of the NFL wants the tush push, the brotherly shove, eliminated. And for years, this play was not legal in the NFL. In college with USC and Matt Leinart pushing Reggie Bush against Notre Dame, the Bush push. Why did this play go from being illegal to legal, Mike? And do you think this should be taken out? Is this play unsafe for the players, do you think?
Well, I mean, that's a loaded question, because first of all, if you go back and say, why was it made legal? And it was made legal because in some of these push plays, and it was not necessarily the push, but it was other, like the different plays where you're pushing a teammate, but you couldn't really see you're pushing a pile. So you couldn't push the runner, because that's what it was. You couldn't push the runner. And then, you look, you might have one hand on the runner and maybe another hand on another player. And it just was so hard to recognize who's pushing who's getting pushed, that finally it was just decided, look, we're going to amend the aiding the runner rule and allow you to push. You still can't pull him. You can't pick him up off the ground if he's not down by contact. Those rules remain intact, but the key is they allowed you to push. Now, will they get rid of it? Look, they certainly looked at it closely last year because we had this play last year, but it was the health and safety aspect which really kept them from not banning the play, because there just wasn't the injury stats that said it was a dangerous play. Certainly looks like it could be. This year, I think we've had a couple of injuries that they will probably note and take a look at. I mean, I'm kind of on the side of I think it's a good play, and I think if you take a look at it, the stats were startling. What's the success rate of the push play? It's about 85-87%. What's the success rate of a normal just quarterback sneak where he gets to the A gap, squeezes into the A gap? It's the same. It's 85-87%, whatever it is. So there's no statistical really advantage from this tush play other than, the Eagles are really good at it. And the league to me is hesitant about taking away plays that really would negate offense. They like offense, and these are plays that lead to first downs. These are plays that lead to touchdown. And the committee loves points. The committee loves touchdowns. And so I think that's another aspect that they look at. But if there's not the player safety issue, if you don't have the number of injuries being higher in this type of play versus a normal quarterback sneak, then, to say optics, I mean, I think there's a lot of things in the game that maybe optics don't look good, but does that mean you should take them out? I don't know. That's a question for the competition committee, but if it's not a safety thing, I don't believe it should be taken out.
Talking rules with Mike Pereira. Last night, everybody was going crazy on the Sunday night game. There was a few things that happened in the final few minutes. I think the official missed the sideline. I think it was Valdez-Scantling got out of bounds. They had stopped forward progress. She stopped the clock. Obviously, you had the PI against Valdez-Scantling, which I said earlier was non-catchable because he was throwing it to Valdez-Scantling and he would have just dropped it. And then the final one, but what everybody was talking about too was, and I don't know why everybody was so fired up about this. You never call PI on a Hail Mary, but they were talking about PI on a Hail Mary, and Travis Kelce got held. I understand that, but yeah, Hail Mary's a free-for-all. Doesn't everybody know that? So what did you make of the final 2 minutes of the Chiefs and the Packers?
It made me glad I'm not the head of officiating. I know that. That was officiated. That last 2 minutes was officiated very poorly, and it's a shame, because we talk about the Greenlaw play, and then we kind of don't want to talk about it because the 49ers played so well, and it was a one-sided game, and we just want to move on. This is different. I mean, this was a tight game, obviously, and you look at every one of those situations, and you left out the hit on Mahomes on the sideline, which they called unnecessary roughness. He wasn't out of bounds, and he was trying to get the first down. And and again, you're looking at things visually, how you see things. Normally, the defense lets the quarterback get out of bounds, and so I think the official got surprised when Mahomes got hit, and then reacted to that. But that's not a foul. And then the progress in the field of play. Oh my word! I mean, that one made me jump out of my chair, which caused my brace to pop off. And, I'm thinking to myself, Jesus, this is like 101 here, and then the pass interference, which was, missed, and two people have a perfect look at it. And, I think that maybe they got, I don't know, I can't get into people's mind, but at one point the defender had turned and looked for the ball, but then turned away and then just made a tackle and you can't you can't miss that. You cannot miss that. And then, as John, you're talking about the Hail Mary, is there a push? Yeah, he pushes them in really an attempt to make the play. He then jumps to try to make the play on the ball himself. You're so loose when it comes to officiating on those types of plays. A push you're going to get away with. A tackle, you're not. A push all the way to the ground, no, you're not going to get away with that. But a push like that, which just moves the guy a bit, back in my day, you didn't want that called, and I still don't think you want that called. And I think we made way too much of that one compared to the others. But in reality, it just was a a very poorly handled end of the game, and it went both ways. But it was not good.
As you're watching more football than working games, Mike, and Tom Brady's had some pointed opinions about the state of the game now that he's no longer playing. Taking a year off, and how many years has this been since you've been able just to watch football, college
53.
and pro? Not actually. Wow. Is the game?
53.
That's amazing. So for the first time in 5 decades, you're not working games, you're watching games Saturdays and Sundays. How's the product, Mike? Not just officiating, the game itself. Where are we at as a sport?
Well, it's just a question, I guess. It's a tough question. I think it's where we need to be. It is a safer game, and I think that's important. I have a lot of respect for Tom Brady. I might be working next to Tom Brady next year. Excuse me. But the game can't be played the way it was. We all love the Ronnie Lotts. We love the John Lynch. We love those guys that were just hammers, man. But the game was dangerous, and the after effects, which don't really show until a player's career is like 20 years beyond when they're done. The danger level is high and was really high. And you have to think of the game, and I refuse to think of the game of football as just in the NFL level. I think of the game of football all the way to the peewee level, to the kids that first start playing the games, to the parents that all of a sudden have their kids playing tackle football when they're 11 years old. The game had to evolve to where it became safer, because we just kept equipping players with more and more stuff, more and more protection, which made them feel less and less vulnerable. And especially when it comes to the head, you became like missiles with these helmets. And, the lawsuits that came up, toward the league that obviously cost the league a lot of money, but presented the bigger question about the overall safety of the game. I just think it has to be where it is, whether the old timers like it or not. If you want to sustain the future of the game, which means you sustain it on all levels, not just the NFL, you have to work to make it as safe as possible. And I do think right now it's a lot safer, much to the chagrin of Brady and others, but it's where it needs to be, in my opinion. And if you look at the margin of victory, you look at those types of things, you look at the ratings, you look at all those, the numbers are still phenomenal. The game is phenomenal, and the passion for the game is there. It has been, always has been, and will remain that way. Officiating, maybe a little bit different. Maybe I have a different opinion a little bit. I think the game has gotten a little bit over officiated. And sometimes we've seen that pop up.
How about the Seattle-Dallas game on Thursday night, Mike?
How about the third quarter?
Play.
I know.
It was horrible.
I know. You look at it
rhythm.
and you go, oh, there is no rhythm. When you think of that and you think of replay and you think of all of this stuff, expedited reviews, all of these things, that's also changed the game and changed the rhythm of the game. Yet still very popular, but overall, I think that just the game is over officiated a bit. And I think also and I would say this, and I probably shouldn't say this on a show as popular and it's 50,000 watts and all of this kind of stuff, but I think we're too young in officiating right now. People clamored forever. They clamor. The officials are too old. We got to get younger guys. I said that all along. Young? The hell with being young. Who gives a crap if a guy can run a 4.8 40 in a striped shirt? I don't care about that. I care about the guy who's been working for 15 years or 20 years and has great judgment. Maybe he can't run as fast as that kid, who doesn't know the difference between delay a game and pass interference. But they've just lost so much experience and they're so young. And I think it's had an effect. And maybe that'll get better, and I assume it will. But I will say this, and maybe we can end with this because maybe it's profound. To some degree, not that I would say anything profound, but when I have had the opportunity to watch as many games as I watched this year, because I have it on all the time when I couldn't do that before, when I watch it so much, I don't like it as much when it comes to officiating. I just think that, we're in a time frame right now where it's more call everything than it is calling what really has an effect on the play and not calling something which doesn't have an effect on the play. That's just me.
Well said. We love that you said it. Former VP of officiating in the NFL. He knows what he's talking about. Rules analyst at Fox when he comes back. Our main thing is that you're getting healthy. You sound great. We're glad that you're progressing, and I know we'll talk to you soon, but get healthy, man.
You got it. Always good to talk to you guys.
You too.
Love you, Mikey.
At Mike Pereira. So he's just hanging out. So hit him up. I bet people.
He was in a good mood today.
He was in a good mood. I should have asked him. Do people still hit him up on Saturdays and Sundays about rules? I mean, they just constantly were hitting him up. And we're always talking about it. But great insight on Mike Pereira. And we have, like you said, third quarter for the Dallas-Seattle game was absolutely unwatchable. And then the last few minutes for the Kansas City-Green Bay game was atrocious. I mean, I forgot about that. Mahomes hit on the sideline was terrible. We will play the recap for you coming up next at about 10 past the hour. We'll do that. And then at the bottom of the hour, Dante Whitner will tell us all about what happened and what would happen if some guy named Dom got his fingers in his face. What would Dante do? We'll get into all those things with Dante at the bottom of the hour. It's Bob and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, and this is the week, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. On Friday, December the 8th at noon, they're going to have their free live CLR webinar. It's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement, which I had, John Lund had. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between LASIK and CLR? I've had both. I had LASIK about 20 years ago and just had CLR in the summer of 2022. Am I a good candidate for CLR? What's the cost? Is there financing involved? And how long does the actual procedure take? Not long at all. So find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and cataracts at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. That's this Friday, December the 8th at noon. Space is limited. So register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. 49ers 42-19 over the Eagles. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line wide open, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Don't know if you know this. Papa called the game. So you got any questions, comments from Dom to Debo to Brock to where they sit in the NFC and all these big questions. We're going to talk to our good friend Dante Whitner at the bottom of the hour. Just 60 quick seconds, and then right back to the 49ers. So I told you this weekend I went down because my grandmother was having a estate sale in Manhattan Beach, and she had two houses down there. She sold them both. So
you told me you were going to a memorial for your mother.
Yeah, we did. It was a busy weekend. It was a very busy weekend. So
okay, that's why you missed Friday.
Yeah.
All right.
So
I'm JD did a great job.
Yeah.
Okay, you went to an estate sale?
No, it was my grandmother's, and so I'm helping out.
Okay.
And really quick, and then right back to the Niners, I promise.
All right.
But my grandmother used to go deep into Mexico with this big van, and her husband would go, and they would get like Mexican artifacts and pottery and hand painting. I mean, her what she left behind looks like an art gallery, right?
So this is a real estate sale, not a yard sale or a garage sale.
It was incredible. So all these people who got a few bucks in their pocket, they're living on the beach in Manhattan Beach, are coming by with their dogs. We're having a good time. We're drinking coffee. They're selling stuff, all this kind of stuff. And this guy comes down the block about two houses down, and I've been to this house a million times, and I never knew that one of their neighbors was Gary Vitti, the former trainer of the Los Angeles Lakers from 1985 to 2016.
Does he have stories to tell?
I sat him down. I chained him to a chair, and we talked.
You ask him about that, Dr. Buss?
We talked Dr. Buss. We talked Magic all the way to Shaq and Kobe. We were in a lot of the same places. I was covering a lot of the games, all those games, and Kobe in '98 and all that kind of stuff. But what we got into the most was winning time. And so he tells me a story in which I don't even know I'm supposed to tell it, but what the hell? He tells me a story in which he was contracted to be on set for 5 days. And on the third day, and he was making...
He left. He got mad, right?
He was making a chunk of change, let me tell you.
Yeah.
So on the third day, John C. Reilly, I guess, who was doing a scene, obviously, as Dr. Buss, goes off on this tangent to everybody, like, Gary Vidi's standing right here, and he was actually there. We got to make this real. So long story short, he says he cut it short after 3 days, and like I said, he was making a mint to be there. And cut out the final 2 games because he said if Jerry West, who he's best friends with, sees that I was on this show, he's going to disown me as a friend. So he walked off the set because it was so bad. Yeah,
I remember when that first came out, and everybody could not believe how disingenuous it was to mainly Pat Riley and to Jerry West, but mainly it was Jerry West. Have you seen season 2?
I have not.
Winning Time?
I have not. I didn't watch
I got to catch up on that.
So anyway, I don't want to deviate from the topic of the day, but I thought you would have been like I was thinking of you the whole time.
I would have loved that. And I know Gary Vidi well.
He's
Gary was
awesome.
Cool.
He was so awesome, and we sat there. He had a big dog called what was it, Zeus or something? His
he
big
still have
dog.
That mustache?
He looks good. I'm telling you, he puts me to shame. He had this beautiful gray goatee going on. We sat there for like an hour and a half. I think he was like, could I go? Could I go? But we just talked old Lakers, Magic through Shaq and Kobe and winning time. And my mom was looking at me like, can you let this guy go? And finally he went in to buy some stuff. Him and his wife were there. They were so nice. But
He's
anyway.
got to write a book.
Oh, he did write a book. He actually has a book out. Yeah. So anyway, like I said, I don't mean to deviate too far from the 49ers, but it was incredible, and I just had so much fun talking to him, and he had some stories that there's no way I could tell.
So what day was this? This was Saturday?
Saturday
the same
morning.
day as the Memorial? You were busy on Saturday.
Yeah, it was Saturday morning, and it was a busy weekend, I'll tell you. But got back yesterday, did Eagles-Niners, had a great time.
I didn't know you were doing that.
Yeah, that was a highlight of my weekend, man. I had so much fun talking to him, and it was just fun because we had been at a lot of the same places and didn't even know it. But what a super guy he is! And
he's a nice man.
I mean, those guys, those are the unsung heroes, man. The
Tommy
trainers,
Abdenauer,
the doctors,
Dick Tioliva.
Oh, those guys. Anyway,
Warriors trainers.
The latest story in Eagles 49ers, Shaq Leonard has made a decision. He's going Eagles. Eagles for Shaq Leonard. So we'll see.
I was saying, how would they get to change their back seven?
Yeah.
Their front is ferocious, and they can dominate a game. But if you just don't have anything behind it at the linebacker level or the secondary level, it's tough. And I don't know what they're going to do. Shaq Leonard's not the answer.
Nah.
Just watching him, he's had 2 different back surgeries. He can hardly run.
He's had ankles, hamstrings, groins. He's had a ton of injuries.
I think Darius Leonard was a much better player. Now he's Shaq Leonard. I don't know if did he change it for Shaquille O'Neal? I don't know.
Maybe he
but
did.
He's not the same player, but I could see where Howie Roseman would do that. That's a Howie Roseman move to go get Linval Joseph or Ndamukong Suh, which they got last year, and use him sparingly. I don't know where you would play Leonard. Would you play him in the base or play him in the nickel? He just doesn't run. He can't cover.
That's what I mean. If you put him out there, the 49ers are going to go right at him and target him in
Dallas
space.
Or anybody.
Yeah.
Seattle. I mean, I don't. They are going to get Zach Cunningham back. They missed him yesterday. Christian Ellis had the 1 tackle for loss yesterday. He had 1 play against Buffalo where he did the same thing, and then after that he got exposed. Nicholas Morrow was a safety at Greenville College, Division III school, Greenville University. He was a Raider. I remember him with the Raiders. He was there for 4 years, undrafted player. Last year played well in Chicago, but he just doesn't cover. He got so lost. We'll go back and watch when the All-22 comes out. Tim had it fired up. We were so excited about the game yesterday. We watched it on the way home last night, and the plane ride home was so much fun. But just watch Nicholas Morrow on the play where Kittle goes in that motion across and just with a slight delay block on Reddick, then releases out and they drop him. He doesn't have a clue where to go on that play. There are like 5 plays where 41's like, where do I go? And he's actually starting in middle linebacker for them. He's not playing because of injury. I guess because of Dean's injury, Nakobe Dean. I mean, if they were completely healthy, would Morrow be on the field, or would it be Dean and Cunningham, I guess. But Morrow, he started every game last year with the Bears, had 116 tackles. He was lost. But I don't know where they, and Shaq Leonard was a 4-time All-Pro player when he was right. Remember, he and Fred Warner and Roquan, they were all vying for who's going to be the highest paid linebacker. And then, they just didn't want to pay him anymore, and he wound up moving on, but he got hurt as well. I just don't know if he upgrades what they have. He's just not that player anymore because of the back injury.
All right, let's get into it. The audio recap with you and Tim. We'll play that for you coming up next. And then Dante Whitner with the full breakdown of the 49ers' 42-19 win over the Eagles. That all to come next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
CMC and Ambry Thomas joined the 49ers postgame show after the 42-19 win, of course, with Papa and Tim Ryan to break down the huge win at the Link. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Papa and Lund on a Monday, recapping the Eagles and 49ers, a 42-19 win. Bottom of the hour, you're going to get the full recap, especially on the defensive side with our good friend and former 49er Dante Whitner, of course, pre- and post-game on NBC Sports Bay Area. Before we play this real quickly, I don't know if you would decipher between the two. Did you have more fun calling this game or the Dallas game? Similar blowouts. Can you discern between the two?
This game was like a heavyweight boxing match, and it went round by round. The first quarter was Philadelphia. Their front is real. It's going to be an issue. Their wide receivers are getting separation, although the Niners covered them so well in the low red zone. The second quarter, the Niners just came alive and took it over. And then the third quarter became a street fight. And that's where you thought this game can go off the rails here. And, which team really locks back in on playing football again. And I think they both did at that point, although it got chippy. There's no doubt there's some bad blood between the teams, even going out to the warm-ups. And, James Bradbury out there before. So it was fun. The Dallas game was just a rout. The Niners overwhelmed them the entire game and then called the dogs off in the fourth quarter, John. This one, I'm not sure who's a better team, honestly. I thought Philadelphia was the better team, but Dallas gave them a battle. I watched that game closely over the weekend to get ready for this one, and they almost beat them. There were a couple of plays where 4 or 5 plays go either way. But I just thought the whole thing I was building up throughout the game was the Eagles are cockroaches. You got to stomp them out. They've won games that they had no reason winning. Kansas City outplayed them. All this halftime deficits, and even though the Niners took the game over in the second quarter into the third quarter, and they survived, Dre and Big Dom and all that, and they stabilized the game. When Hurts came back running on the field and got a check back in from Mariota, you're like, is this where it flips? And it wasn't until we pulled out the can of Raid when Juwan Jennings broke that tackle to Ricks and scored that we thought, and even then I thought, are the cockroaches really dead? So this was a fun game, but this one had a lot of meaning because the Niners had beaten Dallas and knocked them out. This one was like a grudge match a little bit, and the guys really wanted to make a point. So I would say yesterday was more fun.
All right, Dante Whitner at the bottom of the hour, but we love doing this on Victory Monday. Greg Papa, Tim Ryan, and your audio recap of a 42-19 thrashing of the Eagles.
Oh, if our quarterback wasn't hurt. If you would have freaking blocked for him, he would have been hurt. You suck. You're not man enough to admit it. Now you're going to come back here, and you're going to get your kicked again, and we're going to show you how men play. Not like those little whiners from the West Coast who drink their little wine with their pinkies up and act like you're so superior. Guess what? This is Philly. You're going to lose. You suck.
Purdy out of the shotgun, straight drop, checks it down to Kittle, a screen. A lot of room to run, 30, 20, 15, all the way to the Eagle 9-yard line goes George Kittle.
Yeah, I don't think the emotions were there like you would think. I mean, I think if we would have opened up in week 1 here, I think that would have been a real big deal. But just, I think, going through the season, and he's played a lot of football. His arms felt great. So I think coming back here, the emotions are more about going against such a good team and playing in such a hard place to play.
Play action and roll by Purdy. Purdy get a pump throw for the end zone. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
Outside those first 2 drives, it's like that's, the Niner football that we know. That's the offense that we know. When everyone's doing their part, everything's clicking, obviously. Some great play calls. And then, everyone just makes plays and does it the right way. We protect the ball. Defense does their job. That felt good. And that's what we're always trying to obviously do and be at. That's the standard that we know, and that's what the standard that we've set over the years. And so, that's what we expect out of ourselves.
Now it's 2nd and 5. Niners inside the Toyota red zone of the Philly 19-yard line. Debo to the side. They check it down to Debo, right flat. Debo turns the corner. Debo inside. 1st and goal to go on the Philly 4-yard line. Go goes Deebo Samuel, a gain of 15 yards.
Just getting in space and open field and just breaking tackles, and that's what I'm really good at. And Kyle put me in real good positions to make that happen, and did a good job at it today.
Ayuk goes in long motion right. McCaffrey, the lone back. Purdy under center. Handoff coming left. Touchdown! CMC!
Huge hole for McCaffrey behind Trent Williams and Aaron Banks.
It's amazing, man. I can't say enough good things about the way that this whole team commits to the run from the coaches down. And I'm just so happy to be, the one with the ball in my hands when these runs get called, because it's so fun to run right or left, and then just to be able to know that these guys are putting it all on the line, receivers blocking downfield. I'm lucky that I'm here. I love these guys, and I love the effort they give in the run game. And like I said, just fortunate to be a part of this team.
Twist the front. Purdy throws out left. McCaffrey's got it. A wheel route down the sideline. They got him singled up there, and he took advantage of the coverage of Nicholas Morrow, the linebacker, on the out and out for 33 yards.
I guess it's up to y'all to kind of interpret it, but I had full confidence that we would have this type of game from the jump. We got a quarterback, so it made it a lot easier this time.
Ayuk goes in long motion left. It's Eli Mitchell now in, but it's an end around to Deebo Samuel coming right, turns the corner, and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
What a play to catch a defense that's trying like heck to make a play.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie, I was in that zone like all week long for us. Like, they beat us in the NFC Championship, and at the end of the day, like, talking trash. I mean, this is part of the game. Hopefully nobody took it to heart, because it's just all fun and games at the end of the day.
A.J. Brown wide right against Mooney man. Hurts throws. It is caught. Devontae Smith has a huge cushion inside the 30. Fly came in. A personal foul out of bounds.
And they're gonna get Greg Greenlaw on this one.
Oh, pardon me, Greenlaw. Greenlaw came in late. Now the Eagles sideline is coming down. They got to make sure they separate these players. Right now, Dre Greenlaw will take a personal foul again.
After the play was over, personal foul number 57 of San Francisco, who has also been disqualified.
Talking to me, saying he didn't do anything, and then I'm seeing their sideline, waving by to him and all this other stuff. But it was such a big loss in that moment to lose him, but I can't speak enough to how big OB was. Oren Burks coming in and doing what he did, made some big plays for us in there when he came in and replaced Dre. So that was another moment where we had to, make an adjustment and stand up.
Looks left now, middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
What an absolute beast, Deebo Samuel. The throw is on time. It's Deebo Samuel. He is working a crossing route over the middle of the field. Nick Morrow just bounces off 19. Deebo says, I'm going north and south. I am going to hit the gas pedal, and just carries Darius Slay into the end zone.
I don't think I've ever seen him run faster.
That's called horsepower and willpower, and that's what Deebo Samuel is all about.
He got the ball in some good situations, and when he does, when I say good situations, I mean to get like 6 to 8 yards, and he turns it into what you guys see. So he's as good as there is when that ball's in his hands, and people don't like to tackle him.
Deebo Samuel is loose. Touchdown! San Francisco, the Deebo dash.
What a play call. Quick perimeter screen, out to the left, quick snap. Deebo's waving bye-bye to this Philadelphia crowd. What an absolute beast. And it's a tunnel screen. They get everybody out in front blocking. Deebo cuts against the grain and then just hits the afterburners. No chance of catching him.
Honestly, Deebo's Deebo, man. He's fun to be around. He's electric within meetings, and then obviously out in the practice field. In the locker room and stuff, maybe he was saying some stuff that was fun for all of us to hear in a sense. Like, Deebo's just having fun with it, But was it anything out of the ordinary? I don't think so. Deebo's Deebo. He's fun to be around, man. So we all knew he was ready for this game. He's been waiting for it for a long time, and that was that. So his play did the rest.
It was tough sledding there for a while, but McCaffrey got going there. And late third quarter, when they ran him 4 straight times into the middle of that defense, nice embrace in midfield. Kyle Shanahan and Nick Sirianni, 2 great coaches, certainly. And
the Niners able to win. Deebo Samuel went off today. The bottom line, Tim, is your star players on offense just had magnificent games.
Are we surprised? Are we surprised?
As Fred Warner and the rest of the Niners in the tunnel coming out, going to the locker room. 42-19. That is your Victory Monday audio recap with Papa and Ryan. Well done, my friend, as always.
So at the end of the game, and just watching it back this morning, Kyle did say something to Nick Sirianni. When they embraced it at midfield, he gave him a hug, and then he took his call sheet or something to block his lips so he couldn't quite. We heard a little bit. I think he started to say, we don't want this to be or something, and then the audio went down. I don't know if Fox has audio of it or not, or because if they asked Kyle on the conference call today at 2, he won't say. But there was something that was said, and I think it would probably involve Dom DeSandro, their security guy, and the whole situation on their sideline. Maybe commended him for keeping him in line after that or challenged him, but there was no pushback from Sirianni. But Kyle did say something to him at the end of the game that I think was above and beyond.
The report was Sirianni apologized to him. That was
it
the
seemed
report.
like Kyle initiated the talk, though.
Yeah.
He started to talk. If Sirianni apologized, it was in response to what Kyle had to say. Kyle was the one doing the initial talking.
Yeah. All right, Dante Whitner's going to join us coming up next. We'll talk all about the game, what it means in the long term. Brock Purdy, are we going to be MV Purdying this whole thing? We'll discuss it with Dante Whitner, of course, the defensive performance. And then the top of the hour, we'll do a full recap from the locker room, your foreplay, which will feature the 49ers' victory over the Eagles. All that to come. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. The worst part about going to Philly over the weekend, I couldn't pack my Sleep Number bed, but when I finally got home late last night, climbing in that Sleep Number bed allowed me to get great sleep and stay on top of my game. So I really am getting the best sleep that I can possibly get now because my Sleep Number smart bed helps me get the proven quality sleep that I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust to your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every single night. And while you're sleeping, Sleep Number smart beds automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. And here's one for you. J.D. Power, and they know what they're talking about, now ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. And now don't miss Sleep Number's Cyber Week sale. The all-new Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is only $880, the lowest price ever. Plus, you get free home delivery when you add a base. It ends today, Monday, December the 4th. If you want to know more about J.D. Power and the 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Sleep Number beds available only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. See stores for details.
Hurts going to throw for the end zone on 4th down. Jump ball, broken up by Ambry Thomas against Devontae Smith. The Slim Reaper went up in the air where he's so good, jumping up in the air in the back pylon there, and Ambry Thomas was all over him to knock the ball away.
Thanks for joining us. 49ers over the Eagles 42-19. Let's decipher it with one of the best and one of our friends. Dante Whitner, of course, former 49er safety, and you see him before and after all 49ers games on NBC Sports Bay Area. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
We are doing great, man. So let's start broad, and then we'll kind of tighten this thing up. Just when you think about this game, what's the first things that come to mind?
49ers dominated in the trenches. They rushed Jalen Hurts, very smart, and they got him off his spot pretty much, 75% of the snaps. They played very well in the secondary. All 3 corners played very well, and that's the reason why they won this game.
I wholeheartedly agree. Since we heard the Ambry play against Devontae Smith late in the game, and I thought Ambry played great. There was the A.J. Brown early in the game when Hurts wanted them to go back corner, and Hurts wound up falling down, and Kinlaw got a sack. There was a play, I don't know if you could even see it on TV when you watch the All-22. He was playing cover 3 on a deep shot, and he came off the guy he was initially covering to pick up Quez Watkins on a deep one and was able to knock it around. The 49ers secondary, Dante, we were trying to figure out how the trio would work with Isaiah Oliver and obviously Diamador and Mooney Man, but Ambry Thomas's ascension here to being able to play so well on the outside corner, playing Demo inside, and then you could have Mooney Man match some of these guys. What are you seeing from number 20 right now, Ambry Thomas, Dante?
Well, I'm seeing a guy that's confident. He's locked in. He understands the defense. And remember, this is not his first go-round of being called upon. A few years ago in the playoffs, actually it might have been last year, he had to be called upon to play. And, he stepped up in some of those major moments. And this year he's just taking his game to the next level. And he's just believing in what he sees and going out there and making plays. And even when you see Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, they catch balls in front of the corners, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. A lot of times they were expecting to go to some deep balls, explosive plays, and they had to break it down because the defensive backs were on top of the routes. But Diamador Lenore, Ambry Thomas, and Charvarius Ward are playing like the best trio right now currently in the NFL.
Dante Whitner joining us. Obviously, 42-19, the 49ers get the victory. What I also thought was significant was clearly the game plan was Jalen Hurts is not beating us with his legs. He's going to have to beat us with his arm, and he couldn't do it. He seemed confused at times, and like you said, the secondary was absolutely great. But how about the adjustment they made defensively where late in the game I think they started to pin their ears a little bit, but early in the game it was let's keep this guy in the pocket and force him to beat us with his arm, not his legs, and he couldn't do it.
Well, we talked about that on the pregame show, and that's about slow playing it. That's about not creating vertical and lateral seams. That's about just compressing the pocket. And every person that's rushing the quarterback, you almost have to two-gap it. You have to play the inside gap and the outside gap, and you have to keep unity and balance among the way that you rush them. And that's what they did. They took a play and a page out of Bill Belichick and his defensive book week 1. Vic Fangio and the Miami Dolphins did the same thing, I think, week 7, and the 49ers just executed better than any team. They might have put a blueprint out there on how to stop and slow down this Philadelphia Eagles offense.
Yeah, and Belichick, that was the season opener in New England, held them to, they kicked a lot of field goals in that game. They got to 25 points. The Miami game, they jumped out. It was 17-3, but then Miami got back into the game. And also the Jets, held this team to 14 points with a ferocious pass rush on him. As you evaluate Jalen Hurts, and the knee I think is more of a problem than I thought it was. I thought he was kind of over it, but the Buffalo game wore on him a little bit. He's had the left knee. But as a pure pocket quarterback, I don't want to say exposed him a little bit, but the Niners clearly did not want him getting out of the pocket, especially to his right. They wanted to make him beat them from inside the pocket, and he just would not go through his reads. He's not a boom, 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 1, 2, 3 guy in the pocket. He's just not. If he doesn't have the first one on the RPO, he pulls it and he gets out of the pocket, he gets off the spot, and he scrambles and he moves. And now it's a scramble drill. And the Niners did a great job of plastering all day yesterday on just what seemed like one game-long scramble drill. But did they expose him a little bit? If you keep Jalen Hurts in the pocket, Dante, is he good enough as a pocket quarterback to beat you?
Well, that's a lot of the mobile quarterbacks. And what he didn't have yesterday was DeAndre Swift. The 49ers defense totally took the running game out of it, which now you don't have the RPO game because it's not believable. The linebackers and safeties aren't going to step up. You can't go to the quick game because you can't get those 3, 4, 5 yards on first and second down. That puts you in third and short and third and medium. And then you're not having a lot of that tush-push stuff because you're not executing on first and second down. So I don't know if it really exposed him because the offense is tailored around his strengths, and his strength is having a very strong arm, having a unique ability to be able to escape outside the defense and make consistent plays downfield off schedule. So, yeah, I don't know how many teams can actually rush for majority of the game, drop 7 into coverage like the 49ers can to be able to make Jalen Hurts stay in the pocket. There's just not many teams that have 4 rushers that can consistently get after him.
Talking to Dante Whitner about the 49ers' 42-19 win over the Eagles. You know, among many stars yesterday, I just think from the beginning of the week and his attitude to all the way through the game and the way that he plays and the plays that he made and the after the run and especially after the incident on the sidelines, Debo gets that 48-yard touchdown and breaks one tackle by Morrow and he's gone. I thought that Debo was the MVP all week long and through the game.
I thought Kyle Shanahan was the MVP. When I went through it and broke down, the game and how it systematically was set up, Kyle Shanahan is using 12 personnel, and what he's doing and what he did versus the Philadelphia Eagles was they were trying to match that with nickel. Bradley Roby, they would bring Sidney Brown out there, and they were running directly at Bradley Roby. He didn't know how to fill those outside gaps. You had great scoop blocks and double-team dual blocks from Banks and Trent Williams on the front side along with Kittle, and that's why Christian McCaffrey was able to get loose on the ground. And then a lot of times, guys, when you see Philadelphia or one of these teams that just want to affect the quarterback, go 5-man rush, they're playing zone blitz behind that. And they went to that multiple times. When you saw George Kittle catch that ball in the flat and run for like almost 40-something yards, that was a great play call and design from Kyle Shanahan. That was a great call.
I totally agree. Yeah,
and you know why? It's because yeah, on radio. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting out of a taxi.
You're fine. Do what you got to do, man.
Keep the meter running.
Yeah, do what you got to do. We could talk amongst ourselves.
Maybe
for a
you
second.
can around here. Maybe you shouldn't expense it.
Yeah, I'm good now. I stepped out for a second.
All right.
But
Sounds good.
a lot of that was zone blitzes, and when you allocate one extra guy to try to affect the quarterback, you only have 3 guys underneath to evenly disperse it. The thing that Kyle Shanahan did that was brilliant was you can't cover when they have 5 guys out into the pattern and you only have 3 guys underneath. 2 guys are naturally going to be open. You had Christian McCaffrey to the front side, and then you had George Kittle to the backside. Another thing was Jawan Jennings stepped up and really won his battles with Eli Ricks one-on-one. That was a key to the game. They were going to have Darius Slay following around, Brandon Ayuk, Bradbury on Deebo Samuel, and they needed Jennings to win. So when he threw Eli Ricks out of bounds and ran for the touchdown, they expected him to do that. Brock Purdy expected him to win those matchups, and he did. So I'm going to give it to Kyle Shanahan with the game plan and being able to affect that overly aggressive defense.
I totally agree. In fact, I'm going to take it a step further, and I'm going to ask him this. I don't think he'll give me an answer of honesty, but when he runs those openers and scripts plays, there's a reason why he does it. Yes, he wants to score right away, but I also think he wants to see how the defense is going to react to certain plays.
Yep.
And when they come out empty as much as they did, I think he just wanted to see how they were going to match up with McCaffrey out in space. Are they going to zone it? Are they going to man it? And then it didn't go well the first 2 series. They went 3 and out twice, but it set it up for what was to come. And I thought the Kittle play where he ran that sift motion and the delay block on Reddick and he got out, the wheel route to McCaffrey against Nicholas Morrow, just genius plays that he set up. So my question is, to me, this was not a rematch of the NFC Championship game from last year, Dante, because Philadelphia is not the same team. They're not the same defense. They have lost their defensive coordinator. He now coaches the Cardinals. They lost 6 starters off that defense in the linebacker level, the safety level. You mentioned Roby. Eli Ricks was exposed. We know their front four is really good, both their starters and the young guys mixing in. Is their back 7, the Eagles, good enough to even get them to the NFC Championship game?
No. Did you see the way that they tackled yesterday? They wanted no parts of the physicality of the 49ers. And, it wasn't by design. Like a lot of times they were using Jawan Jennings as an extra tight end. And when they go to that first 15, that personnel group that Kyle Shanahan puts out there in certain down and distance and situations, the defense has to counter. And they have Bradley Roby following Christian McCaffrey sometimes in man coverage and manning short and medium. They were trying to double him to take him away. And again, that big catch that Jawan Jennings had early in the game came because they were doubling Christian McCaffrey. The only guys that were man-to-man was Debo, Ayuk, and Jennings. And then the underneath route with being created by Ayuk, just a little bit of bump route, that's a perfect call and design from Kyle Shanahan. And he's right now, I know you can say they have great players, but you have to have somebody that can mix it up, that can foresee it. And even on the Debo reverse to Reddick is supposed to stay outside and contain that football and make it go back inside. So much Christian McCaffrey, the offensive line looking like it's a run play, and then here you come with Debo Samuel around on the reverse. I don't know how defenses are going to be able to stop the 49ers offense when they play at this level.
Talking Eagles and 49ers with Dante Whitner. Let me get your player perspective on this. I two thoughts on the dive bar bouncer hockey goon that was on the sidelines for the Eagles. First of all, I wouldn't care. If the game had already been out of hand, I wouldn't have cared. But the character I think that the 49ers showed, that play happens, Dre gets kicked out, he gets removed, but he's not part of the game. So they go down and they score to make it 21-13 with 6:51 in the third. And I thought at that time, you know what? They're in trouble. They're teetering because the place is going crazy. So A, the composure that the 49ers showed. And then B, from a player's perspective, if a non-player put his hands on you on the sidelines, what would you do?
Well, we'll probably be kicked out. It'll probably be a cartoon scrum, And he was totally out of line. And everybody knows that you're supposed to stay out of the white. If you're not an active player on the field, even if you're a substitution player, if you're a coach, you have to stay behind the white. So he shouldn't have been out there anyway. There's no way that you should be on the field and making contact with a player. Also, Dre Greenlaw is starting to be targeted by referees, coaching staff. They're starting to put the bug in the ear of the ref before the game saying, hey, watch number 57. So he has to know that, and he has to be able to calm his temper in the moment, because what if this is the NFC Championship game and the team desperately needs you and you make that mistake and now they're running the ball on your side of the defense? So you need guys to be able to keep their composure. There's no immediate threat there. You have a helmet on, you have shoulder pads on. What can he actually do to you? Get back to the huddle. So I think that on both sides, they both have to just Dre Greenlaw has to learn how to keep his cool. We've seen this consistently. And then whoever that security was, he has to learn how to stay off the field, and we won't have these situations.
Big Dom. It was a big talking point in Philly. I know you do a lot of work on college football, and we don't talk a lot of college football here, but the events of the weekend were just fascinating, and in particular, Alabama beating number 1 ranked Georgia in the SEC championship game, and Georgia getting completely knocked out of the playoff. So Michigan and Harbaugh is now number 1. What a Rose Bowl we have coming up. It is Harbaugh against Nick Saban, Michigan against Alabama. Wow. And then Washington and Texas. Florida State is out. Your Ohio State Buckeyes are out. Georgia is completely out. Did the committee get this right, going Michigan, Washington, Texas, Bama?
I think that they got it right. I think that Florida State is, a little upset, but when you look at the body of work of the SEC and how strong it is on a year-to-year basis, I think they made the right decision. I also think that Michigan wished that they were possibly number 2 in the country now. They wish that they didn't draw Alabama first round and Nick Saban. And watching that game versus Georgia, they still have a bunch of NFL players running around out there. They still have the best talent in college football. And I've always had the utmost respect for Nick Saban, being that I came from Ohio State. A lot of my coaches came from under the tutelage of Nick Saban. So I understand what he teaches, the discipline, physicality, old school nature and teaching of the game of football. And then it comes out when you watch the game. So I'm forecasting that, Alabama is number 4 right now, but they'll end up winning it all.
Dante, you're the best, man. Thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thank you, guys. Talk to you next week.
See you, man.
Thank you, Dante.
That is the great Dante Whitner. Yeah. I was just saying this to Danny during this interview. It must be that people in the morning are at home, people at night maybe in the drive are at home. We get more people in and out of cars on our show than I can ever remember. We always have
Rod
people
Woodson
in and out of
got pulled over by the authorities, chips for
That's
speeding.
right.
Years ago. We've had some
Well,
fun moments.
we had Hindu on. We had Dave Henderson, and he was just sitting in his car at a park, and
God
some
rest
cop
his
knocked
soul.
on his window,
God
like
rest his soul.
thought he was gawking at girls or something.
He may
it
have
was
been
like
vibing. He may have been
maybe.
vibing at
But
that
we
time.
always get that weird stuff. Like Susan Slusser, she's always paying a cabbie on the road when she's on the show. I don't know.
You ever been to the Rose Bowl, John?
I have
for a
been to the
game,
Rose
not the
Bowl. I
actual
have.
Rose Bowl. I went there for a Super Bowl.
I have, yeah.
How about Alabama, Michigan in the Rose Bowl this year? How good?
Yeah, that is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Look, I don't know how much people care about college football around here, but it's really simple. I know people are mad, but A, it's a business, and the SEC is always going to be in the Final Four if there's even a hope. And 2, are you trying to get the best team, or are you trying to get the most deserving team? Alabama's
Sound like
a
King
better
of
team
Turner.
than Florida
That's all
State.
he was saying on the bus
That's
yesterday.
all it is.
Well, how about Georgia? Should Georgia one loss and they get knocked completely out? Why Texas over Georgia?
Yeah, it's complicated. There's a great clip out there. I don't know that we'll have time to play it today of Mike Leach years ago, the late Mike Leach, years ago, talking about the committee and the 4-team playoff. It's one of the funniest things you'll ever hear in your life. But they need to expand it out. I mean, let people play out a playoff, because this is the perfect example. If I'm Florida State, I'm 13-0 because I lost my quarterback, I'm not in. I'm pissed, but it is what it is. That's what happens. SEC's not getting knocked out of a playoff. There's too much interest down there. They're not losing those.
But Georgia is. They lose one game in a tight game, and they're completely out. They were number 1 all year.
All right, let's get to
back-to-back national championships.
Let's get to your foreplay coming up next. It's Pop and London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, all 49ers edition. Kyle talks about the sideline incident, Brock Purdy going back to the scene of the crime, Fred Warner about the defense, and one guy I'm concerned about. We'll get into that in the foreplay next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
MV Purdy, Brock Purdy, was on full display Sunday as the 49ers went into Philadelphia and showed the world what they can do with a healthy quarterback. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com, the new KNBR app.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion. Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Elliot may take care of you, so stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double cast, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Lots of great sound from the victory, the 42-19 victory over the Eagles. We'll get some Kyle Shanahan for you. We've also got some Brock, of course. Got a little Debo and Eric Armstead at the end, because we got to talk about Eric Armstead, and we have not. So let's get to it. Here is Kyle Shanahan. The incident on the sidelines, Dre versus Dom.
Oh, yeah, that's why I tried my hardest not to lose my mind. Hopefully I didn't embarrass myself too bad. But, yeah, once I didn't get to see it all from where I'm at, but when I start hearing people explain it to me and stuff, and I just can't believe someone not involved in a football game can taunt our players like that and put their hands in our guys' face. And from what I was told, Dre did it back to him, and was told that he kind of mashed him in the face a little bit, so he got ejected. But it was a very frustrating play. I got to watch it to have a true opinion on it, but I loved how we rallied after it.
All right, let's evolve this conversation, because the way they rallied after it is really the big story. It was 21-13 after that drive, and then the 49ers get the 48-yarder from Debo, and I think a lesser team would have been in trouble with the emotion around everything, but the Niners hit the gas. But something that Dante said, Pop, really triggered me, which is, we talk about Draymond Green. It's ironic. Draymond Green, Dre Green law. They are targeting him, and he does have to watch it. And as Dante said, you get in a really important game, and he's physical, and not to the level that he suplexed Devontae Smith, but he could get kicked out of a game. And Draymond talks about how he can't control his emotions, and football is a much more emotional game to me and physical game to me. So does Dre Greenlaw got to alter the way that he plays now?
Well, he was wrong in picking up Devontae Smith and putting him in the white. There was a play earlier on that drive where I thought Javon Hargrave was going to get called for a personal foul. Yep. He went over into their sideline, and I was surprised. So the game was starting to get a little edgy then, because I think Philadelphia knew that the Niners were out physicaling them, and they had to respond back. And they just got some animated guys, not just DeSandro. Their strength and conditioning coach, and you see him at the combine a lot. He started to come alive and hopping around. Their support people, and Dustin Perry with the Niners is very animated as well. But you could see some of the people on their sideline, and especially when Javon, and that was clearly in the white, and that could have been a penalty. It was not called, where the game was starting to get a little too wide. Dre Greenlaw, whether he's targeted or not, he made a mistake. When he picked up Devontae Smith and threw him down, that was a clear penalty. There's no doubt. He cannot do that. That's just a mistake. That's not targeting. But what he did it so close to Sirianni that DeSandro was standing right there. And you could see it when Kyle watches, and he likes to watch the silent tape. I'm sure he'll watch the TV copy to get more of it, because the silent tape cuts off the All-22. But even on the All-22, you could see it right there that Dom steps in right away. He's standing on the white. There's going to be discipline for him beyond being kicked out of the game. Whether or not he's even allowed in that area, like Pereira said, he's there for security for the head coach, and the coach needs security. You can't get on and off the field. If the coach goes on the field and back up into the tunnel, not just getting, when he's on the field, it's everything around him. It's constant barrage of things and people throwing things and getting on the bus. And you see it in college football where they literally have state troopers standing next to coaches. So, and it's not just one guy for the head coach. He normally has a whole assignment on it. And Mike Anderson sees it for the Niners, and it's been going on in sports for a long time. There's a lot more security for a football team than there is for basketball. Has security. I can't recall too many baseball teams that travel with security. Maybe they do. But football has a lot of security. Each owner, a lot of people in the organization have security, because when you go on the road, they kind of know who you are, and they're going to target you, and it could be something where someone's not safe. So I'll be anxious to see what the league does with the Eagles as far as finding them and disciplining them, because he's the guy who's supposed to be in charge of security and making sure everything is peaceful, and he accelerated it, so that's not what his role is there for. His there is to protect and serve, not to exacerbate. So he's going to get in trouble, I think, beyond this. And we were hearing last night the team may be fined. But to your point, at that point in the game, we kind of said that this is turning into a bit of a street fight. This is a little bit of a Rocky get a brawl in the streets, and you can't turn it into that. You got to keep it on the field and play within the rules. Let's not take any more personal fouls and give them 15 yards and something that they're looking for, something to jumpstart them to get them back into the game. And the way the Niners did respond from that point forward was very businesslike. We're not going to back down from the physicality. But we're not going to take it to the point where we're getting fouled and fined, flagged for things. And, that's where Draymond gets into trouble, where Draymond kind of stepped in to, pull Rudy Gobert away from Clay. He was trying to be a peacemaker, defend his guy. Maybe in his mind he was defending a teammate, and clearly he was. And then did he take it a step too far? And, held on to him for 6 or 7 seconds. I don't know. But you're right. I think that was a critical point in the game in how the Niners were going to handle this. They went there to beat the Eagles in a football game and not to take flags and not to get down in their level and, make it a street fight where guys are going to get punished in this game and hurt the team. So I think that's where the discipline of and you got some guys that'll go now. Trent Williams will go. If you want to make it about that, he will respond. He's not going to let his guys get punked like that. So, but they did do a good job in rain, and that's why I think that Debo touchdown dash right after that, John, really was. There were a lot of big plays in the game yesterday and so many great calls and schematics, but that play put it back to what it was, a football game again, and the Niners were the better team.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm incredibly impressed by the way that they responded. Like you said, I thought I made a note. I made about 18 asterisks as I was putting down my notes there because I thought that was going to be the turning point for the Eagles. That was at the 9:27 mark of the third quarter when that fracas happened, and then 6:51 of the third, they scored that touchdown. I thought, uh-oh. And I'll tell you, the biggest play to me, 3rd and 7, Ayuk gets 10 yards. They keep the drive going, and then a couple plays later, Debo gets that 48-yard touchdown and made it 28-13. And I thought, this team is impressive. And right at that time, then Jalen Hurts leaves the field, and I'm thinking they're going to win this thing. But, man, that was a great response by the 49ers. We'll come back. We'll play some Brock Purdy for you. We'll discuss his MVP candidacy, which got a huge boost today, and Vegas noticed. Debo Samuel, I think he was the MVP of the game. That was a great point by Dante when he said it was Kyle. We'll hear from Dante as well. Plus, we may have one concern on the horizon for the 49ers. We'll get to those 3 cuts coming up next. And then it is your Brockiversary. 1 year ago today, he took over for Jimmy Garoppolo, who broke his foot against the Dolphins. So we have the best of Brock at 1:30. You don't want to miss that. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Greg Papa's good friend, Tim Ryan, he joined Murph and Marcus to discuss the 49ers being locked in on all fronts against the Eagles yesterday. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, it's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, of course, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. One thing you're doing right now, Steve, you're helping them out through ERC. Tell us what that's all about.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is rewarding employers by paying them. And it's a grant. It's not a loan. They just give you the money of up to $26,000 for every employee that you have. They qualify. So if you had 10 employees, that could be up to $260,000, just over $250,000. If you had 20, it could be just up to over $500,000. What do you have to do to qualify? 2 ways. The easy way, which is just your gross revenue went down by a certain amount. But a lot of firms are stopping there. If you don't qualify there, there's a second way to qualify that's being ignored. It's far more complex. It's a facts and circumstances test, but that's okay. We'll go over it for you. And if you're entitled to the money, let's go ahead and get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
That sounds amazing. That is Steve Moskowitz, our good friend, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. For more, call Steve at 188-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you roam, throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Outside those first two drives, it's like that's, the Niner football that we know. That's the offense that we know. When everyone's doing their part, everything's clicking, obviously. Some great play calls. And then, everyone just makes plays and does it the right way. We protect the ball. Defense does their job. That felt good. And that's what we're always trying to, obviously, do and be at. That's the standard that we know, and that's what the standard that we've set over the years, and that's what we expect out of ourselves.
That is one Brock Purdy in the big story that comes out of Brock Purdy, and he was tremendous yesterday. 19 of 27, 314, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Second half, 10 of 12, 196, 3 touchdowns, and a perfect quarterback rating. So his odds have jumped up to the top spot in the MVP. Could he possibly win it? Well, he just took care of Jalen Hurts on basically national TV. He's already taken out Dak Prescott. He could take out Lamar Jackson on Christmas. Brock Purdy, MVP? Ooh.
Yeah, I the numbers are there, and this is it was 1 year ago today that Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. Jalen Phillips with the pressure, and Jimmy fought up in the pocket to try to fight for a few extra yards to get Robbie Gould in field goal range, and he winds up with the injury, and really his career hasn't been the same ever since. Obviously, never got the Niners job back and moved on, and now he's hurt, and he may be a backup quarterback proceeding forward. We'll see. But for Brock Purdy to take over, and even the Niners were behind in that game when he came in, and Robbie made the field goal, but it was 7-3 Miami. So I give Brock that win, but just in starts, I'd add that game as well. 17-4 in a year's time since he's been the quarterback, and the touchdown to interception ratio is 37-8. Completion percentage at 69 since he's been the Niner quarterback, and he doesn't have the kind of rushing numbers that Jalen Hurts has or Lamar, but he's got 4 rushing touchdowns. And down and Purdy, how about when he ran through Bradley Roby's tackle yesterday to take it down inside the 10-yard line? He's just he's been amazing. It's been just an incredible story, and really he just plays the game so correctly. It's just he's just in so many ways the perfect quarterback for Kyle Shanahan's team, because there's no egos. The stars block for each other. When they don't have the ball, they got to block, and just everything. The intricate game plan, how they're all lined up. It's just so impressive to watch, John. And really, he is the point guard, and he just distributes the ball. Yeah, they have reads. They have a primary and a second read, a third, and he goes through them all so well. But it's just get the guy that's most open. It's like the Warriors when Durant was here. Remember when Durant arrived and how they got to do all the shot selection? And there was one point early in that first year with Durant where between KD, Steph, and Clay, it was like 17.3 shots a game, 17.2, and 17.1. It was like, how do they do that? Because they play the game correctly. They move the ball, and the guy who's most open shoots it. Have you looked at the 49er receiving numbers this year, John? Christian McCaffrey leads the team with 51 receptions. Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle are tied for second with 50 receptions. You have one guy with 51, one with 50, another with 50. Debo's missed some time, so he's down to 38. I mean, it's like the Warriors when they distributed the shot selection so perfectly, equitably. It's like, how do you do that? How do you go 51, 50, and 50? That's because Brock Purdy does not play favorites. Neither does Kyle Shanahan. You get the guy, the ball that's most open on every play.
Absolutely. So Brock Purdy, top of the MVP odds, at least for now. Here's Deebo Samuel, and Dante brought up a great point, which is, look, if you're going to get him MVP, I thought that coaching-wise, as well as on the field, but coaching-wise, they really outcoached the Eagles on both sides of the ball. But as far as players are concerned, I thought from the whole week itself to the game itself, that Deebo Samuel was absolutely great. He had the 2 touchdowns, including the 48-yarder, the 12-yarder around end, which was a tremendous play call as well. And here is Deebo assessing his performance on Sunday.
Just getting in space and open field and just breaking tackles, and that's what I'm really good at. And Kyle put me in real good positions to make that happen, and did a good job at it today.
Pop, and then again, coming in leather and all that kind of stuff, and a bunch of guys were in black, and they just seemed to have the right attitude, and they were going to beat anybody yesterday. But he doesn't need a whole lot of carries or touches or whatever to make a huge impact, and he just always sets a tone. And that 48-yard touchdown, I think we're going to look back at that if they do big things, which they could do this year. After that incident on the sidelines, they're only up 21-13. He breaks the Morrow tackle, and like you said, and I don't know that I've seen him run faster. He was like a bullet to the end zone, and he set the tone all day long.
Do we have a miles per hour on Deebo on that touchdown run? Once he got off the Morrow tackle, was he? What was he?
It was over 20 miles an hour. It was like 20.8. I read it this morning. I can't remember the exact number. I'll look it up. But yeah, it was over 20 miles an hour.
I mean, he just split everybody. He ran right by Darius Slay. He just ran right through their entire secondary. There was great symbolism there. He ran right by Bradbury and Slay. He ran by them all. And I'm just like, wow, did he hit another gear? It's almost like when he broke that tackle to Morrow, he was propelled forward like a catapult. I've never seen him. I mean, he's had so many long runs, but mainly they've been based on what is Deebo. Deebo wobbles, but Deebo won't go down. He's one of the greatest tackle breakers of all time, and he broke one tackle on that play, and he was gone. I don't think they laid a finger on him. Did they lay a finger on him on the end around after, they got it to McCaffrey on the wheel route against Morrow, and they came around the other side of the right, the Z reverse they call it. Did anybody touch him on that play? Kittle had blocked 2 guys on that play. I'm not sure they touched him. And then on the last play, they ran that tunnel screen, that laser screen going left. It was unbelievable. I mean, Trent's out. Obviously, Aaron Banks was out. Brendel was out. Burford came from right guard. And all the way, everybody blocked, and they washed it down. I'm not sure they touched Deebo on that play. The only guy who didn't block on that play towards that way was McKivitz because he fanned out to take the rusher. I mean, there's going to be some coaching points when Kyle gets the team together in the coming days where it's like, wow, that's the way we play. And they obviously, Deebo had the big statistical game, as did Christian, going over 1,000 yards on the year, the first 49er back since Frank Gore. But really, it was the 49er game plan, the execution, the amount they put into it with the brain power, and then Brock obviously executing everything. And I don't know if Philly's lost. They've lost so much off their roster from last year defensively, and I still think they're a well-coached team, but you got to say something to them losing their offensive coordinator and their defensive coordinator to being head coaches in one off season. And I know your guy Johnson's good at what he does, Brian Johnson. He may wind up with a head coaching job, John, maybe Carolina. I don't know. He's going to be in the mix there. Sean Desai certainly looks like he's doing a nice job in Philadelphia, but I think the big edge, the players executed the game plan well, but I think the Niner coaches just were on point yesterday, and they outcoached the Eagles coaches yesterday.
Absolutely. And finally, Eric Armstead, here he is talking about the way they defended Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, we wanted to keep him in the pocket, and if he did escape, make him escape outside the pocket, not up in the B gaps. And, Jalen Hurts is a tremendous player.
I got a lot of respect for Jalen Hurts, but the game plan was absolutely phenomenal in not letting him beat him with the legs and just said, look, you're going to beat us. You're going to beat us with your arm. He's done it before, but he couldn't do it yesterday. The secondary was tremendous. But my question is about Armstead. He left late in the game. I know he's had a foot injury. The 49ers, they always seem to do this. They get healthy at the right time. They run the table. Other teams are banged up. The Eagles were banged up and tired yesterday. Do we have to be concerned about Eric Armstead? Where are you with that?
It's plantar fasciitis. He had it last year, and Eric has gone to great lengths to get his body right. He's the quiet leader of this football team. You got more boisterous guys, but he's the longest tenured member. They all look up to him. his football intellect is supreme. He doesn't talk a lot. He's different than Nick. Nick doesn't talk a lot, but Nick makes a point. But Armstead, you got Warner on that side and then all the boisterous guys on offense. But he is so well respected. He will go to any length and go anywhere to get his body right to be able to play. But plantar fasciitis is tough. It's very painful. It cost Mark McGuire, really, his Oakland years. He started out great as a rookie, and the later years wound up getting traded. But he missed large chunks of years, like 4 years of his career was interrupted. He couldn't deal with the pain, and that's severe pain. So I don't know how they managed that to get him to play, but he worked hard to be able to play. I think, obviously you want Armstead, but that's an area of the team where they're really deep. And they got Kalia Davis going yesterday. He had his first NFL sack, and you got some strength in numbers there, but you clearly want him to be on the field because he's involved in every package. He's been crushing. Alphas.
They need him.
Yeah, he's playing great, and that's a matchup with Juergens he can be able to win, and the way he's collapsed in the pocket. He's on the field. He does not come off the field. Whether it's the turbo or a run-based, goal line, short yardage, he's involved in anything. So you don't want him to come off the field. But you have to, what they did yesterday, and I thought the offensive line, we'll see how they grade it all out this week. I thought that was their best performance or one of their best, and Jake Brendel had an amazing game. So did Aaron Banks. They all played. Trent always plays well. They just dominated. But for the defensive line to change the way they rush and not just go wide nine and get up the field and go get the quarterback and to run that mush rush. And there were times where I was wondering, what are you doing here? Hurts says, how long did he have on that one throw? Looked like 6 seconds, and he finally was able to get rid of it. But that takes discipline. They did not want to let him out of the pocket. When he got out of the pocket, go to the Buffalo game. All his big plays were, and we even going left, a touchdown pass to Zacchaeus against Buffalo. He's better when he's out of the pocket, and to keep him in the pocket, not give him a hatch, that is impressive to do because the D-line just does not play that way, but they did yesterday, at least in the first half.
Brilliant. It was a brilliant game plan on both sides of the ball. All right, it is your Brockiversary. A year ago today, he entered the game against the Miami Dolphins. The rest is history. So we thought we would put together, Walter and Danny doing a tremendous job as always, put together the best of Brock. We'll play that for you coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Hey, it's Greg Papa back from Philly, where I did have the most delicious cheesesteak. But one area that San Francisco clearly has Philadelphia beaten in, besides the football team, is pizza. They don't have anything like Tony's Pizza in the North Beach in Philly. That's the best pizza I've ever had, and it's been ranked literally #1 in the entire world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York-style, Detroit Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time faves. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style, cracker-thin, and deep-dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are ginormous, but they are mouth-wateringly good. And don't forget to finish off your meal right with a delicious cannoli or tiramisu. They do have great desserts in Philly, but in the state of California, in the Bay Area, you want Tony's for the great cannoli. So take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers, as well. And certainly you want to go to his more fast and casual restaurants known as Tony G's around the Bay Area sporting venues. The Slice House locations you can find certainly at Oracle Park when the Giants come out to play, Chase Center. They have a home game coming up against Portland on Wednesday, or at Levi Stadium. Remember, if you want the best pizza in the world, head to Tony's in the North Beach.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
It's extraordinary, man. It was phenomenal. It was definitely one of the funnest games I've been a part of since I've been in the NFL. And man, you don't want that to be the last one. You know, you got to be better each and every week. Let's go put up 46 next week.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Happy Brockiversary. 1 year he took over for Jimmy Garoppolo, broke his foot. And we are 1 year into the Brock era. Does it feel like a year? It feels like much longer. I feel like Brock's been the quarterback of the Niners forever, but it's only been 1 year today that we knew.
Well, I remember it vividly, and we had a couple of cards come on the field to take quarterbacks off when Trey Lance was carted off the field and Jimmy came in. Right away, he let him down the field, and he hit Ross Dwelly for a touchdown against Seattle, and the Niners became a better team. And when Jimmy got hurt and Brock came in, and we have been playing up Brock so much to people, and I remember Mike Kohler in the commercial yelling at me, "You said we'd win the Super Bowl with this guy at quarterback. He better play well." I'm like, oh, God, take it easy.
That's what I was thinking, too.
And I got it from Kawakami and everybody, and then his first throw sailed into the sideline. I'm like, oh, God. He's a little nervous, and then he settled in, and that big pass interference call in Miami kept the one drive alive, and then they were able to get the touchdown to Juszczyk on the check down, and then they just kept scoring. and the cover zero blitz on the 3rd and 10 to Kittle. And it's hard to believe that you had two quarterbacks get carted off your home field. You went from the starter to a backup, and Jimmy was the boomerang. He came back. That was a weird offseason leading to last year. And then Brock came in, John, and in each situation, you got better at the quarterback position, going from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. I mean, how many teams can say that? I mean, it's just amazing what they were able to endure. And now you look at it, and Jimmy played great here for a long time, but the offense has reached levels that you just haven't seen here, going back to Steve and Joe before that. I mean, Brock Purdy, the numbers are the numbers. He's 16-4 as a starting quarterback. He has thrown, since he's taken over, 37 touchdown passes versus just 8. I don't think anybody, including Kyle and John, thought they thought he could play, but did you ever think he would play this well?
So let's do it. It is Brockiversary number 1. A year ago today, entered the game against Miami. The rest is history. Some great numbers as you cited them before. So let's do it. The best of Brock.
He wore number 14 in the preseason. Now he's number 13, and he was number 262, the last pick of the draft. He's very relevant now. Brock Purdy takes over for the injured Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. 49ers trying to get in the end zone and take the lead. Kyle Juszczyk will line up as a right wing, number 3, with Debo next to him, and Ayuk. He's going to throw out right. Wide open, Kyle Juszczyk. Touchdown! San Francisco, Mr. Relevant, hits Kyle Juszczyk with a touchdown pass to give the 49ers the lead.
Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant throws to Mr. Not Talked About Enough, Kyle Juszczyk, and the weapon that he is.
I feel like there was a little, just like the whole butterfly feeling of, all right, man, like, we're going in. Let's do this. It wasn't like, I was out there, like, shaking and like, oh, shoot, what do I do? What's my read? None of that, man. It's every single week I act like I'm the starter. I got to prepare like I'm the starter.
Purdy going to throw for the end zone for McCaffrey. Makes the catch for a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Obviously I grew up watching him and just seeing him make plays and win Super Bowls. So to be out on the same field and being able to compete against one another, it's literally a dream come true. So very blessed, and I'm honored to play against him. So
2nd down, 8, 49ers on the Seattle 28-yard line. Ray McLeod goes in orbit motion behind Purdy and McCaffrey. They fake it to him left. They fake McCaffrey right. They throw to Kittle over the middle. 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
A little razzle dazzle.
Brock is he's been confident since he got here. He's got this edge to him. I don't want to say it's a chip on his shoulder, but he's just got this confidence to him, and we've seen that in OTAs when we drafted him. Brock's going against the best defense in the league for the last 13 weeks, so he's bringing it every single day. And
they fake the toss. They roll Purdy to the left. Purdy going to throw back middle, wide open. Debo Samuel down the sideline, 50, 40, Debo 30, Debo 20, Debo 10, Debo touchdown! San Francisco!
I don't think it was no nerves at all. We kind of started off slow. We missed a couple here and there, but as the game slowed down and settled down for him, and he knows the guys that we have around him to build him up, it started to slow down for him too in the second half, and he went out there and played good ball.
2nd and 6, heavy right with Kittle and Tyler Kroft. To her left, play action. Purdy gets his head around, looks left, ball got hit up in the air, and it is a dive, and the ball got trapped, I think. Edwards did not intercept the ball. Hassan Reddick got him from the backside and tipped the ball straight up in the air, and diving forward, the middle linebacker, T.J. Edwards.
The positive bit of news is that it seems to be consistent that the right approach is that one that takes about that 6-month mark. Now, everybody will also say you never know until you get in there. Every surgeon will tell you that on every surgery. You always like getting in to see exactly. The MRI tells you a lot of the picture. So they're continuing to work through that process, but we seem encouraged by the prognosis that's kind of where it's at.
Purdy going to take play action, and McCaffrey looks left, throws for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk, touchdown, San Francisco.
Let's start the fire right now, baby. Ayuk is on fire.
Yeah, you're going early. Gonna give it. No, it's a play action. Purdy gonna roll left, throw for the end zone. Caught by George Kittle. He has the hat trick tonight, a career high. 3 touchdown catches for George. Touchdown! San Francisco.
He was a top 5 pick. They be talking about him with Patrick Mahomes and as the face of the league in the future. But since he's the last pick, all people can say is that they're waiting for the fall off. And it's been a year and a half of consistency from this young man. Either way, if he somehow takes this San Francisco 49ers team to a Super Bowl and wins it, he's going to take what he deserves because he don't have to ask anymore.
Ayuk, they're going to motion, use check out left. Purdy going to throw, throws back right. Wide open, Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Looks left now, middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
What an absolute beast, Deebo Samuel.
It was sort of in my mind, yeah, man, I got hurt here. That was this year, late in January. But was it going to be the revenge game or anything like that? No. For me, it was week 13. We're going into it's a new year, a hostile environment. We needed this game. We need this game. And obviously we have some really important games coming up too. So that's where I was at with that. I didn't want to get distracted by, I got to go back and show everybody what could have happened or what could have been. Got a new team. This is 2023, and that's where my mind was at.
There you go. Happy Brockiversary. 1 year ago today, he enters the game against Miami. So nice job, man. Walter putting that together today. Very nicely done to celebrate the 1 year Brockiversary. Boy, a lot's happened in a year with him. Crazy. So
all he does is win.
Yeah, maybe we should have had that.
Except for 3 losses in a row. It's 5-0 last year, 9-3 so far this year, and the team is better around him. So let's just see where it goes. What a story this would be if he leads the team to a Super Bowl championship in his first full year as the 49ers quarterback. Right now, they are the team to beat. There's no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we'll get to it. We got a few good pieces of audio for you. The illustration of why I keep telling you people love the audio recap on Victory Monday, and one guy is mad we were late on it. And even though he has passed, Mike Leach still has an influence, especially when it comes to the college football playoff. We will give you those things coming up next before Tolbert and Copes at the top, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Papa's good friend, Tim Ryan, he joined Murph and Marcus to discuss the 49ers being locked in on all fronts against the Eagles yesterday. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Little Monday Night Football tonight. Is your home ready for a kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Monday. So get ready for an elevated game night by standing your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season coming into the fourth quarter now, late in the year. So you got to hurry. Now is the time to tackle your indoor. Still have time for the indoor and outdoor paint projects as well. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You can update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint. It is just perfect for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. 17 regular season games in the NFL now, so let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I listened to Pop and Lund this morning. It's Monday. They said that their audio replay of yesterday's game against Eagles was going to be on at 11:50. I waited. They finally decided to put it on at 12:25. That's 35 minutes. I was waiting. If you do what you say you're going to do, it might help you.
Might help our what, sir? Just step right up to the mic.
People love you.
Does he want to
people
produce
love
the
your,
show?
Yeah,
Does
people
he want to
love
produce
it.
the show?
People love the audio recap on Victory Monday, so we'll get to it, man. That's
we
on
kept
me.
you listening an extra 40 minutes. It's called a tease.
I don't know what that guy's name is, but let's just call him, I don't know, Harold. Harold,
Sounds
sorry.
like my friend Sanjay Lal. Sound like
I
he
like
wanted
Sanjay,
to be,
actually.
We're going to have him on this week.
yeah.
It's Seattle week all of a sudden.
Yeah, I can't wait. We'll get into it tomorrow. We didn't get a chance because we wanted to celebrate on a Victory Monday, but I did do the extractions out and who's still in this thing because it's close. Phillies 10-2, the Niners, Lions, and Cowboys are 9-3. And I hate to break this to Niners fans. I know that they know this, but we just want to tell them anyway. You've got to become the biggest Dallas Cowboys fan since Dolly Parton. I mean, you got to put on the outfit. You got to do the whole thing.
Cheerleader outfit?
Yeah, because the Cowboys have to beat the Eagles. I don't think the Seahawks will.
Yeah.
And I know the Giants and Cardinals won't. So you better become a Cowboys fan. Sorry to tell you, if you want to have everything go through Santa Clara.
Well, we'd like that. We'd like to host the championship game. But honestly, the goal is to win the Super Bowl, right?
And
After
to do that, wouldn't it be easier
game,
to take the bye and
well,
be home?
did you watch the game yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Do you have
see
any
it. What
fear?
happened?
Did you have any fear? I think you were just listening to it, so you had no idea what happened by listening to our broadcast.
I listen to you guys. That's what I do.
Do you have any fear that the Niners can go back into Broad Street and bully the Eagles again if they have to after watching what happened yesterday? I don't think they fear going there. If they have to, we'll see.
I'm just saying that the biggest advantage,
else.
the biggest advantage in all of sports, and it's not close, is having the bye week and then getting everything through your place. And it's not that I don't think they can. It's just that, look, could they beat them again? Sure. But it's going to be a totally different game plan. Philly's going to go, okay, they must rushed us and all these different things. I mean, that's the greatness of playing teams within your division. Like, I'll give you a great example. I don't think they're I haven't liked Seattle all season long, and I think they stink. But they're going to play a lot better game than they did the first time, because if you saw them, and you did, on Thursday night against Dallas, they played one of their best games of the year. Their defense couldn't stop them, but offensively, Geno Smith played his best game. DK Metcalf played his best game. They looked a lot better because they're desperate. I mean, here's the Rams at 6-6, the Packers at 6-6. All of a sudden, Seattle is, in the early season, we're going, hey, we're looking good here. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, so they're going to play a desperate brand of football. Now, is it going to be good enough to beat the 49ers? Probably not. But they're going to play a lot better than they did in Seattle.
Niners beat Seattle 3 times last year, including the wild card game. So I know what you're saying, and obviously the goal is to be the number 1 seed. You'd like to have the bye week and be rested. You don't want to have to go to Detroit before you go to Philly or any of that. But I just think watching them play yesterday against Philadelphia's got issues. The record is what it is, and they found a way to win these games, but they got holes in their defense. This is not the same team. And, going out and getting Darius Leonard, Shaq Leonard to come in and play linebacker, we'll see if it improves them. But a lot to go between now and the playoffs. We got, 5 more weeks of football, and injuries are a big factor. I mean, look at the game tonight. Cincinnati, I thought, honestly, they were going to win the AFC when they came in here with a healthy Joe Burrow. And now it looks like it's going to be hard for them to even make the playoffs, let alone anything. And then, where's Jacksonville in the AFC? They win tonight. They move there in that group with Miami and Baltimore 9-3, and Kansas City. Is Kansas City going to figure this out? I have great faith that they will, but they're running out of weeks to get clicking here. Now, they could turn it on in January if they have to, but one thing with Kansas City, that Patrick Mahomes has never played a road playoff game. If you exclude Super Bowl 55 when they went to Tampa Bay to play the Bucs in their home stadium in the Super Bowl, but there were no fans in the stands for that game. But it was a Super Bowl, so it shouldn't be home game. But as far as getting to the Super Bowl, Mahomes has never left Arrowhead. Are they going to have to play a road game? They wouldn't if they win the AFC West, which they will, John, but they may divisional weekend. So the AFC right now is wide open. I don't even know who the best team is in the AFC right now.
I agree with you. It's crazy to have Burrow hurt when we thought Cincinnati would do what they're going to do, to have the Bills out of the playoffs. They have a lot of work to do. Mahomes and that offense, they're just not on the same page with those receivers, despite the calls at the end of that game. Kansas City just doesn't look in sync offensively. They could get it. I mean, that's why Mahomes continues to still be up there as far as the MVP race, because he could go off at any time. But they don't look right. So I mean, like if I'm sitting here and I'm a Ravens fan, I'm thinking to myself, if the Ravens can't get to the Super Bowl now, when can they get to the Super Bowl? Because the rest of the teams in the AFC have certainly, a lot of them, like you said, we'll see Jacksonville tonight, but a lot of those AFC teams that we normally talk about, they've just fallen off, and they're not the same teams.
Yeah, and then over in the NFC, and I understand what you're saying about the 1 seed, and that's the whole point of what yesterday was to make it close. And Philadelphia could, they could run the table. Although I'm not even sure, Philadelphia is looking at it. They're 10-1 and they have the best record in the NFL. They lose that game. Now, if they lose to Dallas, they're in danger of not winning their division and having to be a wild card team. Can you imagine the difference in their year? So that is greatly important. I think, and Seattle could still come in here and beat the Niners, but whether the Niners are the 1 seed, the 2 seed, they should be able to win their division. When you're in the NFC East and you got Dallas right up your butt and the tush push there, Johnny, you could fall from 1 to 5. So that's kind of like what it was a few years ago in 19 and the Dre play. I mean, that is a huge difference if you fall from 1 to 5. Now you have to go on the road and play a wild card game. What a difference that would be.
All right, one quick note. We haven't talked about this today because it was all about the Niners and the Eagles. So for good reason, that's what we focused the show on. But the college football playoff, everybody was buzzing that over the weekend. Florida State undefeated, but because they lose their quarterback, Jordan Travis, they don't get into the playoff. Alabama beats Georgia, and they do. So this is still relevant. This was years ago when Mike Leach, and then now late Mike Leach, was at Washington State, and they were vying for a spot in the college football playoff. So as relevant as ever, Mike Leach trying to make sense of a committee choosing playoff teams.
Is the mind-numbingly short-sighted notion that 4 teams for a playoff, somehow establishes something, and that's a very clever approach. I mean, that's such a brilliant approach. That's why everybody does it that way. I mean, nobody does it that way. I mean, if we were so smart, wouldn't all the other sports say, I know what, let's have a committee. Because why not? Because, we're American. We love committees. Let's get us a committee. Well, who should be on the committee? Well, I don't know. This guy's a good guy. Let's have him on the committee. Well, I mean, there's people on the committee that don't even have remote associations with football, nor have they at any level other than being a fan. But you know what? Let's have them on a committee. Why not? And then, I mean, it'd be fun. We'd go to that resort. We could talk. We could hang out at dinner. And then we'll decide which 4 teams should go. Because you know why? We don't need to solve this on the field. Because we're the ones that know. And then, so, I mean, if we're going to do it that way, we should just ask them at the beginning of the season, just go ahead and you guys vote on it, figure out 1, 2, 3, and 4, and why even have the games? To me, I mean, it's not a playoff. There's nothing playoff about it. And this is even if we make it. Even if we make it, my thoughts don't change. I mean, how can you call it a playoff when there's 4 teams? Conference champions don't even necessarily make the playoffs because you know why? Because the committee knew better.
Wow.
He is the
Spoken
greatest,
like
man.
a real attorney. How much did he charge me on the hourly for that, Coach?
He was awesome.
So just take it to 8 teams.
Awesome.
Take it to 8
Yeah,
teams.
they need
Now
to
would
do
be the
something.
year to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, how is Georgia not in? Because Texas beat Alabama and Alabama beat Georgia. That's why Georgia's out?
I guess, but
they were number 1 the entire year.
Yeah,
That was a close game.
It's business. They had to
Who
put
would
an
you add?
SEC.
Georgia, Ohio State, Florida State. Who would be the 8th team? Let's go.
Oregon. They lost twice, but
Oregon?
they're pretty good. They only lost to Washington, but both times. I mean, look, he's just funny and he's right. I mean, it's, the most salient point he makes there is nobody else does it this way. But they're afraid because their pockets are already lined with money. I mean, can you imagine the amount of money college football could make if they did like an 8 or a 12-team playoff? But these guys who run these bowls, and I used to know some of them, they get a ton of money and they don't want to break up the cash cow, man. And if they do a playoff, there's the potential of that happening. These bowl guys make millions of dollars for running a bowl, and they don't want the bowl system to go away. So I don't know. Anyway,
a lot of years the Rose
crazy.
Bowl's been devalued, but the granddaddy of them
Not
all.
this year, right?
What a game this is! Wow,
it's going to be awesome.
Jim Harbaugh against Nick Saban.
That's going to be cool.
How fun is
good.
this going to be?
Yeah. All right, tomorrow we will have a lot more on the 49ers and the Eagles. We'll get into what this all means, this big victory, but we wanted to celebrate not only the win, but your Brockiversary. A year ago today.
Happy Brockiversary, Greg.
Brock Purdy took over for Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm still very upset that Jimmy got hurt a year ago today. You're celebrating Brock.
Well, not anymore. You're
Jimmy
not.
got hurt.
You love Brock.
Sure I am. Jimmy's career's in disarray now.
Yeah.
Not the same.
Are we celebrating that?
Jimmy?
No, but to me on that date, it's the day
Vegas
Jimmy
Jimmy?
got hurt.
Vegas
day
Jimmy
got hurt.
Sorry, Derek.
Hey, move on quick, man. Move on quick. All right, Pop, great stuff as always. Tremendous job by Walter Day and Danny putting together those great, not only the victory Monday, and we're sorry, I'm just going to call him Harold. We're sorry to Harold for being 35 minutes late. We'll try to be better next Monday for Victory Monday. And then thanks as always for Walter putting together a
Does Copes
great
have to read those? Does he have to listen to those voicemails now that he's the boss?
I don't know. Did Walter? Did you hear that? I know Holler sent it to us too. Holler loves that stuff. He loves when people bitch and moan about our show. So anyway, that was good stuff. Yeah. All right, man. Anything to promote? You coming up in about 30 seconds here? Anything? You're good?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah, I was talking to you.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Brent Jones today. How about that? A lot of good stuff to get into, including Screw Dom. F Dom. Papa, I know you're riding with Dom. I'm anti-Dom.
Dom's a Papa. Take it easy on Dom.
Dom wants to see me at Levi Stadium. I'm ready. I'm ready. January 28th.
Let's go to this. I think there's a restaurant in Philly called DeSandro's. We got to go.
We should go take a crap on the front door is what we should do.
Okay.
All right, they're coming up next. Thanks as always. Good stuff from Kurt Warner today, from Dante Whitner and more. Check out any and all interviews at KNBR.com. It's KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Going to be on at 11:50. I waited. They finally decided to put it on at 12:25. That's 35 minutes.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Brent Jones, Matt Mayoko join us today. Think we'll talk a little Niners. Hope that suits everybody. Got my Christmas. It looks like the Grinch. Kind of got the leaning tower of fun.
Dude, it does.
Here.
Very, very Whoville, yeah.
Got my lunch. Cheddar cheese, turkey, ham, and one little twin steak, Haribo. Got that. And then water and some dry bananas, just in case I get hungry a little later on. So I'm ready to rock and roll, man.
Look at you, dude. You got a whole smorgasbord, dude. You're all set up to go.
You kidding me? It's an all-American trio. Little turkey, little ham, little cheese, and I'm good to go, man.
Well, apple pie, you'd be set, dude.
I'm good. Well, I think we have some of that.
You may have some leftover
actually,
pie.
yeah, because Weston made it this weekend for his Friendsgiving.
How about that?
That they had. So everybody makes something, and they take it over like a smorgasbord, and he made apple pie. So it turned out pretty damn good.
Yeah, dude.
Apple
pie's a win.
This could be dangerous. I mean, usually Lou eats around this time. She's going to see that meat and cheese sitting there and think, that looks pretty good.
Yeah, dude. No bread, just meat and cheese. That must be fun.
Said the dog. No bread. Not that she'd discard it if it had bread on it. She'd be like, I don't do bread. She's like,
she's acting like she's not looking. She's doing the dog move. I'm not looking at your food. I'm not paying any attention to that.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to the man behind the gabagool. Says Lou. Heck of a weekend, man. Heck of a weekend of football.
It was a great weekend.
A lot of fun. We got the scenario we were hoping for in the hellacious CFP. We'll get into that in just a little bit, and then really the only game. And this was I didn't expect this, but I sort of thought this might happen with the game yesterday, where there's one good game on the docket, and the game's a stinker. The game itself ends up being a stinker. First half was pretty good. First half was intense. 49ers started slow. I think the biggest thing to me, and I came away going, damn, dude, they scored 42, and they won really in the same fashion against the Cowboys that they did here against the Eagles, where I think it was 6 I know it was 6 touchdowns. I don't know if it wasn't 6 straight touchdowns the way they did it yesterday, but it was 6 touchdowns in that game against the Cowboys. 42-10, I think, was the final there. 42-19 in this one. Niners look like a way better team. And I got to tell you, man, this time of year, like, to me, everyday arrest is important, especially when you get into, like, December. The Eagles did. They were coming off of an exhausting game where the defense was on the field a lot against Josh Allen and the Bills offense. Niners having the extra time off. And I mean, remember we had Kyle on Thursday, and he was, oh, dude, there it is. Now he gave her the gabagool. She's in. Now she's in.
I couldn't help it,
Couldn't
man.
help it, dude. That face, it was too
she
good.
gives you that look, man. You know that look. I always ask her, what are you doing up there, some stump flying or something? That was a fletch line. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was like, I don't know where you're going. Stump. It fell flat. I was like, this is either.
What are you doing up there, some stump line or something? You just give me that look. You know that look. Yeah. Well, if you see Fletch, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know if I will. I mean, I may see it. I don't know.
I don't think you will either.
I don't think I'll see it. Remember that time on December 4th when Tom made that fletch line when he fed loose some food? But yeah, dude,
people out there with good taste know a fletch line when they hear it.
I fear I'm too late. I fear I'm too late to get in and enjoy it.
You're never too late. It's on celluloid. Go check it out. Just because you were scarred by your terrible take.
I got no problem going in on old movies. I told you. I didn't find My Cousin Vinny until late in life. You know that? And it's my all-time favorite movie. Like, I didn't find it until maybe like 7 or 8 years.
Wow.
It's one of the most quotable movies I think of all time, which is why when you get quotable movies, it makes them more lovable and more likable. So, I got no problem going back on some old movies.
Give it a shot one of these days.
All right, I'll go back and I'll do it on Fletch. Maybe over Christmas I'll go in on some Fletch.
Then you'll know what I'm talking about.
I'll get some lines. And that's what happens. Then I'll start riffing on it, and I'll say lines with you, too. Then it'll get funnier.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Then it'll build. All right, maybe.
And everybody else. See, I won't be the only one. People are like looking, thinking, going, what are you talking about? No one wants to hear about Fletch.
What if I said this? Would you know what this meant if I said, hey, guys, let's go hit some golf balls?
Yes, I would.
So how about this, dude? I love this. That was, by the way, anybody wondering what that's from?
Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
It's Colin Cowherd. So apparently he's been working this bit for a long time because we played that sound last week, and I looked into it more, Tom, where he said Brock Purdy can't be a franchise quarterback because he wears the backwards. Oh, I'm going to go be a barista.
Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
He's like joking, like, you can't be a franchise QB. And I've heard takes like that before. I think Gary Radnich used to make riffs about that. Like, a grown man shouldn't wear sneakers. Like, you shouldn't be wearing another man's jersey. Like, that was his whole bit. Well, Colin Cowherd has that whole thing about Brock's not a franchise quarterback, and it was working a bit. He wasn't, like, dead serious, but I was listening to a little bit of what he had to say after the performance yesterday, and he's like, the guy is incredible. Like, in terms of the repetitions that he got from high school, he said he had like 8 straight years of reps. The guy is mentally ready to play football. And he goes, you can tell when, and the example he was using was that when he was at, remember that show Sports Nation used to be on ESPN?
Yes.
He created that, right? And he was like, it was sort of weird and quirky, and they would give you funky numbers and jump around. They had that map of the U.S., and it was a different show. It was like a daytime ESPN2 type of show. And he said it was weird. We didn't know if it was going to work. And he said, but I remember somebody in programming there telling him, hey, if the people in the building buy in, then it'll work. Then you'll know it'll work because the people there like it. If they like it, they'll believe in it, they'll buy in. And he said, I've always thought that applied to sports and to quarterbacks and to situations like what you're seeing with Brock Purdy relative to, say, and he says buying in has to do with how plays are called as well, right? Like, he goes, look at Justin Fields. Like 70% of the passes that Justin Field is passing right now or attempting are being attempted behind the line of scrimmage. Like, they're being caught behind the line of scrimmage. They're not throwing it downfield. They don't trust him in the same way that Brock Purdy has been trusted to make throws before his guy breaks into the route or into where he's got to catch the ball. So just real quick, backing up here, yesterday here at KNBR, 3 of the guys, Danny, Greg, and Kyle Haar, were here doing some cutting for the 49er game, and get a text from them when I wear them back to my house to watch the game. They all 3 were sitting here with backwards caps on. And they said, in honor of Brock Purdy and Colin Cowherd. So I tweeted out at Cowherd, in honor of the Brockwards caps for the big Brock victory. He retweeted it, and he said, I'm honored, fellas, and came back with it. Got like 700,000 views. These guys are getting tons of likes for it. So he gave a lot of love and credit, I thought, to Brock Purdy on his show this morning. And I think people are coming around a little bit. I think, and he makes note. Kyle's a great play caller. You've got insane weapons and Hall of Famers around him, but people are buying in a way to him internally that makes sense based on what he's proven he's able to do at this point.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing was, for me anyway, is that he's had other games where he's made way more impressive throws than yesterday. Yesterday, he just got the ball out quick, and Kittle would run for 35, Debo would run for 40, Debo would run for 45. You know, it wasn't like he didn't drop a bunch of balls in a bucket yesterday. Like yesterday, to me, wasn't even the example of what he can do and how good he is. There are other games that he's made throws, multiple throws throughout the game. You're just like, damn, that was a big time throw. I didn't really get that feeling watching the game yesterday. Yesterday, I got the feeling that and this isn't taking anything away from him. It's smart football. Get the ball into the hands of your playmakers as quickly as possible, and he did that. And yesterday, to me, was all about the yards after catch, because they just got the ball and they were gone. Like Kittle, big gains, and then Debo had a couple of them. But for the most part, that wasn't the game anyway. But I know it was a game because they crushed him. It was the Eagles. It was the game of the week on Sunday, primetime for Sunday football. So, yeah, I could see where people would think differently of him. I don't think any differently of him. In fact, again, I don't think that was a great game to showcase exactly like what he's capable. What he's
That's
absolutely.
so funny you said, because I'm with you. I like, again, the throws that he made in the game where he had the quote perfect game. To me, that was more eye test even than about the perfect game at the end, right? Like we came out of that going, dude, he made some throws in that game.
Yes,
like he hung in, and I thought yesterday, I did think he played well. I think people
he did. Absolutely did.
To you, maybe to counter your point, I think that people who maybe didn't know him or didn't get a chance to see him or have not watched him enough on the national stage yesterday thought, okay, maybe he's got a little bit more than I thought he had, because I thought he extended some. The one where he broke that tackle and tried to lean and he took a shot. I thought I was like, that's not even stuff that he normally does. But I thought it showed sort of the psyche in the toughness he brings to the field. So I don't know that it totally changed anybody's mind. I'm with you, I guess, that it wasn't the perfect display, but I think that if you didn't know much about Brock and you saw him yesterday, you came out fairly impressed. That would be my thought. But I don't know. I don't know.
I could see that. No, I could definitely see that. It was just, again, we're going to talk about this game, I'm sure, a lot today. How? I have no idea. I haven't figured that out yet. It's hard for me to go on and on about teams that are just so dominant. And where do they rank? It really doesn't matter anymore where they rank. I think they're the best team in the game, but it doesn't matter. Being the best team in the game in week 13, 14, they didn't get you anything. They don't give you juice boxes or medals or ribbons or anything. Hey, easy, pal. I know what you're thinking. So it doesn't matter. All that matters is that they, trying to get the number one seed, and that game put them a step closer to doing that. Now, if the Cowboys will oblige, if they beat the Eagles next week, now you have your destiny in your own hands. That's it. Because I think that's the last game. I do not think the Eagles are going to lose at Seattle. They could. That's a possibility. But if they lose one of the last three, then I will be shocked. I think it's like 2 Giants and a Cardinal. It's like absurdly easy. The Niners probably have one really losable game, Baltimore on Christmas, but divisional games get kind of tricky sometimes too. So next week's a big one. Now, if Philly can lose, and now they're tied, but they're up because they beat them, and they beat both of them, so they'll be sitting in a really, really good position. That was the key to yesterday. It's almost not about proving who you are, we know that because we see them all the time. I think other people that follow football should know that this team is like one of the top handful of teams in the league, but they put an exclamation point on it yesterday. I mean, Philly has had a rough go of it. The Niners had more rest, yes, but that was a beatdown. That wasn't win by 10. That was get behind by 6. It seemed like 13, 14, 15. I don't know what it did. It seemed like they were getting dominated. Yeah, they were like long drive field goal, 3 and out. Long drive field goal, 3 and out. It's like, ooh, this isn't good. And all of a sudden, they started the ignition. And once they started the ignition, it was like over. They went from like neutral to 6th gear, and the game was like, see ya. Thanks for coming. And they just kept going and kept going. So the dominance was stunning. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. But for me, it's not a statement game. I think because we know they can win those games. It was hey, we're one step closer. It makes you wonder how the hell they lose 3 in a row. Like when you watch them before that and after that, you're like, well, how did that happen? Like, what? Excuse me? You lost 3 in a row. Why? How? Because you look at them, you think this team's going to go 16-1, 15-2. But again, that doesn't matter. Just keep winning. Give yourself a chance to get the bye, and then 2 home games on your way to a Super Bowl. That's what matters. But it was stunning. Whenever you see a team get beat like that, wow. And the 2 teams in the NFC that are right near them, they beat them both like that.
It's pretty incredible.
Beyond impressive.
It's pretty incredible. We'll talk a lot more about this one, as you said, Tom. We'll get into some different elements of this, and I'm trying to keep from blowing my top still about it. I was watching the game with Tim, talking Big Dom. We'll wait, and we'll do that in just a little bit, because I almost lost my mind. We are going to get to your calls. 808 KNBR, we want to hear from you. What are your expectations for the 49ers after what you saw them do to the Eagles yesterday, and as Tom just mentioned, to the Cowboys several weeks back? 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. When we come on back, more on the Niners ass-kicking of the Philadelphia Eagles. Arguably, as Tom said, maybe not the absolute best, but it's on the table for one of the best performances of Brock Purdy's career, 19-27, 314. What are your expectations after what we saw the Niners do to Philly yesterday? That's still to come here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's sports leader.
The 49ers made a huge statement in Philadelphia, beating the Eagles 42-19. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
You know, a real professional football team with real professional men take a loss. Instead, they cried about it. Oh, if our quarterback wasn't hurt, if you would have freaking blocked for him, he would have been hurt. You suck. You're not man enough to admit it. Now you're going to come back here, and you're going to get your ass kicked again, and we're going to show you how men play. Not like those little whiners from the West Coast who drink their little wine with their pinkies up and act like you're so superior. Guess what? This is Philly. You're going to lose. You suck.
Play action, a roll by Purdy. Purdy going to pump throw for the end zone. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire! Handoff coming left. Touchdown! CMC! End around to Deebo Samuel coming right, turns the corner, and goes into the end zone! Touchdown! San Francisco!
What a play to catch a defense that's trying like heck to make a play.
Looks left now, middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
What an absolute beast, Deebo Samuel.
Sounding good there. Derek Papa doing some nice work there behind the scenes. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you following a 49er 42-19 beatdown. You heard, yeah, why don't you, Derek? Why don't you eat some mess, too? You heard the Philly fan we played there coming in. That was last week in the sound soiree, saying the Niners were going to get rolled. He was like on the news. There was some great sound flying out there yesterday. We'll play some later. Saw one time some guy in the parking lot was just berating Niner fans walking by. They're like having their tailgate, and he's going, "This ain't the Zesty West." Zesty West was pretty good. It made me laugh. Anyway, we'll get some good sound for you. Big beatdown for the Niners. We mentioned. How about that? You said started slow, and it felt like down 6-0, negative 6 yards for the first quarter for the 49ers. That's the worst quarter yardage-wise for Kyle Shanahan ever as a head coach in his 7 seasons now with the 49ers. Brock Purdy starts 0 for 4, then goes 19 of 23 for 314 and 4 passing touchdowns. In terms of the dismantling here and what it was that he was able to do, you talked about the yards after catch. We kind of knew the linebacking core was going to be a soft spot for them, and then they went out and added Shaq Leonard today. They were like, you know what, let's make sure we've got a guy here who can wrap up. His range is not what it used to be, but they need some help there. That defense for the Eagles is not what it was last year. The defensive line is still tough, but nowhere near what we saw last year. That said, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, I said this last week, I undersold, I think, heavily what Deebo's impact, and I'll be first to raise my hand and say in the offseason when I was talking about what Deebo gives you different than Christian McCaffrey, it's that both of them out there are damn near unstoppable for the opposition because they're both so unique in what they do.
Well, again, I mean, Deebo is such a force. You see the way he... And it's funny because we think of him as this physical receiver, which he is. He's fast, too. Like, he's not slow. He's not a burner, But we saw yesterday, you give him a crease, you take a bad angle, he's gone.
I saw you at 22 miles per hour at one point. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's
did it twice
that's
yesterday.
Incredible.
So, I mean, he can go. He can go. So you forget sometimes how special he is and how versatile he is. But I just love the way, he finishes those runs on that reverse. He just, kind of weaved in and out, and then just it's time to get cracking. He's all for it. Him and Kittle. Like, I knew Kittle when he got down to the 10. I was like, 35-yard catch. I go, he's going to cover up, and he's going to find somebody.
He's like search and destroy. Somebody. Yeah, where is somebody with
and
the ball?
And he's going to just, he's just going to crack him. Like, because those two guys, that's what they do. I love it. And, again, I just think that kind of raises the intensity of everybody on the field that's wearing the Niner uniform. Love the way those guys get out there and do that. But no, he was awesome. He was just awesome yesterday. But every skill position player.
Everybody did it yesterday. Kind of the first time we've seen that
Everybody
happen.
got a piece.
It was like KD went for 25 or 30. Steph went for 30. Clay went for 22 or 24. Draymond had a triple-double. It was like everybody got to eat in the 49ers offense. First time we'd seen that. Ayuk touchdown. You get 3 from Debo. You get 1 from McCaffrey, who, by the way, 90-plus on the ground. Catches another 40, 3 for 40, and finds the end zone. He's now got 12 rushing touchdowns on the year. I believe he's at 16 or 17 total. I'll get you the exact number on that in just a minute here. But he's got over 1,000 yards. First 49er to rush for over 1,000 yards since Frank Gore did it a handful of years ago. So this is fantastic for the Niner offense. They are humming and clicking. What's that? Oh, Tim says, throw it to use check, you cowards. 808 KNBR. We got a lot of guys, a lot of people, I shouldn't say guys, but a lot of people who have lined up here on the phone lines, and we will get to you. Mike, Kevin, Ken, Jake, who's out in Iowa. Love our guy Jake when he calls in from Iowa. Will, we got people calling from up in Oregon. We got plenty to get to here. Tolbert and Copes on a Monday.
You know who's also from Iowa?
Afternoon. Who's from Iowa?
Slipknot.
Thought you were going to say something else.
Thought I'd throw that in there.
Okay. Brock Purdy's not. He did go to Iowa State. Runner-up Big 12 Player of the Year. And he did it behind Jalen Hurts, I think, one of those years, too. We'll talk more about Brock Purdy, this Niner performance, and get to your calls. What is your expectation for the Niners after the absolute beatdown of the Philadelphia Eagles yesterday? We're streaming on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and, of course, on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. What are your expectations? We'll get to your calls next. 808 KNBR on the Sports Leader.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I think we're going the right direction. I think we've gotten, I think after our skid, I think we've taken a step each week and gotten a little bit better. I thought we were a little bit better today than we were last week, and by no means do I think we're doing our best. I mean, there was a lot of things in that game that didn't go right, but I thought our intent was good. Obviously, our talent's good, and we just got to make sure we keep improving.
Voice of 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, who got to be feeling pretty good after that victory for the Niners over the Eagles yesterday, 42-19. Tom made the case a couple of weeks back. There may be no team in football that has a better resume in terms of their wins over their opponents. We can talk about that later this week. Now, the Eagles do have a decent resume, but they have not beaten the top teams in football in the way the Niners have. They beat Miami, I think, pretty soundly, but in terms of the Cowboys, that was a much closer game. Was it a 5-point game, I want to say? In their victory over the Cowboys, and had an opportunity, the Cowboys did, to win that game down near the goal line. Anyway, they do play. It's a 1-point win over the Chiefs. That's a 4-point win, 21-17. Their most impressive is probably that win over the Bills, right? Where, I mean, they come from behind win. But again, the defense was on the field for a lot of that game. It was a late game last week. And I think the Niners having the extra rest, I think this time of year it's a major factor. That said, they did have a bye week fairly recently, right before that Chiefs game. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Niners over the Eagles. They are a game back in the number 1 seed. And if the Eagles lose to the Cowboys this week and the Niners beat the Seahawks at home to sweep them on the season, Niners will be the number 1 seed. Now they'd have to win out to hold on to it, but that all remains to be seen. Let's go out to the phone lines here. 808 KNBR is the number to call. What are your expectations for the 49ers after you saw them dismantle the Eagles yesterday? Let's go out to Kevin. Kevin's in San Rafael. Kevin, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
How you doing, gentlemen?
I'm good, man. What's going on?
Epic. Hey, I for the Niners, I don't think it matters if we get it'd be great if we got the number 1 seed, but let's be honest, I don't think it matters. I think that at this point, if their team sticks together with Debo having a big game this week, Kittle a couple weeks ago, McCaffrey's always got 3 touchdowns in his pocket. And Ayuk, I don't know where you stop this team, honestly. Like, I don't know how you can stop them. So it's great if they get the number 1 seed, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
I appreciate the call, Kevin. I don't know that I think it doesn't matter. And the only reason I think it doesn't matter is because we saw it last year. Now, I'm not writing off it being difficult because of what happened in the NFC Championship last year and Brock Purdy getting hurt. You show me a team that can't throw a football for basically all 4 quarters, and I'll show you a team that's going to lose the game. Like, it's just not the way you can operate today. The reason I think it does matter to get the 1 seed is because only one team gets that bye now. It's really, really tough to have to play that extra game. And we'll talk more about this later in the week. But the case that Steve Young has constantly made to us, that in the AFC side of the bracket, where you've got all those elite quarterbacks, and even though it seems like there's maybe more parity in the AFC, where, over the last few years, it's just been dominated by the Chiefs. Now the Ravens look like they'll be the 1 seed. What Steve Young has said, Tom, and I think this is true, is if you're in the AFC and you've got to beat 2 of the 3 of Lamar or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow, and really it's been Allen, Burrow, and Mahomes the last 3 years, but you mix in Herbert and Lamar, and now Trevor Lawrence is going to be in that mix. It's going to be a tough road. If you've got to beat more of those quarterbacks than anybody else, it's going to be hard to get through. Matt Mayoko, who we will catch up with a little bit later in the show at 4:50 to get his thoughts on the game yesterday, I asked him kind of the same question, and he said he views the NFC sort of the same way, whereas if you have to beat 2 of the Eagles, the Niners, and the Cowboys, it's your chances of getting to the Super Bowl or through the NFC Championship are a lot more difficult. I would agree with that, considering the Niners have beaten both of them handily. Hard to beat a team twice in the same year.
Yeah. I don't know that I buy that.
That it's hard?
I know. Yeah, I don't know that I buy that it's hard to beat a team twice in 1 year. If you're better than that team, then why is it harder to beat them the second time than the first time?
I think I'm talking more quality teams. I'm not talking like Cardinals and Niners.
I'm still going to need empirical data on that.
Okay.
I've always been skeptical of that. It's like the NBA when they say if you get the lead within 10, you got a chance. I'm like, we got a chance if it's 10. What are you talking about?
Psychological,
9?
right? Yeah, that's
like 9 doesn't make any difference to me. Oh, we're down 11. Let's give up, everybody. We can't pack it in. Can't win. Oh, we're down 9 now? Oh, we can win now. Like, just some things never made sense to me. That one never made sense to me. Like, if I'm better than you, then I'm better than you. And I don't know what Now, could they lose to those teams? Yeah. But, I mean, they put a significant beat down on those teams, and one was on the road. So if they're at home against either of those teams, probably make them 4.5, 5-point favorites, maybe 6. I mean, I'm making pretty substantial favorites over either of those two. I think they're that much better than them when you factor in home field, of course. So, but your point is, yes, you don't want to, especially in the NFC. NFC, you might get a layup or two to start out with. Detroit, it doesn't look quite as good. Like I thought Detroit was better than Dallas 4 weeks ago. I don't think that now. But Dallas still needs to show me they can beat a quality opponent, and it'll start next week. Their road kind of starts next week. They got by Seattle. I'll call them kind of quality. I mean, they're not the upper crust, but the AFC's rough. You're lucky that Cincinnati won't be there this year. Like if you're in the AFC, but you might have a tough first round game. NFC, I'm not sure. You know, I guess Detroit, maybe there's 4 teams out there that could get you. But, yeah, you'd love to just say, let's get a bye, let them battle it out, and then whoever's coming, it's coming to us. So that's thanks, pal. I mean, why don't you just step right in front of the camera? I mean, she just does not care whatsoever.
Tom in the petting zoo here is getting some love.
Doesn't care. Yeah, the dog. Lulu went to eat, and then she's like, oh, okay, cool. It's time to come in and see what's going on,
such a cat thing to do.
Yeah, and the other one just sits on the computer.
Yeah.
She likes sitting on the computer. I'm like, you're really messing me up. You're jamming me up here, okay? You're really
jamming.
And the other thing they've been doing that's killing me is they drink out of my water for some reason, and they have water, but they just stick their heads in my water and start drinking. And you know what scares me is, like, I don't know when they've done it. So what if I come, leave my water there, go away for like an hour, come back?
Yeah, they might have brought a rat or something to the doorstep. You don't know. Oh, man.
Yeah, I got like kitty spittle in there that I'm just gulping down.
Cat wash. Yeah. Cat backwash.
Although who knows? Maybe it's got nutrients in it. I have no
understand.
idea. Thank you.
Let's go.
But no, I do. I mean, obviously, home field's big. They're going to have a shot at it. Going to have to keep winning. I don't know what that was in my throat. I don't know that they can lose another game. Like, I think they're going to have to run it, because if they lose another game, that means Philly can lose and then lose another game. So they can't lose 2 more games. I think one. I think that's it. I think they're done losing. If they want the number 1 seed, they're more than capable of it. But this is a massive, massive game for Dallas and Philadelphia.
Yeah. Because if they lose, Philly's other. I mean, that Philly. I think Philly may need to that caller's credit. I do think it's important to get the one. I think Philly maybe needs it more than the Niners. I think the Niners are better suited, and maybe that's the point that caller's making. That the Niners are better suited to handle teams early rounds of the playoffs, whereas last year, you pointed out, the Eagles, I think, just dominated the Giants in the first round, just beat their brakes off.
Yeah.
808 KNBR is the phone number to call. We are going to get more into that discussion about, is it even necessary? Do they need the number 1 seed? Is that the more difficult road to travel? I want to go out to Jake in Iowa, because Jake's our guy who calls periodically. He called us and gave us the great scouting report on Brock Purdy last year, and basically everything Jake said when he looked into his crystal ball up in Iowa played out, and he says Super Bowl bound, Purdy is the answer. What's up, Jake? Welcome back, man. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. Hey, before I get started, I just wanted to see if Tom, after the show, you run down to AutoZone, get some 2-in-1 oil and some ball bearings, and flip some duality on the radio on your way down.
I can do that for you. I can definitely do that. Absolutely. You'll be good to go. And you know what? Yeah, you're gonna have to tell me again what I'm getting, because I don't know my way around the automotive store like my brother and my dad do. That's foreign.
Those ball bearings. It's all about ball bearings.
Oh, it's all about ball bearings nowadays. Yeah. Quaker State. No. Make that Prestone or whatever you said.
Is this a Fletch thing again? Are we talking
yes,
Fletch
again?
We're
running Fletch
Jake,
bits.
you guys are running Fletch on me.
Coves, the highest quality people, no Fletch
I know,
bits.
dude. I like Jake a lot before that, but dude, as soon as you start riffing, it's like talking ball bearings.
Just checking the luggage. Don't tell me my business, boy. All right, go ahead.
All right, boys. The Brock star yesterday, he passed the final exam. It's time he's going to be the $40 million a year man. He's the long-term answer. I wanted to see him against a great D-line on the road and tough environment. He started off a little shaky, but he didn't start rolling out and throwing balls, forcing things. He's the 49er quarterback for a long time. They're going to win the Super Bowl, and he can come back here to Iowa and build his South Fork Ranch here with all that money and buy all this farmland. So I'm pretty excited about it.
Thanks for the call.
I think,
I
was just going to say, I almost feel like he passed the test a while ago.
He did.
Going on the road and beating Philly, of course. I mean, look, he's still young, so each one of these is a hurdle. And it's not like he's like golden now. I mean, he's still got to be able to prove that he can do some other things. But to your point, I don't know what he's going to make, but it will be significant. Like the one thing he has proven, Jake, is like he's the quarterback here for a while. They
could win multiple Super Bowls with him.
He could.
Yes.
He absolutely could. If they can afford to keep the team around him, with him as quarterback and Kyle as the head coach, play caller, I don't see any reason why this team won't be competitive for a long time. I mean, they got a lot of great players on this team. They've done a really good job drafting, especially defensive line. They're going to have to address the offensive line at some point, I think. But man, you look around and think, is it going to get any better than this moving forward? Because the talent on this team is staggering. It is staggering.
It is. I feel like
you look at it and you're like, golly, this is amazing. So, no, but I'm with you. I've been sold on him for a while. I couldn't say it till Cincinnati. I was contractually obligated not to. But I mean, we see it. We see it every single week. This guy you give him a test, he passes it. Give him a test, he passes it. So I'm with you. He's the man here for a while.
One of the best ball I've ever seen play. Hey, Copes, you can skip Fletch Lives, but you got to watch him.
Yeah, skip Fletch Lives. Trust me.
I don't know.
Please
I think I need to get the whole big picture, Jake.
No, you don't need that one, Copes.
All right, Jake, appreciate the call, man. We'll talk to you soon, dude.
Yeah, thanks, fellas.
Good deal, man.
River.
808 KNBR.
I want to see how many callers we have, Copes, that could come up with the Fletch line.
Oh, dude. See, now you're putting it out. Now guys are going to look it up. You better be in context if you're going to come with the Fletch line to Tom.
In context.
He's a PhD when it comes to Fletch. More 49ers.
Puppet Taco.
More 49ers and Fletch coming your way next year. Wouldn't be Tolbert and Copes without a Fletch Monday, would it? Start giving themes to days here. You get Taco Tuesday, which Tom is advertising on his shirt, getting ready for tomorrow, and you got a Fletch Monday here. It's also Victory Monday, which is why we'll catch up with Brent Jones at 3:50. Matt Mayoko at 4:50. When we come on back, now more of your calls. Super Bowl or bust for the 49ers. Does this make you believe after this victory that the NFC Championship would have been different had Purdy been healthy last year? I think it's a different team. I think Christian McCaffrey was a major factor yesterday, but we'll get your thoughts on that. 808 KNBR. Also join us on YouTube and twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Tolbert and Copes on The Sports Leader.
You ever serve time?
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the 49ers' dominant win over the Eagles. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Deebo Samuel is loose. Touchdown! San Francisco, the Deebo dash.
What a play call. Quick perimeter screen, out to the left, quick snap.
Tolbert comes with you on a Monday afternoon into December now. How about that? Monday, December 4th, your Niners beat the Eagles yesterday 42-19. They put 42 on the Eagles. They put 42 on the Dallas Cowboys. Back in, that was their 5th consecutive win to start the year. That was their last victory, right? It was incredible. They put up 6 straight touchdowns in this one. They put up 6 touchdowns in that one, and then wheels kind of fell off. You said it, Tom. I don't know how this team ever hit a rut and hit 3 consecutive losses, or how this offense did, unless we can directly point to something that we talked about at the start of the year. We said there's 2 guys that they cannot lose, and that's Trent Williams and Nick Bosa. Trent Williams went down. Deebo Samuel was still hurt as well for a lot of that time. But when he was there, I think about that Vikings game and the physicality Deebo might have been able to bring to that game and how that could have helped you getting through their D-line and into the secondary there. They didn't have him. And that one did not go their way. Anyway, yesterday, for the first time all year, the Niners opened the game with back-to-back 3-and-outs. -6 yards in the first quarter, fewest yards in a quarter under Kyle Shanahan in his 7 years as head coach. And then the next 6 drives result in touchdowns. 400-plus yards and 6 touchdowns. Ambry Thomas played well in the secondary. It was the Niners' 8th game on the year with 30 or more points. Drake Greenlaw gets ejected in this one. We'll talk more about that. Christian McCaffrey becomes a 49er who gets over 1,000 yards for the first time, or the 4th time in his career. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Matt is in Davis. Matt wants to talk about how impressive the Niners looked. And Matt, not a 49er fan. What's up, Matt? You're on the Sports Leader.
Well, I think that there's a very clear reason why the Niners just annihilated my beloved Eagles, and that's in the middle of the field, both in defense. The Niners had much better linebackers than the receivers that the Eagles had, and vice versa. When on the other side, the Eagles just did not have the linebackers to be able to handle anybody in the middle of the field. And your point earlier, Coach, that there was 10 days off versus 6 days off and all that stuff. Those are on the edge. They aren't going to make a difference in the talent difference in the middle of the field.
So you thought there was a big discrepancy, because that is where we thought the Niners could have an edge, is if they got past that D-line, and really that's the softest part of the defense. And then the secondary there for the Eagles, you mentioned, I mean, they had to trade for a safety. They just aren't all that good, or as good as they were in the secondary last year, but they also were getting to the quarterback a lot more. I'm with you. I think the talent discrepancy is there. I don't know that when the Niners, and Tom said it last week, if they're at their best, I don't know if there's anybody that can hang them.
The other thing that's kind of interesting with regard to the seeding is it's actually, and this goes to Tom's point earlier, being the second seed is actually probably better than the first seed in terms of who you're going to have to play. You do obviously with the first seed get the home field advantage at the NFC CG if you get there. But I'd much rather be playing Detroit than playing Dallas, and as the first seed, having to go through 2 really good teams. Second seed, a little bit easier road to the finals.
Matt, we do appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much.
Can I clarify?
No, you're with
Matt. That's not what I said.
Yeah, well, you said to your point.
That's not what I didn't say. The number 2 seed is easier. I don't want to be the number 2 seed. I want the bye.
You want to play Dallas.
Let me make it very clear. I want the number 1. If I'm playing, I want the number 1 seed. I don't want the number 2 seed. I don't think the 2 seed's going to be 2 seed isn't going to be easier. Because then you got to play probably the 3 and then the 1. I'd give me the 4 and the 2 and both at home. Maybe. I don't think Detroit's guaranteed to get a win if they are the 4 or whatever they're going to be. I guess they'd be the 2 or 3.
They'd be the 2 or the 3.
Cowboys are the Eagles are going to be the fifth seed. So yeah,
you're saying if they fall out of the division, because the Cowboys division now is on the table if they win next week.
Well, no, one of them got to be the 5.
No, I'm saying you're right, but you said Eagles would be right if the Cowboys win
Eagles
the
or
division.
Cowboys,
Right.
either or.
Exactly.
One of them is going to be the 5.
Yep.
So we know that. But yeah, I want the 1. That's it. And let me say this real quick too, because I didn't mention it. I shouldn't say the one thing. Let me retract. Another thing that I thought was super impressive about the Niners' victory, they rushed with my favorite lane integrity. They didn't get too far up the field. How many times do you remember Jalen Hurts breaking the pocket and scrambling for 15 yards? You don't, because it didn't happen.
Gap integrity is what you're talking about, right? Yeah.
Gap integrity. Lane integrity, gap integrity, however you want to say it. Eye discipline. That's kind of a different thing. But anyway, I just love when they say that stuff.
Keeping his eyes downfield. Yeah, no, come on, just look in that direction.
Yeah, it's like when people work for the NFL, you got to say National Football League every time you say it. You can't just say NFL.
Yeah.
The NFL. No, the National Football League. Like, shut up. We know what it is. Okay? You don't have to make it seem any more important than it is. But they did a great job. Great job of kind of bracketing, keeping him in the pocket, not getting too far up the field and letting him jet for a big gain. Like, he did not hurt them at all yesterday with his feet at all.
No.
The running game was
Nobody did.
non-existent.
I mean, Swift couldn't do much.
Didn't do anything. No, they didn't do anything. But that's always a key when you play them, because that just breaks your spirit when time and time again the corners or the defensive backs are doing their job, and then all of a sudden the defensive line gets way too far upfield because they want to get the sack or go for a move, spin move, and then all of a sudden you spin and he's by you the other way. That just kills you. Didn't happen yesterday. So I just wanted to make note of that, that all of them, I thought all of them that played did a fantastic job keeping him in the pocket, forcing him to throw, and not letting him hurt them with his feet. That was outstanding.
Because that's where he can beat you. And we talked to Steve Young about that last week. He'll join us, by the way, on Wednesday for his weekly conversation. 808 KNBR, what are your expectations for this 49er team after what you saw yesterday? Is it Super Bowl or bust? Ken is in Oakland. Ken, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Tommy. Hey, Adam.
What's up, dude?
Great show as usual.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
So I wanted to say two things. First of all, shout out to Paulie Mack. We're going to miss him.
Yeah. Yep.
Two things. Number one, I think that there are 4 teams the 49ers are going to play twice this year. The Rams, the Seahawks, the Cardinals, and the Ravens. I absolutely think this team is locked and loaded for the Super Bowl, and I honestly believe that Baltimore is just a little bit above everyone else in the AFC, so I think they will be playing them twice this year, Christmas and February 11th.
I mean, I think that's a great. I bet you that's the favorite. I bet you if you look at Super Bowl matchups, that would be the favorite. Baltimore and playing the Niners, and that would be. I mean, obviously that'd be a heck of a game. I'm still, even though Mahomes got beat last night, I'm still not counting that dude out. I've seen it too many times in the playoffs, man. That guy just wins in the playoffs.
And he's got a defense. I mean, the offense is what's so wacky right now. That's what's weird, right? I mean,
and if the officials in Lambeau knew what the hell a pass interference was.
Seriously. Appreciate the call, by the way, Ken. Thanks, man.
Yeah, they would have had a chance to tie it and take into OT. That was like the most egregious non-application of pass interference.
That was the worst team on the field last night, was the officiating crew.
Oh, my gosh. He tackled my man. Just flat tackled him. It was like, yeah, let's play on. We're good. We're good.
I was unbelievable.
I'm a play-on guy, too, but that was, I mean, come on.
By the way, here comes the pack. Here comes the Packers and Jordan Love.
I know.
All of a sudden.
He's looking good. They're looking good. Absolutely.
And
looking
the Rams,
good.
too.
Walking
I mean,
tall.
Yeah, no Aaron Jones back there. They got A.J. Dillon running the ball for him. So Mike is in Brentwood. Says big win and a good win for the Niners. But are you not sold, Mike? What's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, folks, I had a party yesterday at the house, and I was yelling, great lane lane integrity there. And my
there you
son
go.
looked at me.
Yes. Let them know what's up.
Tommy, but my son looked at me like, that's gap integrity, Dad. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, it's a generational
But you know what?
Mike. It's generational.
Let me tell you this. He knew what I was talking about, didn't I?
Yeah, I did.
And that's what the English language is for, to convey something. I conveyed it to you. So tell your son to pipe
Tommy,
down. You're the man.
baby. You're the man, Tommy. No, the reason why I called is after about 40 years of sports talk radio listening, my old fart ass, one thing, you get a bad loss, and you're the worst team in the world. You get a big win, and now you're in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
You know what? We got a long ways. We got a long ways to go here. There's 5 more games left. And I'll tell you right now, nothing more than Pete Carroll would like to do is come into the 49ers and stick it to them and possibly ruin their season as they're kind of free-falling. And then Arizona, who sucks, but would it make their year if they came in and beat the 49ers?
Yeah, it would.
I mean, no, excuse me.
They
that
beat the
game's
Cowboys.
there.
Yeah.
That game is there. And then you got a street fist fight with Baltimore coming up. And then, Washington, we're going to kick their ass. Sorry, that's kind of
yeah, you're right, Mike. I'm with you there. I'm with you.
I can't make a case for that one. And then you got the Rams coming in, last game of the season, and the Rams are playing good football. So I think the whole goal here is every week we're in playoff mode. We got to win out, and we got to be – the main thing is we got to be healthy. You lose one of these guys, Debo go down or a McCaffrey go down or an Ayuk go down, and all of a sudden it's a different ballgame.
Mike, hell of a call, man. Really do appreciate it. Call back anytime, dude. Thanks so much. Rack him, dude. He was fantastic. My old fart ass was what set it off, and then then he got rolling. I love him giving us takes on each team too, because he's right. It's not like the Niners have a as John Lund said on the postgame, that ain't exactly murder's row, that schedule up there, but the 49ers do have some potential landmines, and when you're playing a divisional opponent like Kyler Murray on the road, again, I think the Niners should handle that game, and they should win it easily by double digits. That
Washington, we're going to kick their ass.
Yeah, I'm kind of with them there. I just sort of think they just roll the Commandos and Sam Howell as they've run into some good defenses and had real problems. And their D-line is awful now, but I'm with them there. And again, I said this earlier, we'll talk about it. What's the harder road, to win out or to because if you win out, you will be the 1 seed, but to win out, you're playing – I mean, they won out last year, and they fell in the NFC Championship. I think I think the best teams get hot at the right time. You'd love to come off of a bye week like the 0-1 Patriots did late in the year and go on a run, but this team is better than that team was top to bottom. But you got to stay healthy. He's right. That's the number one thing here, is staying healthy.
Yeah, you do. Also remember, if they win out, they don't get the number 1 seed. They got to hope Philly loses another game.
They need help, right?
Because if Philly wins out, they're going to be the number 1 seed. I think they're as well as equipped as anybody to win from off the pace, meaning they don't have to be the number 1 seed.
Sure.
They don't even have to be the number 2 seed. Like they're equipped to go on the road.
I agree with you there.
And beat these teams, but it's hard. It's hard. We talked about the Warriors last year. Like when you're in the back of the pack, it's not you got to win 1 series on the road. You got to win another series on the road, and then another series on the road. So when you're playing in these playoff games, yeah, can they win on the road? Of course they could. But you got to win one, and then you got to win another one. And that's not easy when you're playing the level of competition they're going to be playing. So I absolutely think they can do it. I absolutely think that they are as well equipped as anybody, or more so than anybody in this league. The way they play. Like what they bring to the table, you can travel with that. You're good with what they have on the road. You don't need a certain kind of weather to win, a certain kind of surface to win. They have a team built for the road, but it's hard. It's harder. And again, if you're a Niner fan, I know this is going to go against every fiber in your body, but you need to root for the Cowboys on Sunday. You need to root for the Cowboys to beat the Eagles, and if the Niners win, then they're all going to be tied, I believe, at that point. They will have 3 losses. So then you're in good shape because you beat both of them. And then, and only then, well, up until that point, will you have your destiny in your own hands. Because if the Eagles lose to Seattle and you keep winning, yeah, then you're going to have your destiny in your own hands again. But you could have it this week, and this is probably the best, most likely chance of the Eagles losing the rest of the year is at Dallas. So
Mike and Brent were bringing us appropriate fear here for the season. Don't forget, Pete Carroll's coming to town this week. I was like, damn, Mike. All right, man. Great call, though, Mike. Really appreciate having you. 808 KNBR.
After about 40 years of sports talk radio listening, my old fart ass.
That's a great line. Mike is in Eugene up in Oregon. What's going on, Mike? You're on the Sports Leader.
Gentlemen, how you guys doing? Good. Adam, congratulations on your promo, man.
I appreciate you, Mike. Thank you, brother.
Hey, here's the thing, man. With the adversity that they went through with the losses, staying healthy is important. But yesterday, that kid, Brock, showed so much. They had minus minus 6 yards in the first quarter, and they wound up with almost 500 yards. This kid doesn't quit. He feeds that team. I know all these guys individually kick butt, okay? Debo, of course, he's that engine that runs. He's the straw that stirs, all that good analogies. That's great. But here's the thing, man. This kid, he's got the confidence of Kyle, and Kyle is opening up that playbook, and that's why they're going to go forward and they're going to win as long as they're not complacent. Because Pete Carroll, yeah, he's in the weeds. They have an extra 3 days of rest, all that good stuff. They're coming into our home place. Our fans are going to be jacked up, man. They're going to be so jacked up for this game. And our biggest opponent, I think, moving forward, other than injuries, which we talked about, they got to be healthy, is Baltimore. You know, that's going to be a big measuring stick. Yeah. You know, and as long as complacency doesn't pull in, and it won't, man, because of their losses that they went through. And I'm not saying it was a good thing that they lost, but they learned from that. And after yesterday, that first quarter, with minus 6 yards, that still blows me away.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Appreciate the call, Mike. We do got to run here. Now, you're right, because again, to start that slow, and Tom said it was 6 points, but it felt like 14. Because it did. And then really, they come back, they score a touchdown, and you're like, oh, man, that was pretty damn good by the defense. The defense we haven't mentioned, like, at all yet. And there wasn't anything that you felt, I mean, they weren't turning them over. They didn't get to the quarterback a whole bunch of times. And I thought maybe they would sack Jalen Hurts a little bit more. But they've got one of the best O-lines, if not the best in football, and they had their studs out there. The Niners D-line, though, made it tough for him to get rid of the ball into open spaces. And I thought they did a really good job sort of grounding themselves, settling themselves down after the Dre Greenlaw ejection, which we'll talk about here in just a couple of minutes. But he's right. The resilience of Brock Purdy was certainly felt yesterday. Timo is in Boston. Love going all over the place. You got Iowa, Eugene. Timo's in Boston. Timo, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
How we doing? I'm originally from Richmond. I went to the game yesterday.
Rich what?
Richmond, California.
Thank you.
So I went to the game yesterday. I was in Philly. Great time. It was so dominant around all those Philly fans. It was a great win. I think that if we can stay healthy, we can really go all the way here.
I'm with you, Timo. Appreciate the call, dude. Appreciate you hanging on hold there, too. And he's not messing with us. He really did have a 510 area code. I just assumed that he would get the Rich what. He was at the game in Philly. I do think this – I'm with him. I think this team is Super Bowl or bust at this point. Let's go one more here. Alex is in San Jose. Alex, how difficult is it going to be for them to win out and get the number one seed if, in fact, Philly loses to Dallas? You're on KNBR, Alex.
I definitely think they can run the table, just Baltimore. But again, I don't know what the name of the caller was, but facing the Rams at the end of the year, is going to be tough because they're probably going to be, that's going to be a make-or-break game for them playoff-wise. Like we were a couple years ago against them, but I totally think they can run the table. Just injuries that's going to stay in their way, and I guess getting complacent. But I mean, this is the fourth year since that Super Bowl, and they know what's at stake, and especially dropping those first three games. Every win, just running the table is so important because I think Philly probably will. I think Dallas is going to beat them, but I don't see another loss on their schedule.
Appreciate the call, Alex. Yeah, I'm with you because again, you said Giants, Cardinals, Giants at the end of the season for the Eagles. There's not a lot of landmines for them on the schedule now. Cardinals, again, I said Kyler Murray is always dangerous if you have to play him and you got to go there, but they should win that game. If you look at on paper, but it's the NFL. Anything can happen, and who knows what the health situation looks like by the time we get to week. I guess it'll be week 17. For the Eagles, yeah, we're all really looking at this Cowboy one, and it's funny to have to be rooting for the Dallas Cowboys against the Eagles for the Niners to have a shot at the number one seed. Thanks to everybody who checked in. We will get back to more of your texts and more of your interaction. We'll get back out to you here. We are streaming on YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Let's get into the incident that is now, I guess, are we calling this the Dom game? I hate that I know this guy's name. I think that's my biggest problem here, Tom. The fact that we had pregame notes from the broadcasters on this guy. Who gets a I'm beside myself with this guy. I was watching the game with Tim at my house. Tim has never watched me be more upset at a sporting event. I couldn't believe what I was watching on TV. What on God's green earth is a security guard for the Eagles touching Dre Greenlaw on the field during a play, and it's an arm for an arm? No, it's an arm for a Dom is what it was. We'll talk about it next. The Dom heard around the world on the Sports Leader.
Would cut his fat ass.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Kurt Warner joined Pop on One today to discuss the development and the growth of Brock Purdy and if he's deserving of MVP in 2023 in the NFL. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. We're all working. We're all trying to get to retirement, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired. Don't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking too much risk, or if you've set yourself up to live that life you've always envisioned when you finally get to retirement? That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. For more than 3 decades, he's been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. So if you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, you can give them a call. Greg is awesome. His team's standing by. They're a breeze to talk to. They want to help, and there's no cost or no obligation. Give them a call today, 866-496-2300, or visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative, offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680. The
A.J. Brown
Sports
wide
Leader.
right against Mooney. Man Hurts throws. It is caught. Devontae Smith has a huge cushion inside the 30. Flag came in. A personal foul out of bounds.
And they're going to get Greg Greenlaw on this one.
Oh, pardon me, Greenlaw. Greenlaw came in late. Now the Eagles sideline is coming down. They got to make sure they separate these players. Right now, Dre Greenlaw will take a personal foul again.
After the play was over, personal foul number 57 of San Francisco, who has also been disqualified.
Well, there's no doubt the head of security had his hand in the chest of Dre Greenlaw.
Does he have to leave the
pushing
sideline?
him backwards.
He's walking. Maybe they're asking.
He should get ejected also.
He is being asked to leave.
I didn't get to see it all from where I'm at, but when I start hearing people explain it to me and stuff, and I just can't believe someone not involved in a football game can taunt our players like that and put their hands in our guys' face.
Dom is going to continue to just raise the ladder of local heroes here in Philadelphia. Some fat ass on the sidelines gets kicked out.
Dom Corleone.
We're going Dom Corleone. That's what we're going. This is SOB. He's out there. His finger in Dre Greenlaw's chest like he's protecting Devontae Smith. What? I don't get where the head of security is. So he's the head of security for the team, I assume, right? And
yeah.
Murph actually came with this piece of knowledge. I guess he got this from somebody this morning from out in Philadelphia, or one of his buddies who's out there. I guess Dom DeSandro is the guy's name, or DeSandro. He's the son of the guy that was like Buddy Ryan's security dude, like way back when for the Philadelphia Eagles. So the blood runs thick for the DeSandro security family, security outfit. So in terms of what happened in this incident, so Dre Greenlaw lays the hit on Devontae Smith. I thought maybe they were going to try to get him for the flag. First, the flag comes down, right? Then there's the whole incident on the sideline. But let's start with the flag. The flag itself. Where were you on that hit? Because I was sort of beside myself at the flag. But now in the NFL, nothing surprises me. Anything that just doesn't look good. Was kind of surprised. Was it Demo Lenore that laid the hit on Devontae Smith in the fourth quarter? Like hit him hard in the chest coming across the middle, and it was a perfect textbook hit. I kind of expected, just because of how bad it looked, for them to throw a flag on that one. It was totally legal. But funny thing is, Devontae Smith was just more upset in that moment, gets up and kind of gets into the tussle with Greenlaw, but was not in a place where it looked like he needed to be protected by anybody on the sideline.
I'm surprised that people thought that wasn't going to be a flag. That is always a flag. You suplex somebody on a football field, you're getting a flag. Period. It's just, if you throw him down like that, spike him down, it's a suplex, is what it is. Anybody that watches wrestling, is it a belly-to-belly? No, it's not a belly-to-belly.
It's more like an Olympic slam. Yeah.
Which are much cooler, by the way.
Yeah, those are good.
But that's automatic. I don't know how people thought that wasn't going to be a flag. That's always going to be a flag. It always is a flag.
The suplex is, you lift a guy off the ground, they're going to call it.
Yeah, and when you take a guy that's smaller than you and spike him to the ground, yeah, that's... After that, I thought it was like, whatever. Let's just play on here. Do we really need to kick Greenlaw out? Do we really need to get this the Dahmer?
Why the ejection
involved in this? I don't know.
This is where I was frustrated. I'm like, you want to throw a 15, fine. But in my mind, any penalty that has ever been handed down to somebody who's on the sideline or on the bench for an NBA team or something, you can tee up a bench, can't you? Can't you tee up a team for doing something inappropriate on a basketball court?
Yes.
You just say, that's going to the bench, we're teeing up the bench. Does it go towards the coach, or is it just a team? It's a team foul? I don't know.
That's a good question. I don't know that for a fact.
Bottom line is you can do it.
I don't know if the bench gets 2 tees, you throw them all out. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the bench can. I think the bench can get a tee. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I remember that used to be the case. Maybe they've changed the rules. I don't remember it happening in a while, but I don't think anything needed to happen. I think it's like, you know what? What are you doing over here? Stop it. And then what are you doing? You spiked him. You got the penalty. Get out of here. Did he say something to you? Did he not say something to you? I just think we, the officials, overreact in a lot of times. And I thought that was a big-time overreaction. Maybe they felt like, it's 21-6. And all that thing's getting out of control. Kyle's on fire, and I would be too. I'd be like, well, what's this guy doing? He's not even, he's not playing. Why is he sticking his why is he sticking his fingers in my player's face? Like, why is he even interjecting in this?
What's to keep me from having a goon on the sideline that doesn't work for the team, that isn't on the team or part of the side? Like, again, you have to have special credentials to be on the sideline of an NFL game. If you're in the media, you don't get to be down there. You have to leave the field for the time of the game. You can't just be standing there. It's the only sport that I can think. I mean, basketball, you've got people, of course, on the sidelines and under the basket and stuff like that, photographers. Baseball, there's nobody down there. There's nobody else on the field but the players themselves, right? You've got the camera wells for the camera people. Security will sometimes step onto the field to make sure nobody's running out during a pitching change or something like that. But this is unprecedented. Dom DeSandro has been with the Eagles since 1999. He serves as the senior advisor to the general manager / chief security officer. I love that he's an advisor to the GM. Senior advisor to the GM / chief security officer. I'd like to talk ball, too. He also
now
directs...
you can get him in the third round.
Yeah, exactly. He also directs security at the team's training complex, and he's responsible for security measures related to team travel and logistics and provides education on the NFL's personal conduct policy. As Derek points out, he's also the brother to the late Bruce DeSandro, who was the CEO of Gizmo Gals in Hoboken, New Jersey. He was recently murdered on our show by Harmony. I did when I saw. It's funny when we saw Dom DeSandro on the sidelines. That whole thing was going down. First off, I was losing my mind because they had like the fact that the broadcasters, was it Greg Olson and Burkhart? Is that who was on the call for him? Mm-hmm. They like had information like that's Dom DeSandro. He's the head of security. I was like, we got pregame meetings that are involving the head of security now. We're getting the pregame information on him, and so immediately I leaned over to Tim and I'm like, who's this Gizmo Gals looking employee on the sideline for the Eagles? So, fact of the matter is, to me, it was a turning point for the Niners because it felt to me like things could have gone real bad from that point, where it had the makings of a snowball sort of. If you let your team melt down there and the team doesn't ground themselves and figure it out, Eagles came back and scored right away. Yep. Right, like a few plays later, they come down and they score. So they get in. By the way, they stopped the tush push initially. And then the second time, not so much.
Don't do it.
No, you can't stop it. They kept him out of that situation, though. They didn't have tons of opportunities to do that, which is what Dante Whitner told us. So anyway, I thought that could have been a changing point in the game, which a lot of times, external factors that derail maybe something going on positive or the momentum for the team ahead can change things, especially for the home team who's down if you're quality like Philly.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if they had post-game meetings about Dom. My guess would be somebody up there grabbed a Philly media guide and looked him up.
That's my guess.
And probably went, let's
he's
get
known
5
in
minutes
Philly.
on Dom.
He is well known.
Yeah, I guess he's got sandwiches. He raises money for, autism? He sells these...
I didn't need you to tell me he got sandwiches. One look, I knew. You guys got a Sando named after him somewhere.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah. So, he picked up Shaq Leonard from the airport today. That was the news on Dom.
Yeah.
I don't need to know that. I don't need that reported. Don't tell me that crap, Derek.
That's my that. So to me, the 15 yards justified.
That was enough for me.
And then that's it. Just everybody move on. Move along. Nothing to see here. Move along. You did that. And then, you want to tell Don, what are you doing? You can't do that. That's it. Get out. Or you don't need to kick him out. If you want to, it's fine. But the fact that Greenlaw got DQ just seemed that was
ridiculous. I didn't know
that was egregious to me. That was egregious. And I agree with you that at that point the intensity really ratcheted up. And I was like, this is going to be key right here. And then, like they did every other time they touched the ball after the first quarter, they just scored. Now we're going to go score.
2 plays later. Yeah, that's fine. What did you score?
You guys got to keep up with this.
48 yards for Debo.
I mean, the answer was just it was quick.
It demoralized the team, I think.
And it was decisive. Yeah, absolutely. You can't. And I'm just watching it again. I have it on. The reason they stopped in the first push was because they were 3 yards out.
Yeah,
they just got, let's just do this until we score.
Twice.
They could do it from the 5. Like, I wonder how far out they could do it. And I wonder what kind of toll that takes on the offensive line. I'd be curious to ask, the offensive line, okay, could you do it 3 times in a row? Is it a physical toll on the body? It's got to be. I mean, that's just a wall of humanity in there. They can't feel good.
No, everybody's laying on top of you. Get right back up and do it a second time. It's going to be brutal.
But I mean, yeah. So, but yeah, the response was swift and decisive. And at that point, you thought, "Oh, damn, this is not their day. The Eagles ain't winning this one." And then they just kept scoring and kept scoring and kept scoring. It was, I could make a case. They have the two most dominant victories of the season, Philly and Dallas.
Yep.
Somebody mentioned a couple weeks ago Baltimore over Detroit. That was decisive. And I think Baltimore might have one more. I can't remember who it was, but they beat the crap out of them at home.
Seahawks?
Was it the Seahawks? Maybe it was, but the
37-3. Baltimore beat them bad, 37-3 at home in Baltimore.
Yeah, maybe Seahawks
like a month ago,
3 weeks ago. Like they're just kind of okay.
They're hurt and they're falling apart.
Detroit, I'll give them that one. Like they beat the mess out of Detroit. That was a really, really good victory. I mean, I guess Buffalo over Miami. They torched them too. But Buffalo's just kind of like, yeah, that was a really good victory, but they don't have a lot to show for it because they've had a lot of bad losses as well. But that's impressive, man. The way they handled both the Eagles and the Cowboys. Yeah. I mean, if they beat the Commanders, they're going to win the division.
Yeah.
That'd give them the number one seed for that.
Well, Mike and Brentwood said it's definitely happening. So we're going to kick the crap out of the Commanders. He said, I can't make a case for them. I can't make a case for them beating the Niners. Real quick here, quick check of the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line. The 408 says, yeah, Kevin and Olsen were saying Dom gave them a good restaurant recommendation before the fight broke out. And then one more guy, 408, says Dom sounds like the football version of Suge Knight. Yeah, not a bad take. 925 says Miami had a pretty big win this year. They did over Denver, who then lost yesterday. It's not as quality of a win either of Dallas or over some other teams that could go to the playoffs. Real quick, let's go back to Will. Will's here in San Francisco. He's been hanging on the line for a while. Will, what's going on, man? You're on KNBR.
How you doing, guys? I'm good. Long-time listener, big fan. I think the biggest takeaway for me from that game yesterday, we talked about the gap integrity a little bit. But, we've struggled with running quarterbacks and mobile quarterbacks and still have nightmares like Russell Wilson running around back there. Mm-hmm. And I feel like for the first time, there were 8 or 9 plays where we had coverage sacks. The secondary was actually able to hold guys up. And Hurts maybe didn't get sacked, but he'd roll out and he couldn't do anything with the ball and he'd just throw it away. And I feel like I haven't seen that in a long time. I mean, you look at the kind of the landscape of the league. The only other team that's really scary is Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, and I feel like kind of same game plan, right? I feel like you just kind of do gap integrity, the secondary holds up, and then he can't really do much with the ball. So I think if you look at that kind of the season projection, that's really the only big battle I look at. And if we just keep doing the same thing, I think we're fine.
Well, I appreciate the call, man. I'm with Will for most of that. Again, to me, it's all going to come down to health, which is why the number one seed is important. If you get the one and you can ice the one for sure, then you're getting yourself that extra week of rest. The talent is already far and away, in my mind, above everybody in the league, certainly in the conference. But we'll see what happens against Baltimore without Mark Andrews. They've been battling without a running back, and who they lose, J.K. Dobbins, their starting running back, week 1 or something with the torn Achilles. Then they lose Mark Andrews. They've got Zay Flowers there. They're coming off a bye, so Baltimore getting a bye late, which is good for them. However, the talent on the Niners, top to bottom, defense and offense is otherworldly, I think. I don't know that anybody can match that, and they are playing their best football of the season. Brock Purdy is back in the MVP conversation. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Niners 42-19 over the Eagles. We'll catch up with Brent Jones at 3:50 for his weekly conversation, and then at 4:50 with Matt Mayoko. Still got a lot of great stuff to come. More on Debo, the college football playoff, and on the number one seed in the NFC. But Brock Purdy, Mike Sando had a big piece on this in The Athletic today. He is back in the MVP conversation. Is he even the MVP on the 49ers? There's a case that it's Christian McCaffrey. We'll talk about where Brock stands after today today is the 1-year anniversary of him taking over for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's still to come next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Team Heads. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
It was sort of in my mind. Yeah, man, I got hurt here. That was this year, late in January. But was it going to be the revenge game or anything like that? No. For me, it was week 13. We're going into it's a new year, a hostile environment. We needed this game. We need this game. And obviously we have some really important games coming up too. So that's where I was at with that. I didn't want to get distracted by, I got to go back and show everybody what could have happened or what could have been. We've got a new team. This is 2023, and that's where my mind was at.
Torben comes with you on a Monday afternoon following a Niners ass kicking of the Philadelphia Eagles. Today is the 1-year anniversary, by the way. And you heard Brock there talking about coming into Philly after getting hurt there last year. 1-year anniversary today of Brock Purdy taking over for Jimmy Garoppolo. When he got hurt against was it Miami he got hurt against last year? Brock steps in, throws a touchdown to Christian McCaffrey, and all of a sudden the Niners season changed. Now that he's got a full 17 regular season games under his belt, regular season 17, in those 17 games, his numbers, Tom, you ready for this? 36 touchdowns passing.
Okay.
4,559 passing yards. 10 interceptions and a 14-3 record in 17 regular season games for Brock Purdy. That's 1 year from today. That's pretty incredible.
Very solid.
That's pretty incredible. I like that better than like when they go, in his first 162 baseball games. I'm like, but it's been 3 years. I'm like, the first 40 of them were in September's or something. So, anyway, 14-3 in his first 17. Again, I don't think any of us have doubts. And in this part of the country, it'd be tough to have any doubts about what we've seen from Brock to this point. Here's where the MVP odds stand. Remember, last week we talked about him. He wasn't even in the top 5. Mm-hmm. Dak Prescott and Jalen Hurts still have the best odds at plus 350. How about that? Dak still has the best odds. Or worse payout, but it's still favored. Mm-hmm. He and Jalen Hurts. I'm okay with the Jalen Hurts one. Dak Prescott is still sort of weird to me. Brock's stats on the year: 31-85 on yards, 26 passing touchdowns, and 6 picks. Dak's stats are almost identical. He's got about 80 more passing yards, 55 more passing yards, 26 touchdowns, 6 picks, the exact same. Jalen Hurts, 2,900, just under 3,000 passing, 19 touchdowns, 10 picks, but he's got 12 rushing. So he's got 31 TDs total. Given Purdy's performance against those two teams, it's funny too because when you look at two quarterbacks, like he's beat, to your point, Tom, the two best wins, and a lot of people on the text line here have said, don't forget about the victory for Miami over Denver. And we're saying quality of victory by the deficit. Denver was, even think about when Miami beat Denver. We thought Denver might get like the number 2 or 3 pick. And we were laughing at the fact that they had traded those picks away to Seattle. Like that wouldn't be all that funny if Seattle got that high of a pick. But to me, it was a totally different scenario. Niners beat the Cowboys and people were saying this is the best defense in football. Niners beat the Eagles and people were saying that's the best team potentially in football based on what they've done over the last few weeks. You're not going quarterback for quarterback, but none of those guys, to your point, have wins of the quality that Brock Purdy has.
No. Especially not 2 of them.
No.
So, he's got to be right there. So it's still a long way to go, of course. This game against Philly will go a long way toward Dak winning it. If he comes out and throws for like 320, which I think he threw for over 300 the first time they faced Philly. They just didn't win. But if they win this game, and he puts up 30 points, and he throws for like 320.
He's a Cowboy. They're going to give him love, yeah.
Yes. I mean, he'll jump right to the forefront.
I should clarify. They're all three tied, by the way, with the same odds. My mistake on that. It's Brock plus 350, Jalen, and Dak all have the exact same odds.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Mahomes hasn't had the year. If you were a value seeker, probably this isn't going to happen, but I would say two that jumped out to me. One, why isn't Lamar Jackson up there?
Yeah, what?
Lamar Jackson should certainly be up there. And then what about Tyreek Hill? What if he catches what if he has 2,100 yards receiving and they go on to have the number 1 seed in the AFC? You can make a case for him. Wide receivers, I don't know if a wide receiver has actually ever won it. You would think if Jerry had never won it, then a wide receiver will never, ever, ever, ever win it. But he wouldn't be a bad, just kind of sprinkle a little bit out there and see what happens. You don't expect it to happen, but I could.
Well, then what about McCaffrey?
I would do him too. Absolutely. I would throw him and sprinkle a little on him too. If they have the best record in the NFC and he continues to score touchdowns and do what he does, you could most certainly make the case he's the most vital cog in the offense. I don't know if you'd be right or not, but you can make that case, and his numbers would back it up. So, yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think those are two. If you want to go non-quarterbacks, I wouldn't mind sprinkle a little money on each of those guys, just in case all the quarterbacks kind of cancel each other out and they feel like going rogue and not going quarterback this year, which they normally do. I think Hill and McCaffrey are great choices.
Yeah, if Jalen Hurts doesn't win the number 1 seed, I wonder if there is more. I wonder if the media or the people who vote look at that and go, yeah, Brock Purdy, because of what he did in this. I mean, he dominated over what everybody else was able to do, even against or against similar teams or opposition. I think if you look at the body of work at the end of the year, what he will have done will have looked better based on based on who he played and how they beat him. The question is, then they come back to that stupid MVP thing, where if you replace Jalen Hurts with Brock Purdy, does he do the same thing? Do they have the same? I mean, I don't know how anybody picks their MVP or how they decide any of this. I do know, feels to me, and I think most people think this, it's a quarterback award unless you do something otherworldly. Now, Tyreek to me would be the closest over McCaffrey. McCaffrey's not doing anything that, while I do think he should be an MVP candidate, I would agree with that. I don't know that he's doing anything like, for example, Shohei Ohtani, or when Mike Trout won the MVP for having the triple. It was Miguel Cabrera won the triple crown and won the MVP over Mike Trout. When you do something, or Russell Westbrook, triple double and averaging it for a season, like when you do something that hasn't been done ever or in a really long time, they give credence and credit to that oftentimes in MVP voting. Brock won't have achieved something like that. If you're going to take it from a quarterback, I think it's going to take something like a Tyreek Hill 2,000-yard season receiving, which somebody's never done. The funny part about that is I think receivers probably don't win it, because you would say, well, if the receiver's catching those passes and putting up those numbers, where's the quarterback? Tua Tagovailoa not even on the radar.
No, I know. It's crazy. I mean, I was just looking. I wanted to look up Tyreek Hill's numbers. He has 93 receptions, which doesn't lead the league, but his receiving yards are, he's got 300 more yards than CeeDee Lamb. 300 more. He's at 1,481. CeeDee Lamb's 1,182. Allen 1,175. You got a bunch of guys that are over 1,000 right now, but Hill is at 1,481. His yards after catch are just absurd.
He had a 78 and a 60-yard touchdown distribution.
Yeah, I know. I mean, 604 yards after catch, 15.9 average, which is absurd. 123 yards a game. Let's see. Mike Evans has 10 touchdowns. Hill has 12.
Dude, what was it Jerry Rice season like? Like, he's played 12 games. He's at 1,481 right now.
I know.
Hill. So Jerry Rice had, 22 touchdowns or something in 12 games? What did he have?
Yeah.
22, am I right on that?
It was absurd.
Like, that's 87 in the short year. That's I can't even, I've never been able to wrap my head around that. I can't even fathom that happened.
That'd be like him having 30 in 34 games or close to it.
It's like Tyreek. It's like he's having a year like I've never seen Tyreek Hill, and he's going to have 22 touchdowns. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane. He's got his career high is 1,710 yards on 119 catches. That was last year. He's already.
I think he likes his offense.
He's already at 1,481 on 92 catches. He's on pace for just under 2,100, 2,098, which is incredible. So, he, to me, if he did something like that, like we'd never seen before, you'd have to put him in the mix. But what's interesting is McCaffrey having the year he's having. McCaffrey might go like 25 touchdowns or something, or 20-plus touchdowns, and not win any awards not win Offensive Player of the Year, not win MVP. Like, there's a damn good chance that happens for him.
Yeah,
but he could win the big one. The what?
Doak Walker.
The Doak Walker Award.
Yeah, maybe he could win that.
Thank you, Tim. Tim was sitting back.
No, not the rim shot and then the gong. Okay, one or the other, Tim.
Can I gong Tim for gonging the rim shot?
Yeah, please do. I don't mind him gonging me, but not rim shot and then gong, okay? That's inappropriate and painful.
707 says, happy Brockiversary, Tom. They want to make sure that you got one. 707 says, Ravens beat the Browns, I thought, like back in week 4 at Cleveland. Yeah, I don't think it was as big of a victory.
Yeah,
was
that
it?
was no quarterback, though.
Yeah.
That was like DTR's like first start. He was
a disaster, DTR
Oh,
was.
my God.
That was terrible. We got plenty more to come here. Tolbert and Copes, 42-19 Niners over the Eagles. We'll jump into a conversation with Brent Jones. I bet you he is fired up about this win. Brent Jones will be a lot of fun to talk to on a Victory Monday as the Niners move to within a game of Philadelphia. And if the Eagles lose this week, Niners win. Niners will, at least for the time being, hold the number 1 seed in the NFC. We'll talk to Brent Jones, Matt Mayoko. Brent Jones next, Matt Mayoko at 4:50. We will spend some time talking about the CFP coming up as well. Brent Jones joins us at 3:50. That's next on the Sports Leader.
My guys.
The Warriors blew a 22-point lead on Saturday to the Clippers. They lose 113-112, their second 20-plus point blown lead in 2 games. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz back with me on a Monday, a new week, answering your tax questions. Steve, what happens if somebody can't pay their taxes?
Well, let's take care of it for you. You know, here it is. 3 weeks from today, it's going to be Christmas Day. You don't be thinking about your taxes on that day. You don't be thinking about your taxes in the holiday season. This is what we do for a living. Let us do this for you. And the bottom line is, the first thing we do, especially if you haven't filed returns, a lot of times what the IRS asks for is wrong. We check things, and if the amount is wrong, we explain to the IRS why they're wrong, and instead of being X, it should be lower than that. But then if you do owe some money and you can't pay it, that's still okay. We'll make a deal for you. We want to give you a sweet deal. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. You can live your life and enjoy the holidays and not let some new IRS agent ruin your life, your business, your marriage. Just let us take care of it for you. We want to cut you a sweet deal for Christmas.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
right, it is time for our favorite tight end, number 84 in your program, number 1 in your hearts, Brent Jones. Brent, what's going on?
Tommy Copes, I am very excited. It feels great to have beat up on those Philadelphia Eagles and their fans. And Paul Blart, the mall cop, we got them all.
Oh, wow. Nice, dude. Nice takedown, Brent.
Him.
I haven't gone that way yet. I like that, dude. I like that one. Tabor Pepper, I guess, called him Paul Blart, too, which is pretty good. I like when long snappers are taking shots at security guys. There's not many dudes that the long snappers can talk down to, but I like that move. I like that.
Right.
I like that move. I'm a Tabor guy.
The punter should jump in.
Yeah, dude, the punter should totally jump in. That'd be good. Take some shots.
So what does this do for the 49ers? I mean, in practical terms, it puts them one step closer to getting the home field advantage. But basically, we knew they were good. And in the immortal words of John Cleese from A Fish Called Wanda, this is basically what they had to say.
They whooped your hide real good.
Because that's exactly what they did. The 49ers just whooped the Eagles absolutely every which way. What does it do for them? I mean, you've been there before on really good teams. Does it do anything for you? Is there a bump from it? Mentally, do you get confidence from it? Do you think we let them know that we can beat them if we? I always think that kind of stuff is overblown a little bit, but you would know. I mean, is there anything that you take away from this game other than, hey, we knew we'd go in there and win. We got to win. Now we got to get one more so we can get home field advantage.
You know, it's a great question, Tom. I think it's an incremental advantage, right?
Okay.
I don't know that we really had a mental block about beating Philadelphia.
Yeah.
The only thing Christian McCaffrey can't do is play quarterback for 3 quarters, and we found that out in the NFC Championship game. But I think really the 49ers' position was the whole time, hey, we're better than you Philadelphia Eagles. We had 0 quarterbacks. We couldn't actually function when we played you. That's great. You won. You went on and choked in the Super Bowl. And we're going to show you this year that we are, with a healthy quarterback, we're going to pound you into submission. So I think it just really solidified what the guys internally felt, and I think what a lot of people out there felt. But I don't know that it changes that much. If we have to go back to Philadelphia and play them in the NFC Championship game, is the huge advantage? No, but is it an incremental advantage? Hey, we were here, a couple months ago and wiped the floor with you. Yeah, I think that helps, and it helps the young guys that haven't been in a big game situation before, because that was a big game yesterday, and this team just flat out took control. It was great. I have to say, I was a little nervous in the first quarter, and I do this once a year. I go out to the Texas 49ers United of Frisco fan club, and I picked the Eagles game this year. I don't like watching the game with a bunch of people, but there were 250, 300 crazy 49er fans, and there was just like dead silence in the first quarter. And I was like, wow, did I pick the wrong game to be at? And from that, and they're just, everybody was just like super insightful, super intense fans. It got really fun after that first quarter. And I don't know if anything changed other than the 49ers just settled in and just started playing like they were capable of playing. But I will say this, defense held tough on those first couple drives, because it could have been 14-0. We were bending, we didn't break, and that was huge, and that just set really the template for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's funny because we didn't even mention that, but yeah, the first 2 drives were massive. That game really could have it felt like it was getting away from you anyway, but it really could have, in actuality, got away from you at 14-0, but didn't, and the defense was phenomenal. And I made mention of the fact, Brent, that what jumped out to me from the defense is they got pressure on Hurts without giving him lanes to run. Like, they didn't go crazy. They didn't get too far upfield. Guys weren't trying spin moves where you show up and you think that's where Hurts is and he's out the other side for 8-9 yards. That's such a big part of their offense, the threat that he brings. And I thought they were able to get, I mean, I've seen them get more pressure on quarterbacks, but quarterbacks aren't as dangerous with their legs. So I thought they had just a great blend of pressure and also being disciplined and not going crazy with their sack moves.
You know, it's dead on, Tom. And it's funny. I'd love to be in a defensive film room and watch them and see how they coach that, because it was really one of the areas of concern that I had, getting Jalen Hurts out there, to the next level, getting beyond the pass rush. And so I know what they're trying to do is be controlled, and that means no wild spin moves, no rushing out of your lanes, less stunts to create big gaps. And I think they did a heck of a job being disciplined and getting pressure without, a big number of sacks. I'm going to say this. The league needs to figure out the Lane Johnson situation. You cannot be that ahead of the snap count on every play and get called one penalty. He should have been called 10. And I started thinking about this whole thing. It was getting me really frustrated, in the off time that I had to think between 49er touchdowns. I think he must have some type of communication thing in his helmet. He's hearing something. There's no way humanly possible you can react that quickly to a snap count. I don't care if you know the quarterback's voice inflection. I don't care what, when you're on the road, there is no way you can physically beat all of your teammates off the ball every single time. It can't be done. There's something. The NFL needs to look at his helmet. They need to see if he has a speaker or some type of communication thing, because there's no way. And I can't believe it's like it's a setup, and all the officials are afraid to call it on him because he's an all-pro. It's ridiculous. The other thing is the guy goes outside the framework so often. He probably had 10 or 12 blatant holds, just blatant holds outside the framework, doesn't get called for it. And I'm mad because Bosa played a heck of a game yesterday in spite of, not coming up with a sack. But dealing with that is ridiculous, and the league needs to be aware of it because it's gone beyond the point of outrageousness.
Talking to Brett Jones, our weekly conversation with the former 49er tight end. Niners 42-19 over Philadelphia. I want to ask you more about Dre Greenlaw. About when a player, because it seems to me he's got that reputation now. He gets flagged, seems like damn near every game, sometimes questionable. Sometimes it's just because he plays with his hair on fire. And other times it's a legitimate penalty, and sometimes you go, Dre, you got to take a step back, man. You can't lay a hit on Justin Fields who's sliding out of bounds already, right? Or when he's going to the ground like we saw last year. Seems to me that used to be something that was a weapon, right? Like when you knew a guy could lay a hit on you like that. Now teams will use it against you. I wouldn't be shocked if teams are telling officials before games, keep an eye on 57, watch out for 57 because of the way the Greenlaw plays. Just what's your thought on a guy like that who maybe teams and officials are watching out for, and you know that something like that, a huge play like that, could affect you or hurt you when you get into the postseason?
Well, there's no accident he's named Dre. I know another guy in the Bay Area named Dre that probably does similar things and probably is kind of the inspirational leader, the emotional leader of his team.
Nice way to put it.
So you just know that once a game, and hopefully less, that there's going to be something that just borders on the gray area. And I was frustrated when he body slammed because I'm like, oh, here we go, 15. And you don't want to give the other team momentum. But what I didn't account for and was, after that, the whole Malkoff thing. And it was weird because I was looking at Paul Blart and I'm like, is that guy a coach? Like it was all like, and for anybody that says that Dre punched him, it was just kind of swiped at him. But the guy grabbed him. I've seen it now 20 times today from different angles, like right there on the sideline. He pushed him, and he pushed him a couple times. And then kind of Dre looked at him, and I'm sure he thought, like, what? Dude, you're like the mall cop. And he didn't punch him. He could have took a swipe at him. But That was ridiculous to get ejected for that. Now, I get the 15-yard penalty, but if he would have gave the guy an overhand right and dropped him, that would have been another thing. But Paul Blart should never be on the sideline for another Eagle game. I don't care. No more Instagrams, no more TikToks for him. He's out. That's the NFL cannot have that. I don't care who the guy is. He's not a real official with the team. He's not a coach. And so you can't have some random guy shoving one of your top players. And so, to be honest, I didn't feel bad about Dre Greenlaw reacting like that to him. And he basically did nothing. He just waved his hand in his face and maybe touched his nose, whatever. I don't know how that became an ejection. That was ridiculous. I think that was a little bit of the Draymond scenario where you kind of have a reputation. And so they just said, oh, hey, we're ejecting him. That was ridiculous. But down the stretch, we do need to keep him composed in certain situations. You know, I understand the emotion. I understand a big hit or you know, standing over a guy or doing something. But you don't want to hit a guy and pile drive him. That's just, you know, you're going to get the 15 every time.
Yeah, I said that one's automatic now, especially guys smaller than you. You can lift him up and smash him down to the ground. You're going to get that. But
I want to know if Dre's real name is Draymond, because do we have Draymond Green and Draymond Greenlaw? I mean, that's pretty legit.
Don't know, but they are similar. There is no doubt about that, because they both of them almost boil over every game. Some games they do boil over, but they're pretty close every single game. And Greenlaw has that intensity about him that once a game there's something that happens, you're like, ooh, that one's good, that one's close. Then you're like, oh, thank goodness he didn't go over it. And like maybe like the Warriors, Steph can't get to Dre soon enough. Maybe Warner can't get to Greenlaw soon enough. Like, whoa, hey, stop. Settle down. But it's interesting because we've talked about that with Draymond, and the same way we talked about it with Madison Bumgarner, and you probably had guys on your teams like that. Like, you get what you get. Like, if you want them to be the great player they are, some guys you just have to accept that they're going to do some stuff like that you're going to shake your head at. You wish everyone could be composed and then go out there and be violent and physical and then like, okay, whistle blows, okay, we're good, let's we go get the play, get the call, let's go, okay, and then ramp it back up again. Some guys have a harder time with that. They're just like so emotionally invested and get so intense, like for whatever reason. Maybe that's the way they had to make their high school team, or they were a little bit smaller than everybody, so they had to really psych themselves out and amp themselves up, and that's who they've been their whole career. So, you know, I kind of have accepted that with Draymond, and then with Greenlaw too. I'm like, God, it'd be really nice if he didn't do that. But I've accepted, like, that's who you are. That's what you have. You have to take a few of those to get what you get. And I'm wondering if you had guys like that on your team where it's like, look, that's just part of the package with this guy.
Yeah, so it's super interesting that you say that, because I think coming from within the locker room, you accept it because you do realize that some guys are built differently and there's components of different guys, that's how they got to where they are. That's what makes them them, and absolutely that is the case. Thinking on the 49ers, we had some very emotional, hard-hitting guys. For the most part, we had guys, though, that would think before they reacted in a penalty-driven situation. So, you know, nobody was more emotional than Ronnie Lott, and nobody hit you harder. But Ronnie was thoughtful, even if it's just for a split second, about, hey, is this going to hurt the team? And that's just, some guys have that and some guys don't. It's just, and you understand, you know, I know over the years we'd have guys on special teams, and I can't remember anybody, but there'd always be one guy that would have 5 or 6 real late hit penalties every year. And like, oh, dude, what are you doing? And it would always be the same guy, but nobody that like I can't remember, but I know that there were guys on special teams, but nobody from a starter's position that really hurt the team.
Talking to Brett Jones, weekly conversation with him here on the UMA guest line. Niners 42-19 over the Eagles. Christian McCaffrey, 4th time in his career he goes over 1,000 yards rushing on the ground. First time a Niners done it since Frank Gore did it. In your mind, with an 18th week and a 17th game, is there still significance to 1,000 yards on the ground?
I think so too, and especially in today's NFL. Maybe 10 years ago it didn't feel like it as much, but now there's so much throwing the ball that you don't see as many 1,000-yard rushers. So I think it's significant. I think the world of Christian McCaffrey. I think he's the secret sauce. And when we made that trade, it changed everything. But yeah, he's a stud. But yeah, the days of those 1,700, 1,800-yard backs, I think are gone. I don't think we're going to see those workhorse backs anymore. So 1,000 yards. Still is a big deal, I believe.
We're trying to think. Maybe you can remember somebody. I don't think Jerry ever won the MVP, did he?
Good question.
Because we're thinking Tyreek Hill maybe. Yeah, that's what I think he should have, but I don't think he has, and I don't think if Jerry's won an MVP. I don't know that a receiver has ever won MVP. I mean, it could be wrong, maybe way back in the day.
No receiver, no.
Yeah, because I think you said it, Copes. The assumption is always, well, somebody had to get him the ball. It's like, right. Well, yeah, I mean, some guys are easier to get the ball to because they're so damn open.
Absolutely.
Tyreek Hill's one of those guys.
Yeah.
Jerry was one of those guys. But, yeah, because we were talking about that MVP where Purdy's in there now, Prescott, Hurts. I would certainly put Lamar Jackson in there. And then I was saying Tyreek Hill is kind of a flyer, but Christian McCaffrey is a guy I think you can make a great case for if the Niners end up with like a number 1 seed based on not just his numbers, but how he kind of ties everything in with the 49er offense.
I would agree completely, Tom. The one thing that I'm hesitant on that, and like I said, I think he absolutely would be a candidate. If it's never happened, I guess running backs have been. It's basically the most valuable quarterback, right? And I don't want to take anything away from Brock Purdy. If he continues to play like he has and his stats remain the same, there's no question in my mind he's the MVP. Whether he gets it or not, it's another question. But what I don't want to do is discount him anymore because I think people around the country have discounted him enough. And I think we were early on the bandwagon, and I mean, he continues to be, I don't want to say flawless week in and week out, but he's been spectacular. And you look around the league and you look, and we say this every week, you look at what other teams bring, man, he's got to be right up there. I just really believe that. And if Christian has the stats across the board, which, I mean, he brings an awful lot to the table, both from a rushing and receiving standpoint, and the touchdowns, then hey, I would love that. But I'm just wondering if they create an award. It'd be great to have, best quarterback, and then have an MVP that's not quarterback reflective because the quarterbacks get too much glory and too much pain as well when things don't go well.
No doubt about it. Did you watch any of the? By the way, did you watch any of the Packers Chiefs last night?
I did watch some, and then I went to bed because I realized I didn't really care. But I saw all.
This kind of dawned on you. Like, at what point did it dawn on you? Like, yeah, this is a good game. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I don't really care. I'm going to bed.
No, I'm over.
Yeah, I had a full day with the 49er fan club, and I was worn out. Usually I'll stay up for the game, but I'm like, the Chiefs, we've talked all year, and I've said Chiefs aren't winning this year. There's no way. Their receivers are so bad. But of course the officials were really bad last night as well. But that's become a universal chant almost. But I have to say, good for Jordan Love. He's been coming around, and the guy can play, and good for him and good for the Packers. What were you going to say? Were you going to talk about the refs?
No, I wanted to ask you about Jordan Love, but I also wanted to ask you about the call at the end of the game, but just how Jordan Love seems to be kind of coming into his own, and he's kind of starting to figure it out, and he's growing with his young receivers, and it's not this year, but they could be a problem in a couple years. I just thought that, and I think the point is, Brent, like we try to rush to judgment on all these players and try to put them in a box like it's so early, like that he's a bust or he's great or whatever it is. Some guys, it takes a little while to get a feel of what they're doing and grasp it, and not everybody gets it. Like Purdy's an absolute exception for a guy that just kind of gets it. He walked into a great situation for him. Him and Kyle hit it off, the weapons he has. But some guys take a little bit longer, and Love probably still has some more ups and downs to go. But I think watching him the last few weeks, it's pretty clear like he's kind of onto something, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if he was the quarterback there for another 6-7 years, because he looks like he has the mettle.
Yeah, I agree with you, and they've quietly become a legitimate team. And the last time you had a young quarterback with young receivers that you could kind of see, oh man, these guys are going to be trouble in a few years, was Brett Favre after he got traded from the Falcons because they didn't think he was worth that much. And they became someone that year in and year out we had to worry about. So they certainly have that potential. And it's great for the game to have these young players. I think Stroud in Houston, I've seen him a bunch. I mean, he's a legitimate MVP candidate. Who would ever think that? Like he's legit. And it's great for the game to have these young quarterbacks playing so well and developing, and it's just it's good to see. It's fun to see new guys kind of rise up in the midst of adversity, because all those guys have to deal with adversity, and so it's fun. It's fun to watch, but it's really fun when your team is the best and everybody else is just competing for second place.
What time? I got to ask before we let you go. What time do you go to bed at night? What's a normal bedtime for you?
Oh, I'm more of an early bed guy, like 10 or 10:30.
Dang. I hang around, like I know some really early bedtime people. It's like I never was one, but I wonder what's it like going to bed at 10:30?
Tom's just getting loose at 10:30. He's just getting the knots out of his rope at 10:30. He's just getting warmed up, right? Settling in.
I might be a sundowner. Like I'm
a sundowner. Well, time to go to bed. Sun's going down.
I can't function. It's dark.
Yeah, but you're probably a get up at 6:30 in the morning type guy, aren't you?
Yep, for sure. Yeah.
See, that never appealed to me at all one bit. I mean, you don't even work anymore. What the hell are you doing at 6:30 in the morning?
I must do something important. I don't know. I get up, I go work out, and then I don't know. I have to. I don't know that you guys didn't know this. I've been dealing with my insurance agency. My wife and I took a trip a month ago, and I came home, and my truck was stolen. So
what?
I've been dealing with
You mean just gone?
Yeah, it was. Oh, if you had a camera on me, you would have been dying.
Oh, dude.
The poor Jana's like, "Are you sure you parked it here?" And I'm like, "I know I parked. I took a picture of like the row and the level." And she's like, "Are you sure?" And I was like wandering around with my key, and I was punching the air and kicking curbs like, "I know it's here." And she was so smart. She's like, "Well, we have a toll tag. I'm going to call the toll tag agency and give them our account." And so she did, and they're like, "Yeah, it left the airport like at midnight 4 nights ago." I'm like, "What?"
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so brutal.
So I got that going for me.
You got that going for you.
Work.
You'll find it. Yeah, you'll find it.
Which
yeah.
is not nice.
You'll find it. You'll be all right. Yeah.
My buddy did that, though. My buddy, we were at a concert together. There was about 4 or 5 of us. And after the concert, he walked over to his car, and he came back, and he goes, "Yo, my car got stolen." It was like in the city about, 10 years ago. We're like, no. He goes, yeah, can you guys give me a ride home? And then I'll just handle it when I get home. And I think it was Berkey that actually said, where'd you park? He goes, do you even know where you parked? He goes, yeah, it's like right over here. So he went over there, and we couldn't find it. He goes, you sure? This looks a lot like the other street. So we go down the other street, and I swear he goes, there it is. I was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, we're like 2 streets over. You couldn't have walked down there to check for your car? He goes, it's there. You're an idiot. Get out of the car.
That's perfect. I know in your mind you think, there's no way it's stolen. Then you think, did I park in a, like, did it get towed? And you start, like, thinking all these things. Luckily, Dana went right to the source. She's like, yeah, you punched enough air.
No, I feel for you. That sucks. I mean, look, you'll get it back and get the money, but just dealing with it's a hassle. It is a hassle. Yeah, it is a bummer. Yeah. All right, we'll let you go. I know it's probably getting close to bedtime for you, so we'll let you run.
Sundowner. Hey, I've got the Monday night pregame before I go to bed.
Get out of here
before I hit the hay, dude. Yeah, wind me down.
Have a good night, Brent. We'll talk to you next week.
Congrats on the big win, guys, and let's not forget the guy that knew the point spread would be higher than it should have been.
That was you. Give you credit. I'll do credit.
Got to ring my bell.
You know where the spread was, just not your car. That's all.
It's exactly right. I should bet.
Yeah. No, you shouldn't.
You shouldn't.
Trust me.
Yeah, you're right.
It sucks. Have a good one, Brent.
All right, guys.
It sucks. Brent Jones joins us every Monday of the season to talk a little 49er football. We'll talk to him again next Monday. How about this? Football all weekend. Controversy yesterday. We will tell you about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Mateo's Sports Leader.
The 49ers made a huge statement in Philadelphia, beating the Eagles 42-19. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. The holiday season's here. It is upon us. There's one thing every sports enthusiast needs during the holiday season. Well, any season for that matter, but fast, reliable connection to stream all your favorite sports. Why during the holiday season? Oh man, you kidding me? You got hoops, you got hockey, you got bowl season, and the NFL playoff race is heating up. You got to be able to keep up with everything from unexpected lead changes to sudden death, overtime. You need a fast, reliable connection to power all the devices in your home. So you can stream all your favorite sports. And it's not just about you. I know you think it's about you. It's not all about you because your kids may be playing fantasy sports too. So they're on their devices. They're watching different games than you because, well, they don't care about your game because they don't have a player in your game. So you want to have all your devices, not just your devices, all devices in the house, phones, tablets, televisions, everyone is taken care of. So treat yourself this holiday season to front row seats to all the games. The next generation Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's a network you can count on in crunch time. Get the fastest internet with a strong, reliable connection, even when everyone's online at the same time. The Xfinity 10G network, the future starts now. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and not guaranteed. 10G network. You love sports. You love high def. You love, 10G? You will love Xfinity.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, we had 8 really good teams this year, right? Somewhat of a unique year in the last year of the 4, right, as we go through this. But, looking at the player availability was really important to what's going on. And I think someone said it there, you can lose a running back, you could lose a wide receiver, but, a quarterback as dynamic as Jordan Travis, it changes their offense in its entirety. And that was really a big factor with the committee as we went through everything.
I called your number, didn't I? No, you didn't. Oh, well, better luck next year.
So somebody had tweeted that out after Florida State did not get in to the CFP Final Four after this election committee leaves them out, puts Alabama in at number 5. Hell, Ohio State might have had a case. We lost to the the number one team in the nation by 3 points at their place. So, I mean, it's...
Oh, no, by 6 points.
Excuse me, by 6 points. Pardon me, by 6
Trust
points.
me.
By 6 points.
Michigan.
I'm sorry.
I'm not giving the money back.
Apologies. You should, no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Better luck next year.
That's, of course, the Happy Gilmore line. They said this is the CFP committee to Florida State. Oh, no, I called your name, didn't I?
Better luck next year.
The take I saw that was pretty good from Stephen A. said, if Deion Sanders is the head coach at Florida State, I bet you they're in. I thought, I mean, the entertainment value of that for sure. Yeah. But again, if ifs and buts, candies and nuts, it's a whole different situation. So, did the CFP get it right? Michigan, Washington, Texas, Alabama. They selected all 4 of those teams, and really Alabama over Florida State. We thought Georgia would probably get left out after the loss to Michigan, but it's the first time in the CFP era that a Power 5 team goes undefeated, wins their conference championship, and does not get in. But, it's just sort of funny watching SEC sweat it all week long and all weekend long after basically politicking after what every other conference has done since the start of this thing.
Did they get it right? Yes, I believe they did.
I think so, too.
And for the sole reason that Jordan Travis got hurt. If Jordan Travis didn't get hurt, they're in. Period. They're in. Even if they don't win super convincingly in the last 2 games, they're still in because Jordan Travis is there. And they beat LSU with Jordan Travis. Looked good doing it. Squeaked by Clemson. Now, Clemson didn't have the greatest of years, so make of that what you will. But they're in. If Jordan Travis doesn't get hurt, they're in. But he did get hurt. And they didn't look very good the last couple weeks. And I think you have to take that into consideration. Never forget, this is a TV show. And they're trying to get the best ratings possible. So if they can match up games in a way that gives them high ratings, Michigan-Bama is going to be a monster game. Rose Bowl, prime spot, prime time. This thing's going to do huge ratings. And I think Texas-Washington will do well as well. I think it's great because you have Texas, you have the Southeast, you have the Midwest, and you have the Pacific Northwest. It's pretty cool, too, that you got all these geographical regions represented. Doesn't always work out that way. Very rarely does it work out that way. But are they the best 4 teams? Yeah. But I got tired of people using that. Do you want the most deserving or the best? I'm like, well, if you want the best, put Georgia
we're going
in
MVP.
There.
Who's the best versus the most valuable? Like
you going to tell me all 4 of those teams are better than Georgia? I don't think so.
No.
You tell me they'd be favored against Georgia? I don't think so. So it's a combination. Everybody wants to do, well, who's most deserving? Well, then put in the 4 best. Well, if you're going to put in the most deserving, then Florida State is absolutely in. They're most definitely in. They deserve to be there. If you're going to put in the best, well, let's just go to Vegas then and look at the power ratings, and we'll see who the 4 best are. It'd probably be Georgia, Bama, Michigan, and
Texas, maybe?
Texas.
Yeah, probably Texas 4 because they're winning over
There
Bama.
you go. Yeah. There you go. There's your 4 best. But it's got to be a combination of best and deserve to be there. It's got to be a combination of those two. So yeah,
and you're not the best necessarily if like again to your point, and they put that in. Like that was something people were tweeting out about last night. A head coach on the sidelines. You know what I mean? If you've got kids who are like, I'm not playing in the bowl games, and nobody I don't think has done that at the national championship or CFP level. But like Christian McCaffrey, I think didn't play in bowl games at the end of his career in
like
college.
A Sun Bowl.
A lot of those guys don't, because why would you? Why would you want to get ready for the draft and you're going to be a high pick? I totally buy in to taking care of yourself. But if you have a chance to do something special, like the national championship, and that's why these guys don't pull out, because they have gone to these schools with the idea that they want to play for a title, right? You're going there to do what it is that they're doing. So I'm with you. If you don't have the best players on your team on the field, you lose some of your ticket or some of your case, I think, to go.
Yeah, and look, if somebody pulled out of the college playoff game, I wouldn't even draft that guy. I'd just be like, sorry, I can't.
That kid doesn't want to win then. That's not like
chance to win a national championship. You're not playing to get ready for the draft.
You pull out of the Belk Bowl. I'm like, please.
Go ahead.
That's a smart player there. I might get that kid in my offense, right?
Go ahead.
The Mayo Bowl.
If you even want to pull out of a New Year's Day 6,
I'll give you a Cotton Bowl that's not part of it. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
go ahead. Out of an orange that's not in it. That's cool.
Yeah, you can go ahead. No worries whatsoever. Pull out of a Cotton, that's fine. I'm not sure that's her name or not, but whatever, you can pull out of that one too. That one's fine. I don't care.
Usually you
At
pay
least
extra
one
for
or the
that.
other.
God,
At least not a
yeah.
rim shot and a gong. Okay, yeah, let's just keep it to one or the other. I do appreciate it. But are you anybody out there who loves college football telling me if you're going to fight for Florida State, who would you rather watch, Michigan, Florida State, or Michigan, Bama? If you say Michigan,
I would
Florida
not want
State,
to.
then,
No, why would I
wow.
rather watch that? Why, even at full strength, I think I'd rather watch Michigan Bama.
Well, I would too, but then
it's
I
tough
would
to keep.
have
No,
to
you'd have to
say-
put him in. I'm with you.
But it's the quarterback. Like people, I don't know how you can miss that.
Exactly. It's not a DB.
They're
it's
not
not
the same
DN.
team.
No.
Yeah, they're not the same team without Travis. They're just not. We saw it with our own eyes. And I know some people might say, well, what about the Ohio State Buckeyes? Cardell Jones was their third quarterback. Braxton Miller went out. Then it was JT. God, what was his name? It was Braxton Miller, JT.
I'm blanking on his name, too. I was trying to figure this out the other day. I was thinking about this exact
Yeah,
same
he goes out. Cardell Jones takes over.
That was the first
But you know
CFP, wasn't it? First or second?
I
It
think
early
it
on.
was. You want to know the difference? The difference was when Cardell Jones took over in the Big Ten championship game, they beat Wisconsin 59-0. That looks a little different than
JT
winning
Barrett.
a game
JT
16
Barrett.
Thank
Sorry
you,
to interrupt
JT
you.
Barrett.
Yeah, sorry.
Appreciate it. That looks a little different than 16-6. Like 59-0, you look and go, oh, okay. I guess that quarterback is pretty good after
They were the
all.
number
Like,
11 team in the nation,
Yeah.
Wisconsin, against Ohio State, which was number 6 at the time, 59-0. That was the inaugural year. He was the MVP of the game, so he made the case and made a career after that.
Smashed him.
Yeah.
Smashed him.
They beat,
So if you
didn't they beat
go in-
Bama? I think they beat Bama in the title game.
I think I no. I think
Oh, no, it was a
wasn't
Sugar
Oregon?
Bowl. It was a Sugar Bowl. I think they beat Bama, and then they beat Oregon, in the first ever.
beat
right?
Oregon in the championship game. But you squeak by a Louisville team, 16-6. Now I know they were their third string quarterback in that game. I think Rodemaker is supposed to be back for the if they would have played in the playoffs. But 16-6 to a Louisville team that just got beat by Kentucky the last game of the season. So you have to factor that in. You just do. If you don't, you're negligent. Because if people say, well, it's a team sport, I'm like, okay. Well, what if you lose all your quarterbacks? Like Florida State did one year. It wasn't a championship game, but they played Anquan Bolden played quarterback against Georgia like in the Sugar Bowl. And I was like, he was actually not bad, to be honest.
I was going to say, I wasn't going to stand for any Anquan Bolden.
Are you gonna tell me if all the quarterbacks get hurt, you're still like, well, it's a team sport. You got to let the kids go. Like,
Come on, man, they earned
you'd
it.
be
Like,
dumb.
no,
Like,
not all.
What are you doing?
It's a quarterback changes it all. It's way different. It's not a
All
starting
of it.
pitcher. It's not a 3-hitter. It's not a
No.
point guard. It is all different when it's the quarterback.
Everything. So yeah, I do think they got it right.
I'm with you.
And those are the teams those are the teams I would have taken. I texted my buddy Saturday night. And I go, I think these guys are going to could be in there. The problem was for Florida State also was that you want to put Bama in because. And I know everybody's like, oh, of course the SEC is going to get in. Well, I mean, the SEC still is good no matter if you think it's overrated, maybe too much exposure, possibly. They're still really damn good, and they beat a team that was on a 29-game heater. So they took down Georgia. So if you just assume the SEC champs going in, the problem was they couldn't put Bama in without putting Texas in. Like, how in the world could you say, well, you have one loss, but you also beat the team we're putting in, the SEC champ, by 10 at their place. Like, now that everybody that would have blown up. Not that it matters this last year, but anyway. But you couldn't do that. At least in my opinion, you couldn't. I guess they could do anything they want to.
Yeah,
but you're going to put Bama in and then not put Texas in, who beat Bama in Bama by 10. So I just kind of thought those were the two teams. I thought they deserved to go. They did go. And, yes, I think they got it right. I'm excited about the matchups. New Year's Day is going to be fun. Back-to-back really good games. And no matter who wins out of those two games, I think we're going to have a hell of a national championship game, too.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a blast. And I think they get the field right. It's fun to get Texas in, and they're jumping to the SEC next year. And you said it last week, they may have the best win of any team in the nation. The other thing to think about just on the way out here is I don't think anybody, and people here on the text line are saying, Alabama maybe not deserving. If you don't think so, that's fine. I mean, I think there's still a case for Florida State. However, Alabama getting in at number 4, would anybody be shocked if they won the national championship? Would you be surprised? No, not at all. And that's what that tells you about the SEC. When we come on back, a little bit more on Deebo Samuel, put his money where his mouth is, came in wearing all black. A bunch of the Niners did, like it was a funeral. And they came out and performed. Debo, 116, 2 touchdowns through the air, and 22 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown on the ground. We'll talk more about Debo Samuel putting his game to his talk from after last year's NFC Championship loss. Then Matt Mayoko at 4:50 on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Didn't put too much pressure on myself, kind of going back and forth, at the end of the day, they beat us in the NFC Championship and, we wanted to get back, but at the end of the day, it's just football, we talking trash, having fun, and, just came out here and got a win. Oh, I ain't gonna lie, I was in that zone, all week long for us, they beat us in the NFC Championship, and, at the end of the day, talking trash, this is part of the game. Hopefully nobody took it to heart, because it's just all fun and games at the end of the day.
I love when the team that wins says that. They're like, I hope nobody took it seriously. You know what I mean? It's all fun and games at the end of the day. It is when you win 42-19. I'm with Tom. Probably the two best resume wins in the NFL. And the point Tom was making earlier about the Niners wanting or needing the number one seed. And again, I think the number one seed makes it a whole lot easier. If they're to win out and if the Eagles are to lose to the Cowboys next week, it makes it a whole lot easier to get to the Super Bowl. That said, you said, Tom, and I think you're right, that they're the best team. They're the best. how did you phrase it? They're best equipped to finish at number 2 or below.
Yeah.
And make a run. And win on the road.
Because I don't think they have a weakness. They're not an offensive team or a defensive team. They're a complete team.
Yeah.
They just I don't know what the weakness is. I really don't. I guess the secondary is something you can maybe attack.
Have you heard Jair Brown's name?
It's not no.
I haven't even heard it, which is fantastic. We're good. Let's keep shh. I'm not. Hey, my bad.
But that's not really a weakness. I don't know. I just think they're the most complete team in the league, and they're like really good. It's not like they're average at They're like really good at most things. You got an MVP caliber quarterback. You got a dynamic wide receiver. Well, I guess I should say crew with Kittle. Let's throw him in there, who can also block. Who's like having an extra offensive lineman. You got an MVP caliber running back with Chase Young. I mean, your defensive line takes a backseat to nobody. Your linebackers are the best in the game, in my opinion. And the DBs are good. They're not that great. I wouldn't. That's the one where you're like, you lose an All-Pro in Hufanga. But you're right. We haven't mentioned Brown. That's fantastic. Ward made some really, really good plays yesterday.
Amber Thomas played well.
Yeah, he played well. So, that's solid. The offensive line has been really good. I just think, again, it doesn't get you anything. It gets you a nickel. But that's about it. You're not getting a championship. You got to go out there and win it. And in a one-game scenario, put it this way. I don't think they're going to be an underdog the rest of the year.
No, I'm with you.
I think they'll be a favorite in every single game they play. Might get beat, but I don't think unless somebody gets hurt. But if everybody's healthy, they will be a favorite in every game they play the rest of the year, no matter where they play them. I know they're going to be favored at home against Baltimore. Maybe by 3.5 at most. Could be 2.5. Who knows? But they'll be favored against everybody else. They're already like 11.5, 10.5 point favorites against Seattle at home this week. And they'll be favored in the playoffs. I don't even care if they play on the road, they're going to be favored.
Yeah.
And then they would be favored in the Super Bowl, no matter who they play.
They were just favored against the number 1 team in the NFC on the road by 3 points, and they won 42-19 in part because of what we're talking about here. What's their weakness? Well, the games they were losing, they were not healthy. And we said, outside of health, is there something or somebody that we've seen be able to take them down? Deebo Samuel is, he's incredible. We saw not flashes. We saw a lot of this when he was the, quote, wide back a few years ago. You know what I mean? He had eight rushing touchdowns. The holdout, and it's funny, he talks a lot. A lot of guys talk back at him about his quality as a receiver, but the skill set this guy brings to the table, it might have been, and it's tough, I think, to talk trash leading up to a team game like this. It's different than basketball, right, where you can take a guy for a minute even and go one-on-one and try to own a guy. A receiver, like we said earlier, you have to have somebody throw it to you. The schematics and the game plan have to play in your favor. Mm-hmm. But for Deebo to say, we heard the cut coming in there, that he didn't put too much pressure on himself, he may have had the best game of his career. 3 total touchdowns, 116 yards, 22 on the ground. As a player, how much I know you're not a trash talker like that, but how much validation, I'm sure you saw this happen, do guys get? If they say something like that and they come out, can you see that snowballed as a guy? And in a team game, it's different. But can you see that stuff like that happen where a guy says he's going to do something, he does it, and then things kind of continue to take off for him?
I don't know.
Shaq used to do that, but Shaq did it to everybody. You know what I mean? Like, guys who are great, it's different.
Yeah, when you're great,
elite,
it
it's
doesn't matter
different.
if you're talking or
Shaq's
not.
Shaq's like they're the Sacramento Queens, and they drop like 40. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Jordan was a great trash talker.
Yeah.
Jordan was the best player, too.
Reggie, too, right?
Yeah. It helps when you're a great player. Then you can be a great trash talker because you know you can back it up. You know that guys aren't going to come stick it back in your face. Like, oh, you can't. No, he can. And Jordan was one of the guys I didn't say squat to anybody, but certainly I wouldn't say anything to him. If I did, I would have said, Mr. Jordan, what do you got going on over there? Would you mind passing that ball so you don't that'd be great. Just let me get off you real quick and you can bring somebody else over here to guard you. So I wasn't good enough to trash talk, but he was. I don't know. I just think guys that trash talk, whether they play well or not, continue to trash talk. That's who you are. Thanks, big love. Like, I have a feeling if Deebo Samuel didn't even play that well yesterday, he'd still trash talk.
Oh, yeah. Some guys talking about it.
Some guys are.
That's kind of how I am.
Some guys aren't.
I don't really care what the score is, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the win. That's the game for me.
I mean, do you ever remember McCaffrey talking trash?
No, I mean, what's he going to say?
No.
I mean,
then whether he plays well or not. That's who he is.
Give you an equation or something you learned? You know
exactly. So
it's the square root of this field, right?
It's your personality or it's not your personality. Obviously, it's Deebo's personality. So he'll continue to jaw, and that's what he'll do. And whatever. I mean, it doesn't seem to affect him one way or the other. I mean, he has good games. He has great games. He has games where you don't notice him as much, but it's just who he is. And sometimes the game plan dictates that. Sometimes it doesn't, but I know he's always going to be ready. Like, you watch him and you watch him block, you know he's ready to play. Whether the production is there or not, it can be different, but he's always ready to, like, let's get it on. Let's go. I'm ready for the fight. And that's one of the things I love about him.
So apparently, and Derek just whispered this in my ear, we got to get to Matt Mayoka here in just a sec. He said apparently Christian McCaffrey told Russ Yeast, of course, they got two fantasy teams named after Russ Yeast, North, South, East, West, and the Russ Yeast infection, which, by the way, the infection could be back. It flared up again this weekend. Couldn't put me away. Oh, it was Akilla Witherspoon who said it. He said it to Akilla Witherspoon. He showed him to shut his BA up, or his B ass up, is what he told him. So McCaffrey will get after it a little bit. Yeah, he came at him.
Strong.
And we all heard it, huh? Yeah. I was going to say he wouldn't dare say that to Russ Yeast. I'm not getting a lot of yeast in the back half of the season here, though. The Rams themselves
really
are flaring up. I don't know why we're acting like that's a bad thing. All right, when we come back.
That's a crock.
That's a crock. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, our 49ers insider. We will talk to him. He was out in Philadelphia yesterday, catching this 42-19 49er victory. We'll get his thoughts on this win. How healthy did the Niners come out of this game? Haven't heard much about anything after the game, which is a positive. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko next, then your sound soiree. We'll get into a little bit more on the Niners, then some soup du jour for you on a Monday evening. Matt Mayoko next on the Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the 49ers' dominant win over the Eagles. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
faithful. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. The best lawyers they hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, it's time to recap the demolition. I mean, just as I said earlier, a comprehensive beatdown is what that game was. And to help us go over the comprehensiveness of it,
comprehensivity.
Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area.
Is that the right Matt? Yeah.
Hello, Matt.
Sure. Yeah. What the?
Yeah.
Hey, Tom,
I
tried to send you a text last night. I was at Monk's Cafe. Having a hill farmstead in the wee hours.
Oh, what kind of beer did you get? Because I had a couple of their beers when I was there too.
Yeah, it was a hazy IPA. I believe it's Foster was the name of it. But
I had a pale ale.
Very tasty.
God, they're good.
Yeah.
They're very good.
Really,
really good. I had like a couple of their pale ales they had on tap. So yeah, that is it's just such a cool little place. Yeah, if you walked out from Monk's, took a right and walked down about 50 feet, that was where we stayed.
Is that right?
Yeah. It just happened to be right next to it.
That's serendipitous. I
It really. I didn't even know. I was like, wow.
Yeah. I can assure you, I did not see Greg Cosell there. Not a beer guy.
Not a beer guy.
Not a beer guy.
Not a beer guy at all. God, wow. That was just something. I don't even know where to start. Let me start with this. I thought the biggest plays of the game, if there were big plays of the game, were the 2 third-down stops to hold them to field goals early on when that game seemed to be going in the wrong direction and in the wrong direction rather quickly. But it was weird because you look up, it's like, God, they're getting their heads handed to them. Oh, 6-0. That's not too bad. And those were such massive stops looking back on it. I think they would have won anyway because obviously they were the way more dominant team, but those were big because 10-0, 14-0, it takes on a whole new feel at that point.
Yeah, no question about it. And that's, you said the beatdown. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a beatdown the other direction through the first 2 possessions of the game. And then all it took was, the 49ers were obviously 2 3-and-outs, and then they got that first down, and they converted a third down. And I think they only had one other failed third down the entire game. And when they got on a roll, man, did they get on a roll, and just everything was clicking. I mean, isn't it amazing? It took them 8 plays in the game before they had their first positive yardage play. And then it just went off from there. And just the numbers they put up on the ground, through the air. In the second half, it just looked like the teams are playing at a different speed. And I don't know if that's because I don't think the Eagles have a whole lot of team speed to begin with, especially defensively. But it looked just it was very noticeable just how fast and quick and fresh, I guess, the 49ers looked, and how kind of beaten down the Eagles looked. Now, I don't know if that had anything to do. I'm sure it did have something to do with them playing 3 games in 14 days. But it was very noticeable. And we'll see where the Eagles go from here, because were they exposed a little bit? I think maybe the 49ers defensive plan was so effective that if other teams haven't done it, they're going to look and see what the 49ers did, and how Nick Bosa explained it after the game was really good. I mean, he talked about how Hurts has this, whenever the rush comes from the inside, Hurts has a way of kind of losing track of where his receivers are and wants to run, but the 49ers didn't give him any escape routes. And so they were able to really hold him down. So, people always talk about stop the run and run the ball and stop the run. Well, the 49ers were running the ball, and then the biggest Eagles running play the entire game was 7 yards. and they held DeAndre Swift down. They held Jalen Hurts down. And, yeah, it was thorough.
Talking to Matt Mayoka here, 49ers Insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. I'm looking at our YouTube stream chat here, Matty, and one of our guys, Gearzilla, said, does Matt know whether or not Seattle has their own Big Dom?
Oh, I think everybody does. Everybody has their own Big Dom. Maybe not as big or as Dom.
Some are just Doms, yeah. Or as Dom. I like that. I think we know what you mean. What'd you make of that whole play, man? I mean, like, for those watching on TV, I don't know that I've ever been, like, as an adult, this beside myself about a play because I just didn't understand how anything like this could occur where there's no penalty on the side of the Eagles.
Yeah, it wasn't good, and I think it's going to, whenever something like this happens, the league will send out a memo and, in the future, this is how we're going to handle this. And so, yeah, I mean, there should have been offsetting penalties. But as I understand it, the league can only help the officials when it comes to a player involvement infraction. There's nothing in their, the bylaws or the rules that enable New York to look at replays to identify non-players, non-coaches. But yeah, that Kyle Shanahan just talked to us, and I asked him a few questions about that whole thing. And a day later, he says no hard feelings toward Dom. He doesn't know Dom, but he knows plenty of people who do, and they all vouch for him. And he's been with that organization for 25 years. So Kyle wasn't, he's like, it's a weird situation. It was emotional, but, people got to know, especially non-players, non-coaches, you just don't insert yourself into that situation. And for him to step in there and say some choice words at Greenlaw and even, kind of shove him in the chest, it's one of those classic things where, I mean, the Eagles will take that trade off. And I know the Eagles are embarrassed by what happened and rightfully so, but I mean, any team would take that trade off. Yeah. We'll play the rest of the game without our security guy, and you play the rest of your game without one of your best defensive players. That's just not a fair trade-off.
Not at all.
Especially when the security guy was the one who escalated the entire situation.
Yeah. No, that just wasn't good.
I just like the guys vouch for him. He seems like a guy who would have guys vouch for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's a guy's guy. Big Dom.
He's got a voucher.
Yeah.
Do you, Copes and I were saying, we haven't heard Jair Brown's name, like, at all, really. We thought that's a really good thing that we haven't heard his name. I mean, you might have a little more in-depth in watching the games live and talking to people. What are they saying about him? Because literally, I've not heard anybody talk about him, which is totally fine, but they think he's doing a great job, I assume.
I think they think he's doing a good job and that he's made the right stuff. He's, on his assignments. He's come in like a professional. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I guess it's a good thing in the sense that he hasn't made any negative plays, especially at that position, as kind of the last line of defense. If you're making negative plays, you're then probably trotting off the field and lining up for an extra point. Now, I'm sure, I mean, he has a reputation from his time at Penn State as being kind of a ball hawk, so we haven't seen that part of it yet. But no, I think through 2 games, they're very happy with what he's given them, and maybe more to the point of what he hasn't given them, which is he hasn't given them very many negative plays. So, there was a play, was it yesterday, where a 3rd and long, both he and Gibson were in position to make a tackle, and they kind of blocked each other off, and the guy squirted loose and ended up getting the first downs. But I think by and large, they're very encouraged by where he is and where he's going, because I think that they expect him to be that kind of guy who's able to get his hands on the football here as the season progresses.
How would you evaluate, in general, the way the defense played? Because it wasn't like a really flashy performance, but it was as effective as they could be. I mean, the 6 points, Tom said at the top of the show, he said that being down 6 and the negative 6 yards, it felt like it was 14. Then the Niners scored, and you're like, I don't know how much more the Eagles are going to get out of this. It felt pretty good.
Yeah, it was, if you get a chance, I don't know if you heard Nick Bosa after the game, But man, he was really good at just kind of explaining what they were doing. Because I basically said to him, I said, Nick, I don't know what I was seeing. Like there were times where, Jalen Hurts was back there for 10 seconds and he's pointing and he's doing all kinds of things. And I don't think they ever made a play when Jalen Hurts had so much time to throw. And what Bosa said was it was the defensive game plan to really stay disciplined, stay in your lanes, don't just sell out for the sacks, because what happens is if you start selling out for a sack and you start, your eyes aren't up and you're just trying to get to the quarterback, you're going to leave him lanes to escape. And oftentimes it's right down the middle of the field. So that part of it, although it didn't look flashy, no sacks from anybody who entered the game with a sack. I mean, they had 3 sacks in the game, and they're by Javon Kinlaw and Kalia Davis. And then the other part of it was, the defense, when it had to be good, or I should say the coverage, the defensive backs, when it had to be good, it was really good. And yeah, they gave up some plays on underneath stuff and kind of yak yardage, but down the field, Ambry Thomas and Charvarius Ward, Ambry Thomas in particular, there was some hand fighting and there could have been some flags thrown. But what we've always seen is, it's tough to say that NFL officials can be consistent with this, but they seem to be in this game yesterday where as long as the defensive back turned his head and looked for the ball, they would let some stuff go. And that's what Ambry Thomas was able to do. So it's really unique in a game. I think it was Charvarius Ward had 4 passes broken up. Ambry Thomas had 3. Those guys basically played the entire game. Ambry Thomas, who comes in nickel situations, but 49ers are in nickel pretty much the entire game. So I thought it was a really good defensive effort. I mean, the numbers are what they are. The Eagles did get some yards, but the pass defense was really good when it had to be, especially the first 2 series of the games when they gave up some yards for the Eagles to get down there, but then they really put on the clamps. And then just from start to finish, their run defense was as good as it's ever been.
So if I have this right, Niners win next week and Cowboys beat Philly, 3-way tie for the lead in the NFC, and the 49ers would control their own destiny at that point?
That would be correct. Yeah, they would be the number 1 seed because of their head-to-head. And they would hold the head-to-head against the Eagles or the Cowboys, obviously. Mm-hmm. And they would have, I believe, that because their conference record is better than the Lions, so they would hold that tiebreaker as well. So, yeah, if they, like you just said, if the Cowboys beat the Eagles, which I kind of think they will, then if the 49ers win out, they will be the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here, a few more minutes on the UMA guest line, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. We were just talking about what it would take. I mean, and we've done this, I think, throughout the season with Brock Purdy and potential for MVP. Like outside of Brock, because it does just feel like MVP is a quarterback award. And we were saying Christian McCaffrey would be in the mix, I think, for Offensive Player of the Year. But in terms of the top 2 guys who are not quarterbacks that could win an MVP or an Offensive Player of the Year award, I guess McCaffrey. And then we were saying Tyreek Hill, because if Tyreek goes for like 2,000 yards, I think it's got to be in the conversation because of how outrageous it is that he pulled something like that off and had one of the greatest seasons, if not the greatest, for a receiver in NFL history based on how you gauge that. Where are you on McCaffrey relative to, obviously he's the best running back in football, but do you need to accomplish something like a touchdown record for consecutive games or a 2,000-yard streak, you think, to topple a quarterback in today's game?
Probably, yeah, and it has to be with a team that's really good, obviously. I think all these awards are that way. But you're talking specifically about MVP?
I guess, yeah, because I think MVP,
yeah. Yeah, I think obviously it'll be really difficult to do. The thing that I like that the AP added, I think they added it last year, was that in the past, you only vote, I think there's 50 voters, you would only vote for who you think the MVP is. Just one guy.
Yeah.
One name. And so on years where it was really obvious, a guy could be unanimous. And so you wouldn't even see anyone else's name get mentioned. So now they have a tier voting system where I think the voters are voting for the top 5. So I like that a lot, because now, say whatever, Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey, they don't necessarily have to split the vote. In the past, anyone was like, boy, 49ers offense was so good, I'm going to vote for Purdy. I don't know, somebody else might say, I think McCaffrey is more valuable. Well, now, obviously one guy will get number 1 votes. Yeah, or just get votes for for whoever you think the number 1 person is, and those votes are weighted heavily. But now there will be a pecking order of, look where they finished. So, if Purdy doesn't finish, as the MVP, at least we'll be able to see he finished 3rd or whatever, 2nd or 3rd or 4th
like
in the
baseball,
voting.
right?
Yeah, and that's the way it should be.
Right.
But no, I think with McCaffrey, a lot of things are at play there, including, he's closing in on the 49ers single-season touchdown record. Not just he already has the rushing touchdown record for a single season. Now he's kind of closing in on Jerry Rice. So he's got a lot at work, or a lot with him that kind of looks attractive, including just the dual element of it. The touchdown catches through the air, the touchdown runs. So there's a lot to like there, and we'll see. You got 5 more games to go, but I don't know. I don't even know who I would. I think Purdy would be the 49ers MVP, just because of it's a difficult position to play, and he makes it look so gosh darn easy. And what he's doing is not easy. You see, all these throws he makes are not. They look simple because he has this knack for making things look easy.
This has got to be the most talented 49er team since 95, right?
Boy, it might be. Yeah, it might be. They got – you just go up and down the
it's
list.
Amazing.
It is. And, even – their offensive line – I'm going to give a shout-out to the offensive line because – for the most part, everybody views their line as Trent Williams and then just, 4 dudes off the street. Well, those 4 dudes off the street played really well against what's generally considered one of the, if not the best defensive line in all of football. And, they more than held their own. And I would say, all things considered, run blocking, pass protection, the 49ers offensive line outperformed the Eagles' offensive line. When you think about, the 49ers' offensive line was the one dealing with the crowd noise. The 49ers' offensive line was the one dealing with that Eagles' stout defensive front. Yes, the Eagles had their own challenges against the 49ers' very good defensive front. But, the 49ers' offensive line lacks the star power, lacks the name recognition other than Trent Williams. But I thought those guys played very well yesterday in about as difficult of a setting as you could ask for.
Well, they get to come on back home for a game against Seattle this weekend. We'll have it for you on Sunday right here on the Sports Leader. And then back out to Arizona. Then they get, Washington, and then the Christmas Day game against is Washington before or after? I can't remember.
Washington is New Year's Eve.
So that's after,
Baltimore
okay.
is
Christmas
Baltimore
Day.
Is Christmas night.
Christmas night, right. Okay, so Matt, have a great week, man, and we are looking forward to this one on Sunday and see what happens with the Eagles and the Cowboys. We'll catch up with you next week, man.
All right, sounds great. Thanks, guys.
There he is, Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. All right, we had somebody check in on the YouTube stream. You can stream us, by the way, always on YouTube and on twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Somebody checked in a little bit ago, said, dude, I was catching up on the show. He was watching an hour behind. How about that? He's like, have they done the soiree yet? I said, no, dude, you're all good, bro. We haven't done it yet because it's next. The Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds from across sports this weekend. You're going to want to hear them. They're next on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
Kurt Warner joined Pop on One today to discuss the development and the growth of Brock Purdy and if he's deserving of MVP in 2023 in the NFL. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. The holiday season's here. It is upon us. There's one thing every sports enthusiast needs during the holiday season. Well, any season for that matter, but fast, reliable connection to stream all your favorite sports. Why during the holiday season? Oh man, you kidding me? You got hoops, you got hockey, you got bowl season, and the NFL playoff race is heating up. You got to be able to keep up with everything from unexpected lead changes to sudden death, overtime. You need a fast, reliable connection to power all the devices in your home. So you can stream all your favorite sports. And it's not just about you. I know you think it's about you. It's not all about you because your kids may be playing fantasy sports too. So they're on their devices. They're watching different games than you because, well, they don't care about your game because they don't have a player in your game. So you want to have all your devices, not just your devices, all devices in the house, phones, tablets, televisions, everyone is taken care of. So treat yourself this holiday season to front row seats to all the games. The next generation Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's a network you can count on in crunch time. Get the fastest internet with a strong, reliable connection, even when everyone's online at the same time. The Xfinity 10G network, the future starts now. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and not guaranteed. 10G network. You love sports. You love high def. You love, 10G? You will love Xfinity.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
They whooped your hide real good.
Tolbert comes with you on a Monday evening, December 4th. Niners 42-19 over the Eagles. And we like to do a sound soiree each and every day, give you the best sounds from across the sports world. You might have missed, maybe not, but we'll have some fun, react to them. Let's start with the 49er and Eagles game. Here's Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey was asked, the season he's having and the way the Niners are playing, have you ever had more fun playing football than you're having right now? Here's McCaffrey.
No, I can honestly say no. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the funnest teams I've been a part of. And I think what makes it fun is how hard everybody works. And the standard is so high. And, it gives you confidence when you know that your brother next to you is doing everything he can to be the best version of himself. And it makes it fun coming into work every day and knowing the challenges we have ahead of us and knowing the guys that are next to you who are going to approach those challenges.
Tom, what's the most fun you ever had playing basketball? Was it the Final Four run?
Yeah, I mean, I love my time with Golden State too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the guys I played with.
And Hall of Famers all around. I mean,
Mitch
cool,
and Chris and Timmy, Rod Higgins, Jim Peterson was my guy. Just a really, really fun team. Terry Teague. I mean, I hung out with everybody at certain parts of the year. Jim I hung out with all the time. Mully, those were the two guys but I mean, on the road we go see movies together, maybe go to a club, go to a bar, and go to a lot of clubs.
You're the most friends on that team.
But I just loved that team. Yeah. That team was as close to a college team as you can get. Probably Arizona though, because you are in college. You don't have any of the responsibilities. You just kind of, just going out to dirtbag, stuff like that, and hanging out with the fellows, going to college football games with them, stuff like that. So those two, though, would be really, really close as far as playing basketball because talented teams and just good dudes, just good guys that were fun to hang out with.
It's funny. McCaffrey's been to a Super Bowl, right? Isn't he the running back for that Super Bowl team with no, he was not.
Yep.
Derek said he wasn't there
yet. He wasn't?
It was Jonathan Stewart. Great knowledge, dude. Great knowledge.
Oh, that's right.
Incredible knowledge there from Derek.
I could have swore he was there. That's right, Jonathan Stewart out of Oregon.
Who did Jake Delhomme have? D'Angelo.
Jake Delhomme had Foster.
Foster, Deshaun Foster. And Steve
they love
and
their
Davis.
Pac-12 backs there, don't they?
I wasn't trying to try you. I was trying to remember. I knew they had two backs back there.
Derek.
And then D'Angelo Williams showed up there, and he had the pink beads in his hair, or the pink dreads going. There you go. So McCaffrey, though, has had, great success in his career in college. And I guess you're right, not nearly as much in the NFL, at least to that level, but has been fantastic. And is on his way to, probably already in the midst of a Hall of Fame career. Here's Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni, head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Here are his thoughts. Big Dom gets ejected after touching Trey Greenlaw, getting involved in a play. Nick Sirianni, his thoughts after Dom was ejected. What was he thinking?
Sideline sequence when Dom was sent off. What was your reaction to that?
What was my reaction to that? Yeah, we just saying that just knowing we had to move on and play the next play. And that's all we were trying to do in that scenario is move on, getting the ball down inside the 10 or the 12-yard line or something after the personal foul, and just regrouping and get everybody going and play the next play, just like we do when we have a bad play, a good play, bad game, good game. We're gonna have to pick ourselves up off the mat, just this week, going into this week as well.
So what was your reaction then after he got ejected? Yeah. What was my reaction? Who was we talking? What? Yeah. Talk about a cop out.
I don't want to talk about it. Move on.
Well, there you go. There's Nick Sirianni on Big Dom. A lot of guys would vouch for Dom. I love that Matt Mayoga said that to us. All these guys like, no, I'll vouch for him. I swear, I'll vouch for Dom.
The Dahmer.
The Dahmer. I don't think he likes that nickname. I don't think that's the nickname he wants. Jim Harbaugh.
What was my reaction to that?
Yes, we're asking you. Jim Harbaugh. He says he learned hip new lingo from his team after they found out they were the 1 seed here. Jim Harbaugh.
I'm with it.
On his hot new lingo. Here he is.
Our players came up with this bet.
And I even had to look up what it means. But what it means to me is bringing everyone together, and that's what our team has done. So, bet.
That's pretty good. It's out of his mind.
You could tell him something that was new in the 70s. He'd think it was fresh. Like, oh, that's fresh. You just
they came up with this thing. Remember at the beginning of the year?
Like 40 years ago.
Yeah. You see this new YouTube TV thing? Yeah, they got all the games. Yeah.
They came up with this saying that they could. Have you guys heard something like when they say it's gnarly? Like, oh, that's gnarly. Yeah, I like that. Like, yeah, bro, that's 70s.
Gnarly.
Yeah, good job. Way to catch up to the rest of society.
Your kids say bet?
He seems like he still lives in the Stone Age, man. Like,
he does. Yeah,
he's
incredible.
Showed up here. He's so awesome.
Do your kids say bet? Do you know bet? Is that one you knew?
Bet?
Yeah.
Like when you just say bet.
Yeah, bet. Yeah, bet.
Yeah.
It's behind me, but I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was.
It's entered society pretty strong. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it new?
No, it's
I
not
thought
new.
we used to use it back in like 20 years ago.
Oh, bet. I think you guys used it a little bit differently than they're using it now. But like probably I think in similar context, but not quite the same. Anyway, there you go.
They stole it from us. And guess what? We stole it from somebody else.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
No doubt.
It'll all come back. Everything comes back around. One more here as it relates to the CFP. How about this? The college football playoff. We used to do a great segment called Sage Advice. All of our favorite voices. It was like Mike Leach. We had, who else we had? Bill Walton was in there. By the way, we're due for a Walton.
What do I look like? A doctor, an orthopedic surgeon? I don't know.
Time now for Sage Advice.
Tiger Campbell, who looks more like a lion than he looks like a tiger. So, I love roaring.
With Tolbert.
We failed to make our coaching points more compelling than their fat little girlfriends.
And Copes.
Oh, no, I'm so excited.
It's basically just those guys. It was like Belichick, Mike Leach, Bill Walton. We're all in there. So Mike Leach, though, passed away. So we sort of retired the bit as in honor of Mike Leach and just started doing other stuff. But every time something like this comes up, we can play some great Mike Leach down from 2017. He went on one of the all-time rants on the college football playoff. Here it is.
Is the mind-numbingly short-sighted notion that 4 teams for a playoff, somehow establishes something, and that's a very clever approach. I mean, that's such a brilliant approach. That's why everybody does it that way. I mean, nobody does it that way. I mean, if we were so smart, wouldn't all the other sports say, I know what, let's have a committee? Because why not? Because, we're American. We love committees. Let's get us a committee. Well, who should be on the committee? Well, I don't know. This guy's a good guy. Let's have him on the committee. Well, I mean, there's people on the committee that don't even have remote associations with football, nor have they at any level other than being a fan. But you know what? Let's have them on a committee. Why not? And then, I mean, it'd be fun. We'd go to that resort. We could talk. We could hang out at dinner. And then we'll decide which 4 teams should go. Because you know why? We don't need to solve this on the field. Because we're the ones that know. And then, so, I mean, if we're going to do it that way, we should just ask them at the beginning of the season, just go ahead and you guys vote on it, figure out 1, 2, 3, and 4, and why even have the games? To me, I mean, it's not a playoff. There's nothing playoff about it. And this is even if we make it. Even if we make it, my thoughts don't change. I mean, how can you call it a playoff when there's 4 teams? Conference champions don't even necessarily make the playoffs because you know why? Because the committee knew better.
He's not wrong on a lot of it. Like he makes some points.
No, he's not.
He's riffing. He's going tongue in cheek, but he makes some good points.
Yeah, I mean, you could play that today, and it holds true.
We
right?
did.
You
mean as if it were new?
He could be live today. Yeah. He could have. I guess I should say he could have said that today, and it would hold water.
Right.
No, absolutely. In fact, it seems even more valid today, more appropriate today, because that's what happened. They did. I mean, again, I agree with it, but they said, "Oh, we know what's going to happen.
Yep,
we know what's going to happen. So why would we put you in there?" Like I totally get that argument. Totally, I wouldn't sit here and say, "Oh yeah, you're crazy. This is the way it should be." No, I get it because that's exactly what they're saying. Now, I know what you did on the field, but we did this is what we think is going to happen in the future, so we're not going to put you in it. I get it.
Yeah.
And I could make that case more valid if Travis were healthy and they still did it. Then that would be egregious. But the fact that he's hurt changes the dynamic for me, but it still holds true. What do you want us to do? We did everything we needed to do, and now we're not in it. So, no, those are great points, and it's hard to, it's hard to argue that side. It's hard to argue the side or against the side. I think the side that I'm on is right, but I also think that side has a lot of compelling arguments to it. So, but no, Mike Leach, I just miss hearing from that guy.
So do I, man.
And
so
he's
do
right
I.
on.
He was a legend, dude, and something about the throat clear, like mid doing his candy rants and stuff like that.
Yep.
Candy corn. Ranking his candies. He's fantastic.
Exactly.
That's your Sound Soiree for Monday, December 4th, 2023. And we come on back a little bit more from around the NFL. We saw some scores in the NFC yesterday. None as big as the 49ers. Didn't look like anybody could match what the 49ers have done to some of the top teams in the NFC. We'll talk about that. Who is a threat, if anybody, from what we saw in Week 13? And then we'll get you a soup du jour. It's Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, I think the thing I'm most proud of is the resilience throughout the game. Like we talked about just a second ago, it wasn't pretty in the beginning, and we talked about trying to win a grimy game. And I know the score is what it is, but on defense, we didn't take the ball away all game, and then the beginning of the game was what it was. And then we lost Dre, midway through the game. So it was some things in there where we had to make sure we rebounded and we got back to work. And I mean, I can't speak enough about how great of a overall team that we have. I mean, it's the best offense, most explosive offense I've been a part of. I know if we take care of business on defense and special teams are doing what they're supposed to do, then we're going to have a chance every game.
Tolbert & Copes with you Monday evening here. We will throw you at 6 o'clock over to the Monday Night Football game in progress right now. Jags just, Tom, are you watching?
I am.
Okay, so you're right. You're keeping an eye.
Yeah, no, I'm not that sick.
I don't know, dude. I don't know what's going on with you.
No, I know, but I appreciate you asking.
Just looking out for my guy. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not. I appreciate that. Yeah, but I'm not quite that sick.
I didn't think about it.
I did record it.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't need to.
I
don't feel like I have
didn't
to.
think you needed it. I didn't think Jags and Bengals tonight with Jake Browning was your was a huge tilt for you. But anyway, Jags just found the end zone. Etienne just got in with a rushing touchdown. So they're up 7-0 now in the first quarter. Let's get into a little bit more from around the league from this weekend because Niners, not just the most dominant team in the game yesterday, continue to look like the most dominant team in football. Now, a lot of teams on buys. I hate these buys this late in the season, by the way. For fantasy, it's just I had a game where I'm going to win this fantasy game I played. I had two. I had no running back.
Ouch.
I had a running back on buy and a running back hurt, and everybody there's nobody out there. I rolled the bones on a couple of guys. This is gonna be tough, dude. I got 1 point from it was either Samaje Perine or whoever else I picked up and just rolled the dice on 1 point and still going to win my game. Going to be tough for the heavy hitters who didn't hit that heavy this week against my my team. Anyway, across the NFL and the NFC specifically, I'm not sure there's anybody in the NFC based on the scores, especially we saw this week, that look like they're a threat to the Niners. Lions beat the Saints 33-28, but they were up 21-0 in that game before the Saints came roaring back. Derek Carr got hurt. Jameis Winston had to come into the game. Rams now. I got to tell you, the Rams are the team that not that they scare me, but they're the team that I look at and say, I know the Niners have finished up with them already, but they're the team I look at and go, they got one more against the Rams, don't they? End of the season, pardon me. They played them so early in the year, and I'm like, we don't see them again until late. They were banged up. Puka Nacua got hurt yesterday, stayed in the game. Kyron Williams got healthy, found the end zone yet again yesterday. He's been a problem. The Rams, though, have won 3 in a row, and now they're kind of streaking like they could be a playoff team in the bunched-up NFC. And when you play a team from your division that that's always a team that I don't care what their quality is. If they make the playoffs, that's a little bit nerve-wracking because we talked about beating a team twice in a season. You said you don't buy into that notion. What about 3 times? How do you feel about having to do that?
Nope,
doesn't matter.
Don't buy into that either.
Don't buy into it, okay.
Well, even more so. If you can beat them twice, you should be able to beat them the third time, shouldn't you?
Sure.
You've
Division
already proven you're better than them.
Division doesn't do anything for you?
No, it doesn't. I just think each game's a separate entity.
Okay.
And by math, I guess it would be
that's an odds thing,
tougher to win.
Yeah.
But I don't buy it just because I look at every game similarly. Like I don't look at it the big picture. Like, oh, you've won 6 in a row, you can't win the 7th. Well, why not? You beat them 6 in a row, you're better than them. At some point you're going to lose because math is going to work its way into the equation where you get a bad call or you fumble, you throw a pick, or the tip ball this time actually gets caught. So I don't. That kind of stuff doesn't really doesn't do it for me because I don't even know if it's true anyway. I think we looked one year. This is many years ago, so it still might not hold true. Because everybody said, "Oh, it's tough to beat a team 3 times." Turned out it really wasn't that tough. You beat them twice. Usually you beat them the 3rd time, like way more often than 50-50. Why? Because you were good enough to beat them twice. You're the better team. That's why you beat them the 3rd time. So, I don't know. I don't really look at it that way. Like, I would never look at a game and go, they beat them twice. I don't know. I like the other team now.
Okay.
Like, no, why would I like the other team? Give me the team that won the first 2 games, and you can have the team that lost the first 2 because you're saying, it's really tough to beat a team 3 times. Well, then you take them then. I'll take the team that won the first 2 games and feel good about it. You have the other team.
As of 2020, you're right. It hadn't happened that many times where a team had actually not, like a team had only lost the 3rd matchup, 1-2, of the, like going back to 1982, playing a team 3 times in a year. A team had only lost the 3rd matchup. This is through 2020, like 5 times. Going back to 1982. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, like 19, 20 times, something like that.
So what, 14-5?
Yeah. So overwhelming still, 2/3 of the time. It's still going the other way.
But it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Right? I mean, you beat them twice. If you're good enough to beat them twice, you should beat them the 3rd time. And again, like I use the math thing. It's just, sometimes you're going to have a turnover where maybe you didn't before. It's something goofy. Variance comes into play a little bit the more times you play. But clearly, if you win the first 2 games, you're the most talented talented team.
But usually to play a team a third time, not usually to play a third time, you'd have to meet them in the playoffs. So you would think that the team you've beat twice was a playoff team. That's why I asked the third time around. What did you think of the Packers last night against Kansas City? I know there was some weird stuff with the officiating. I think Jordan Love has looked a whole lot better. I think that team their schedule is fairly simple from here on out. I mean, they have a road to do it. I don't know. He looks like a different guy. I don't know if they've bought into him differently. I don't know if the play calling is different, if he's just more comfortable because of the reps. Early in the year, I thought a couple of times he looked okay. They saved a game. He led a big comeback on opening day there against the Saints, I want to say it was. They were down like 17 in the second half. But Packers again, that's another team. They get into the playoffs. You don't want to play a team with house money. Again, it's a pretty big imbalance top to bottom in the NFC, I think. What do you think of the Packers? What do you think of Jordan Love?
I like him.
Yeah?
I like him. I think Jordan Love's getting better and better.
It's a tough defense they played against.
Yeah, Watson is getting better and better. Dobbs is solid. Kraft was good. Can you have a better name than Kraft playing in Green Bay? I mean,
Kraft
is that the best?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
If this guy's any good, marketing opportunities will be knocking at his door. They're like endless. Kraft macaroni and cheese, Kraft this, Kraft that. It'll be incredible. I mean, not quite as good as this kid Mallard that played for the Oregon Ducks. I'm like, well,
Mallard's pretty good. You got
the Ducks. Yeah. Last name's Mallard.
Of course he went there.
So I just go, wow, that's pretty good, Kraft. But their defense was solid last night. I mean, they moved the ball on them, but when they got in the red zone, they got the sacks and everything. Held them to a couple field goals early, so it was 2 scores each, but it was 14-6. But no, I mean, I thought maybe they were going to bounce because that massive win in Detroit. I was like, oh boy, that's going to be a tough one. And then boom, got it done. So no, I think they're coming. I mean, not like as entitled threat coming, but it wouldn't be as easy as I once would have thought. Like if they make the playoffs, they play them in the first round. They're playing like this. I think, you know what? You can't just say, "Oh, they're the Packers. We'll beat them." I don't think that's the case.
No, I don't think it works the same way either. By the way, Tim says there's another great name we could go with in Green Bay here with Cheese Myers.
He didn't play for the Packers.
So wedge in Cheese Myers.
Slam ball legend.
Slam ball legend. Cheese Myers. So now Niners are set up now to take over the number 1 seed. In the NFC, if they beat Seattle and the Eagles lose to the Cowboys, that's Sunday Night Football, by the way. Having home field advantage is a big deal, but I don't think we're making too big of a deal of it because I think last year we saw what a big deal having the number 1 seed can be, not having to play that extra game. Just in general for a team like the Niners, it was banged up. But I'm with you. I think they can win anywhere at any time now. You're saying if you've beaten a team once and as soundly as the Niners beat the Eagles yesterday, like how confident would you be to go back there and win again in January? I think after what we saw yesterday, I feel pretty good.
I would.
I think it'd be a tough game. It's going to be tough. They'd be a damn good team. But,
of course.
Yeah.
And then weather.
Yeah.
Could be a much different. And that could affect.
Weather?
Thank you.
Haven't had one in a while. You nearly killed her.
We haven't. We've been negligent. We haven't got one of those.
Letting down the listeners, yeah.
But I don't look at it and say, they beat them in the regular season. They're gonna have a tougher time. I don't think so. I just don't. I bet you they'll be favored again. They'll be favored again going in there if they play them in the playoffs. I mean, maybe not by 3. That seemed a little stiff to me, but I would imagine in the playoffs it would be less than that. Maybe, but I still think they'd be favored. So no, it doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't bother me one bit.
Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415-808-KNBR 808-5627. 650 checks in and says, hey, question for Tom. When you first arrived to Golden State with the Warriors, is it true your teammates called you Tomcat?
No, I don't remember that.
This guy does.
Really? Why is my tree not in the damn frame? I need to get my tree in the frame here.
Yeah, they didn't call him
Fabian. I bought this thing, and I bought it in here for a reason.
Now, back to Fabian and Coach.
Yeah, right. That's
no.
Yeah, where's your Grinch tree? There we go.
Nobody called me that either. I just looked, my tree's gone. Like, damn it. I'm like, I got this damn thing. Actually, Lori got it, and I go, I'm going to get one. I want to put it in the...
Did you get your own, or did you take hers?
No, it's so small. I figure I'll just go ahead and move it. I'm gonna move it.
I'm gonna get one. Yours?
It's mobile. Yeah, I did. I wanted to.
Give me that.
It was actually in the frame, and then somebody tightened me up. They tightened the frame up on me. I don't know who did that. Probably Tim.
It's probably Tim.
He thought it was smart. So he tightened it up.
Messing around back
They
there.
tightened the shot up. I don't know what the hell they're doing. What are they doing? I never know what they're doing back there.
You know what we got time for today, Tom?
Uh-oh.
A bowl of soup, dude.
Yes, we do.
A big old pot of soup. We got the soup du jour. It's coming your way next. It's Tolbert and Cope's Monday evening. Why don't we wrap it up with some soup before we hand you over to the Monday Night Football game already in progress. Soup du jour is next on the Sports Leader. The Warriors blew a 22-point lead on Saturday to the Clippers. They lose 113-112, their second 20-plus point blown lead in 2 games. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, time for a little soup on a Monday evening. We start out in Florida, of course. Got to start out in Florida. May end in Florida as well. This story is of a man who got upset with his wife and ended up getting charged with domestic sausage battery. Domestic sausage battery.
How much does that cost? Yeah.
I don't know, but the man's black. I thought, well, damn, that might be a felony.
Yeah, well.
I had the story wrong.
Hot
I gotta
sausage.
be honest with you.
It's a baton felony.
It was a different type of sausage. It was actual sausage that he threw at her, hit her in the face, and now the man's in jail. So you just don't throw sausage.
He threw like a meat sausage at her, like encased?
No, linked. I think it was linked sausage.
Oh, well, now we're talking link.
Yeah, linked sausage.
It's bad.
I thought he might have been like whipping it around, like with the
nunchucks?
The nunchucks, yeah. Like he's using it like nunchucks, the sausage, and then just like whap, 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 backhand, whap, 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 whap. But no, he just
Ever
picked it
good
up and threw it at her.
sausages. They're ever good.
Oh God! Why did I know that was coming? Why are these stories like like old people, just like old angry people?
Tim, where are your dildo stories you always have? Where are those?
Yeah, they're not old. Those aren't old people. Those are young people as well. Another Florida man found himself behind bars after he alleged these people love hurling stuff. This dude just hurled Oreo cookies at his wife during an argument.
What's that about?
He was mad because the coffee maker didn't have water in it. And he was 70. She was 65. Like, I just don't get it. You're like 70 and you're like that mad that you're like chucking Oreos. And Oreos are pretty good too, especially if you have milk. If you don't have milk, forget it. I don't want an Oreo. But
what do we do
milk,
without milk and Oreos? I mean,
I'm definitely down with some Oreos if you have some milk. They've been together 40 years. 40 years, and he chucks Oreos at her just for not filling up. Maybe she forgot like 39 years ago, and she's been forgetting ever since. So
wait, the guy went to jail for throwing Oreos?
I don't know if he went to jail.
He made the paper, though.
He did make the paper, yes. Said he became aggressive and chucked a package of Oreos at her. And then he looked at her and said, "What's the matter? Not hungry?" And she said, "Son of beach, let's play some cards."
Yeah,
she didn't see it.
Should have paid me out on that one. That's what the guy said after he was done.
You got lucky there. Yep, it was luck.
Yeah, it was
I don't
luck.
think she said that. In fact, I don't think they know what Rounders is, but they might. It'd be awesome if they did. If that would have been her line, that would have been amazing.
Could have paid me off on that one.
He would have thrown Oreos at her, and all of a sudden they went into Rounders. That would have been, I mean, come on.
It'd have been great if the dude was in a red onesie, too, like grandma. Like
Grandma?
Grandma.
I thought I smelled you.
He gets up, he like wipes his hands out, he like pushes all those hookers off him, dude. He's like wiping his hands. Like, what's going on here, dude? Somebody did a
Who
job
doesn't
on
love
you. Yeah.
Good garden decorations. I know I do. I was at Target today and bought some decorations, some Halloween decorations.
Discount, hopefully.
No, Halloween. What am I talking about? Christmas. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. I got some of the ferns with like the lights already in them to put at the put on the porch, and then we got some other stuff there. So I mean, I love a good garden decoration, especially during the holidays. Holidays are the best to decorate the garden. I didn't see these or anything like this in one of the aisles there at Target. It's a 100-year-old bomb that's been or missile. Actually, it's a missile. It's been a garden decoration in Wales for over 100 years. I guess someone just missed it. Just chilling out there.
Just hanging as a missile?
Yep. It said a bomb squad was called to the home in Wales when a decoration that had adorned the garden for over a century was identified as a 19th century military bomb. I'm guessing it's probably not going to go off at that point, won't it? I mean, it's got to be a dud, doesn't it? You can't. You think so?
I don't know. How long are they active for? There's like landmines out there that are active.
100? Are they really 100 years?
Oh, I don't know. 100 years? I don't know.
You sound like you know what you're
You
talking
say 100
about.
beers? You say anything
do.
confident? Oh, no, dude. I've been studying World War I military artillery for years. I got nothing on this. I got absolutely nothing on 100-year-old bombs. No.
Oh, I just love that this story features somebody named Pop Morris. Isn't POP?
How many city championships did he win? That's what
I don't know.
wondering.
I don't know if he knew Pop Warner either. I'm not sure.
He's more of a hoops guy. This guy.
It said the object was long thought to be an inert military missile from the 19th century, but a police officer told Edward that his wife last week that the Ministry of Defense needed to inspect the bomb. It was taken to an old. It was detonated. I don't know if that means. Oh, friends. I don't know. This story's going to hell.
Yeah, Tim, you
started off like it was pretty cool.
Tim, these stories aren't very good, man. I'm just saying.
Get the dildo stories.
Yeah,
man.
where's your dildo stories, dude? Give us the good stuff. Come on, man. You're holding off on it. You're holding back.
He is.
Tim's keeping all the dildo stuff for himself.
He goes, here, take your Mondays. Here, take this story. You don't want this damn story. It sucks. Let's get the hell out of here.
There's sausage. We got
Send everybody
excited.
to football.
Yeah, right.
Should we do that?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's thank our guests today. We want to thank Matt Mayoko for joining us and Brent Jones, always on a Monday. Thank you very much to Derek. Great job today. Appreciate it. And Tim, as always, fantastic. Up next, it is the Bengals and the Jaguars. Copes, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, dude. See you then.
All right, enjoy the football game, everybody. Until tomorrow, take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.